Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are continuing our coverage of the trial out of Alaska against Zarrius Hildabrand. We are in day 9, and we are going to have closing arguments, jury instructions, and then we will be on verdict watch. So let's get comfortable, get settled in, and let's get started. All right, welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Sarah, I love that little corgi. That was so cute. That actually really matched with the music. This and the little corgi was running. It was perfect. So thank you for that. All right, everybody, welcome in. Welcome in. Teresa, how are you? Camilla, good to see you. Gimbers, hello, hello. Great Gams, good to see you. Good vibes only. Hello. Another 3 paws, welcome in. Good to see you. Itty Bitty, how are you? Number 33 on the thumbs up. Horse Welfare, hello, hello. Yes, let's all remember to hit the thumbs up, hit the like button. Stand for the truth. Where are we? I had to hop off yesterday. Both sides have rested. We're going to have jury instructions and closing arguments. I'm not sure of how it's all going to work, if it's going to be jury instructions first, closing arguments, then jury instructions, but that's pretty much it. And then they will be deliberating today. They will be deliberating today. Molly, hello, everybody. So glad to be here with you. Your snacks are ready for today. This is going to be good. Hey, Kaylee, I'm ready for a verdict today. Missy Russell, good to see you. Camilla saying hello again. Kaylee, good to see you. Glee Roll, hello, hello, welcome in. Let's see. Let me scroll through. I'll go catch up a little bit. Molly, hello. How are you? Let's see here. We got Debbie. Hope you're feeling better. I asked you, and I'm not sure if you responded yet, but let me see if you have. Hey, Kathy, good to see you. Let's see. Catch up. Sharon, good afternoon to you. Elaine. Yeah, you're toasting. UK record 40. Wimbledon is starting. I mean, they're already in the qualifyings. So Wimbledon is starting. 40, what's 40C? That sounds hot. 40C in Fahrenheit. What is that? 104. Wow, that is hot. That is hot for you guys. Holy mackerel. That's hot. And it's, I remember it was Roland Garros, it was hot. And now Wimbledon's just around the corner. They're starting on Monday. Debbie, the same. Okay. Yeah, sorry to hear that. Hang in there. Hey, Gordon, William, good to see you. Glad that you're with us. Is Alaska DP state? No, they're life without parole. Let's see. Alaska death penalty. It does not have it. It was abolished in 1957, 2 years before it became the official a U.S. state. So they abolished it back in 57. They abolished it back in 57. That was for Glee Roll. Let's see, who else is with us? I said hello to Gordon. Good to see you. Oh, there's Janice. Hello, hello. Welcome in. Green-eyed Cat, Iowa Backyard. Hello, hello. Sarah D. Hi, everyone. Happy Wednesday. Yes, happy hump day. Hey, Heidi. How are you? Great to see you today. Downey Lynn, you've been cleaning and chopping rhubarb. Interesting. What are you going to do with that? Make a pie? What are you going to do with your rhubarb? Heidi is so looking forward to this. Risa, good afternoon. Hello, hello. Great to see you. Sarah Dara, there's the corgi. That corgi was... Yep. I'll be back, guys. All right, never a dull moment with kitties. So Shannon, thankfully, fantastically gave us a new toy, and we set it up, and it's Sid's favorite toy, and she got it stuck in her fur. So, all right, I'm back. Hey, Joanne, how are you? Dead Ben, good to see you. Let's see. M. Murgatroyd, good to see you. Welcome in. Hey, Sherry. Sid got a new toy stuck on her fur, so needed to sort that out. Cats are fun. Oh my God, they've already gone through like 20 lives. I don't know how they're still alive, to be quite honest. Honey Badger, how are you? Good to see you. Let's see. And Murgatroyd, let's see. All right, you know what? I want to play, before too much time goes by, I wanted to show you guys this. I posted yesterday, I posted a video yesterday that we edited down. So if you guys haven't had a chance yet, I posted a video of Zarrius there on the stand. And about how's he going to get himself out of this or something like that, whatever that was. So I encourage you to go check that out. It's only I think it's like 14 minutes. It's a quick, relatively quick clip. But this is him from the other angle. This is the Newton Ward angle. So I wanted to play this for you guys before trial started. So let's check this out so you can kind of see it from this angle.
My name is Zarrius Hildabrand, Zarrius Hildabrand.
Good morning, Mr. Hildabrand.
Good morning.
Mr. Hildabrand, what is your birthday?
My birthday is August 5th, 2002.
How old are you today?
I'm currently 23.
And when was your 21st birthday?
My 21st birthday would have been August 5th, 2003.
3?
Sorry, 2023.
Mr. Hildabrand, where were you born?
I was born in Elizabethtown, Kentucky.
And do you have any brothers?
Yeah.
Do you have adopted brothers or blood brothers or both?
I have both.
How old were you when you were adopted?
When I was adopted, I was 6, but I went to foster. Or when I was adopted, I was 8, but I went to foster care when I was 6.
And when you went to foster care, did you have older brother? Did you have blood brothers with you?
Yes.
What were their names?
Denente and MJ.
And did you have a little sister?
Yes.
And were they brought into your foster home with you?
They were.
And did they go to your adoptive parents' home with you?
They did.
And then you said you also have some adopted relative brothers. Can you tell us about them?
Yes. They were my 2 older brothers, Caleb and Bradley.
And Did you grow up with them?
Bradley not so much, and then Caleb was there every other weekend, so.
And can you tell me, did you grow up with MJ?
I did.
What was your first memory of MJ?
Just him being a little brother.
Okay. Can you tell me do you remember much about your life before you went into foster care?
Bits and pieces, but most of my memories didn't really start till after I was adopted.
Okay. Do you recall if you've ever, before you went into foster care, what do you remember about your biological mom?
Not a lot. Kind of a ghost type presence. Like, I knew she was there, but I don't ever remember physically seeing her.
Do you recall if you ever got in the way between your mom and MJ somehow?
Not my mom and MJ, but my mom's boyfriends. I took a butt whooping for my little brother at one point.
How old were you when that happened?
4 or 5. He was still a baby when I did that.
And when you went to your mother Paula's home, how did your relationship with MJ develop?
I saw him as an annoying little brother until he got about 6th grade, and that's when he started to get active in sports and start growing up, and that's when I kind of realized that I wanted to be the older brother for him that I didn't have.
What do you mean by that?
So my older brother we're very different, and me and MJ were very much more alike, and I wanted to kind of help guide him to make sure that he did everything the right way.
And how far behind in school was MJ from you?
4 years, 5 years.
Do you remember where you went to high school?
I went to Central Hardin High School.
What year did you graduate?
2020.
Did you get to walk for your graduation, or was it during COVID?
It was a soft walk, but I did walk across the stage for my graduation.
And what did you do after you graduated from high school?
After I graduated high school, I worked a little bit. Worked at a Ford dealership for a little bit, and then I moved away, worked at a factory, and then came back home and realized that that's when I wanted to join the Army.
How old were you when you joined the Army?
I was 19.
Why did you join the Army?
I needed a sense of direction in life. At one point, my mom found a bunch of beer cans and was like, "You need to do something with your life," and the Army was the direction I wanted to go.
So tell me about basic training. How old were you when you went to basic training?
I was 19 when I went through basic training.
What time of year and month was that?
It would have been September of 21 is when I started going through basic training.
What is basic training like?
It's one of the most stressful environments you'll go through. They try to take you from a civilian and form you into a soldier, essentially.
Did you meet anyone that you would grow to be friends with at basic training?
Yeah.
Did you meet Saria at basic training?
I did, yes.
Tell me about the first time you saw her.
The first time I saw her, we were in formation. I was in 2nd platoon and she was in 4th platoon, and so my platoon was in front of hers, and I remember someone yelling my name or like whispering like Hildabrand, and I looked back and that's when I saw Saria. That's the first time I saw her.
What'd you think?
I found her attractive, but I didn't really pursue it at the point.
And you were in basic training at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever go on a date with her?
Yes, we went on a date in AIT.
And can you tell the jury what AIT is?
It's essentially Advanced Individual Training is what it stands for, and it's job training. So, like, I was a 13 Bravo, and my AIT taught me how to do that.
What is that?
13 Bravo is just a cannon crew member. Cannon crew member.
Cannon crew member.
Yes, ma'am.
How big of a cannon?
I was on the 777, so it's a 155 millimeter round. The best way to describe it is massive. It's a massive piece.
So tell us about this first date when you were in AIT.
So when you're in a training environment, which is what AIT is considered, it's considered TRADOC, and there's what's called a battle buddy system, and it can be two guys can go out by themselves or two girls can go out by themselves, but it can never be just a guy and a girl that go out by themselves. So one of my friends said, hey, let's go to the PX. It was a Saturday, I didn't have anything else to do. I figured, why not? And I get to the PX and we sit at a table, and then Saria's friends kind of drop her off and run away and leave me with me and my friend. He's sitting like 2 tables down, and it's me and Saria.
And to give us a little bit of background on this, what state were you in at that time?
I was still at Fortsville, Oklahoma.
And what is a PX?
It stands for Post Exchange, but it's like a big store that sells everything that you could ever need, essentially.
Does it have any fast food restaurants or?
It's kind of like a mall. There's restaurants, there's little stations, and then there's the big store attached to it.
And who was the friend that set this up?
Zach Farrar.
How long were you at AIT?
A couple months. My AIT was only 5 weeks, but I was a holdover for Airborne school, so that took a little bit and took a while for me to go to Airborne school.
And how long were you in Airborne school?
Once again, probably about 5 weeks. I was a holdover because after I graduated, I had to get all my stuff situated so that I can come up to Alaska.
When did you find out you were moving to Alaska?
After I got my airborne orders, I didn't want to go to the duty station I was initially supposed to go to, so I picked up an airborne contract thinking I would go somewhere else, and I ended up coming to Alaska instead.
Do you remember the month and year you came to Alaska?
March, April of 22.
Were you still dating Saria at that time?
I was.
When did you decide you wanted to marry Saria?
Say when she first came up here, she came and visited me on my first block leave, which was in June of 22, and that's pretty much when I decided I wanted to marry her.
Where did you get married?
We got married in Utah.
Who was there?
Her mom, her stepdad at the time, her grandparents, and then one of her friends was there as well.
And what day did you get married?
December 29th.
Did Saria live in Alaska when you got married?
No, she still lived in Utah, but then ended up moving to Alaska.
When did she move?
She came up here in January and February of 2023.
Were you living in the barracks?
From the point to where I initially came up here to when I cleared the barracks, yeah, I was living in the barracks.
Did Saria live with you in the barracks?
No, we had an apartment off post when she moved up here.
When did you move to that apartment?
It would have been late January, early February of 2023.
Do you recall the address of that apartment?
5210 Mockingbird Drive, and there was apartment number 13.
Zarrius, I want to talk a little bit more about some of your background information, specifically relating to alcohol. How old were you the first time you had alcohol?
14 through 16, one of those early years.
And how would you get it?
Initially, I would, sneak a beer here and there from my parents. Then later on, when I was about 16, I had a friend's mom who would buy us alcohol, and she would essentially let us drink at their place because she wanted us to be in a safe environment. She knew we were high school kids, we were going to drink anyways, and she just wanted us to be safe and in a healthy environment to where we weren't It was controlled, essentially.
Okay. Did you keep drinking after you graduated from high school?
Yes, I did.
And had you ever drunk to the point where you didn't remember what happened the night before, prior to your 21st birthday?
Once or twice, yeah, maybe more than that, but yes.
And how old were you when that happened?
I'd say the first time that happened, I was 18 or 19, and maybe happened once or twice a year until my 21st birthday.
Was Saria older than you?
She was. She was older than me by 1 year, 1 month, and 1 day.
Did she ever buy you alcohol?
Of course.
Did your friends buy you alcohol?
Of course.
Did your colleagues in the Army buy you alcohol?
Yes.
When you...
I remember yesterday when he was describing, anytime he talks about alcohol, he has this smirk on his face, and we saw it, from the other camera angle. But now it's really prominent seeing it from this camera angle when he talks about, how drunk he gets and, buying alcohol and all that stuff. Like I think that's his biggest accomplishment, it seems like.
Drink heavily. You said sometimes you've blacked out. You recall that?
Yes.
Or you recall waking up and not knowing what happened?
Yes.
Would you ever watch videos of yourself doing things you don't remember doing?
Occasionally, yes. I would typically go through my phone after a night where I didn't remember what happened, and that's usually what my routine was.
And did you ever, besides blackout drinking, when you drink a lot, what would normally happen?
I usually find somewhere to go to sleep.
Have you ever slept hard through something while you were drinking?
Yeah, when I decide I want to lay down, pretty much the only thing that's going to wake me up is myself. I will wake up when I want to.
When you were 17...
And then that statement, I wake up when I want to. So when he's passed out drunk, he wakes up when he wants to. That was another moment yesterday. I'm like, okay, you wake up when you want to. So he's setting the stage of here I am, like Brett says, feet away from my wife, 9mm goes off. I don't hear it, but yet, I wake up when I want to. Hard to believe. Just hard to believe.
Were you drinking at the point when you were 17 where you would just fall asleep?
Yeah.
And that was in Kentucky.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever drink at a bonfire?
Many times.
Do you recall if you ever slept through anything loud when you were at a bonfire in Kentucky?
Yes. Naturally, bonfires are loud, and people were throwing beer cans in the fire and it was making popping noises, and I slept through that.
I want to talk a little bit more about your relationship with Saria. I specifically want to talk about a girl named Cheyenne.
Okay.
Zarrius, who is Cheyenne?
She was a woman I was having an affair with. She lived back in Kentucky.
How did you meet her?
We met when I was younger, before I'd left for the Army.
How did you communicate with Cheyenne?
We communicated on Snapchat.
When did you start talking to Cheyenne on Snapchat?
Initially, probably around 2020. And then we kind of fell off and then reconnected in 2023.
What month?
Did we reconnect?
Yes.
March, April.
When you were married to Saria, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever have a conversation, or were you ever confronted about Cheyenne by Saria?
No.
Were there other girls besides Cheyenne?
Just once, yes.
Did Saria ever confront you with suspicions that you were cheating on her?
Yes.
And when was that?
That would have been around April or May of 2023.
How can you remember that date?
How?
Yes.
I tend to use when I go out to the field to kind of date my years, and we had just recently came back from the field.
So when did you go to the field last in 2023?
July of 2023.
And before the July 2023 field training, when was the time that you'd been out before that?
February into March of 2023. It was a pretty big training exercise.
How many weeks was it?
5.
Where was it?
It was, I'm going to say Fairbanks because I don't really know the interior very well, but it was, I remember my phone locating it at the North Pole.
Did you take your phone with you to the training?
I had it on me, but like once it's called going into the box, the phones were kind of left off because it was a very serious training environment.
And did Saria confront you about her suspicions of cheating after your February-March field training in Fairbanks?
She did.
How did that conversation go?
She basically just wanted to know what was going on and why, and just normal, why are you cheating on me questions.
Did you feel guilty?
Yes.
But you kept talking to Cheyenne.
I did.
Why would you do that?
Because I felt it would have been suspicious if I just stopped talking to her in general. So I tried to wind it down slowly, that way it looked less suspicious on Cheyenne's end.
Did Cheyenne know you were married?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. We're going to talk more about your Snapchat conversations later.
All right, we can watch some more of his video during Verdict Watch. I think they've uploaded a couple more videos, which is cool. So we'll watch during Verdict Watch. We'll watch a couple more videos. Looks like they've uploaded 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, they have 4 videos plus they have his mother. So we can watch those during Verdict Watch. But live court should be starting at the bottom of the hour, which is about 2 minutes from now. Currently have it at 12:28 here on the East Coast. And let me just check the live feed. Actually, let me pull us over here. Let me get the live feed ready. And I made a video last night of him discovering Saria's body, if you will. So it's about 14 minutes long. So if you guys haven't had a chance, go check that out. But we'll play some more. I'll play some more of his testimony from that camera angle, which is Newton Ward's camera angle. I'll show that during Verdict Watch. We can rewatch opening statements. We can rewatch. We can watch his mom. We watched that yesterday from the Zoom angle. Yeah, if you guys haven't had a chance yet, please hit the like button. If you can hear my voice and you're not in chat, just take a moment, hit the like button. Let's see where we stand. We have 93 likes. Let's see if we can get up to 100. Can we get up to 100 likes before trial starts, which is only a few minutes away? So let's see if we can get up to 100 likes. If you can hear my voice, please take a moment and hit the like button. Yes, cross would be great. I'm hoping that they uploaded that. I don't know if they've uploaded that yet. I don't know if this is all direct or if... seems like it's all direct for now. They have not uploaded Cross yet. Hoping they do that, although I don't know if they will or not. An hour ago, they uploaded some more. Anyway, we'll see. I'll see what we can get. See if we can get Cross. Let's see. Sean, going to do a recap. You're lost on this trial. Yeah, and yeah, no worries. When we get to verdict watch, I'll replay opening statements. We can kind of compare them to closing arguments. I'll play some video of what has been uploaded by Newton Ward's channel, and we can kind of review everything there. Among those would be his mom's testimony, and then they've uploaded they have 4 videos of him. It looks like it's all direct, though. Looks like it's all direct, nothing on Cross. I would love it if they uploaded Cross. Maybe they will. We'll see. All right, let me make sure I've got my clock for closing arguments. Where's my clock? That's the countdown. Where's my clock? Don't tell me I don't have my clock. Oh, there it is. Okay. All right, I've got my clock. This will be for... all right, this will be for closing arguments. This will be, I guess state will probably go first. So we can do state closing. State closing. We can apply that. All right. So I'm ready for when the state comes on. State's openings were very short. State's open and defense, both of them were really short, like really short. 33 minutes for state opening, which it's not too bad, but defense opening was only 10 minutes. We've seen short openings before. We have seen short openings before, and then closings. Yesterday, I think it was the defense asked if there was any. If there was going to be any time limit, and he said no. The only time that he gave a time limit was when somebody went 3 hours. Miss Kitty, good morning. You're running late, but at least you're here before court starts. Welcome in, Miss Kitty. Yeah, he said he's never put a time limit before on closings, but he thought about it after there was a 3 hour closing. And rightfully so. But he said that was multiple people, multiple victims, which makes sense. When you have 2, 3, 4 people involved, it definitely makes it. There's a lot more to cover. Wizard of Ezzy says, I prefer an opening that is less than an hour unless it is a very complex and complicated case. Well, then you have Monica Cementili, where it was over 2 days, I think. Because Beth Silverman was in a car accident, so it was actually 3 days, but it was 2 days. I think it was like 7 or 8 hours her opening was, and then her closing was like 15 hours. It was long. It was really long. Good vibes. Very nice. Yeah, Nether. Oh, you changed. Oh, you were never 3 paws. Now you're Nether's Warren 4. Honestly, there's not a ton of substance to this case. Short close could easily do it too. This isn't Julio. I agree. 100% agree. They're really, it's pretty cut and dry. There are definitely a lot of facts out there. William, in that video you put out, he says he woke up hungover times 100. Yes. Yep. Yeah, that's what he said yesterday. He had a splitting headache. He woke up hungover times 100. Valerie, they're coming up soon as we get a live court. Any moment now. Yeah, William, he is definitely. Yep, he is. His liver, he probably hasn't been able to drink for a little bit, but his liver is probably not happy with all that drinking. And it's heavy too. It's not, he's drinking bourbon and what does he call them? Trash cans and something MFs, he was calling them. I mean, these are serious drinks. They're not, just beer and wine, which I guess affects your liver too, but not like whiskey and bourbon and harder liquor. I think affects your liver more profoundly. Debbie, thank you so much for that. Thank you for your $4 donation. A little cup of coffee there. Thank you, Debbie. Appreciate that. The next trial that we're going to cover is going to be that Blaze Taylor. Is that his last name? I know it's going on right now, but I'm pretty confident this trial will be over today, so we'll only be 3 days behind. But we have a lot of trials coming up. We got Oscar Solis coming up. We've got Mario Fernandez. We've got Shanna Gardner. We got Courtney Clenny. We got Sarah Grace Patrick. Colin Gray's sentencing is in July. We got a lot. There's a lot coming up. All right. We've got. Here we go. All right. Judge has started the stream. Now we just need it to kick in. Hey, Gina, how are you? Good to see you. JPC, how are you? I know he had to testify to explain his story, but he shouldn't have. It's really funny. We now have 2 back-to-back trials. Zachariah Rosh and now Zarrius Hildabrand. You know, both testified. Both were very similar circumstances where their spouse took their own life with a firearm. They both were there. Zach says he saw it. Zarrius says he did not see it. So both are claiming the same thing. Their spouse took their own lives, and they both took the stand. We do have a very, very busy July and August. And Tupac's trials coming up. The guy who shot him. AMF, 4 shots in it, and he had 2 on top of it. Yes, yeah. Thank you, Janet. That's what it was. Something MF. I forget what the A stands for. So I forget what the A stands for right now. Susan, how are you? At no point does he say love his wife, Saria. He says when she first called his name, he said he turned around and it was Saria. That's the one and only time he actually says. That's the one and only time he actually says her name. Care Bear, closing arguments have not happened yet. We're just waiting for the live feed to kick in. Yeah, Tupac, that's coming up in August. August 10th, I think, is when jury selection starts. So, and that's right around, that's when Mario starts, and then Shannon is right past that. So it's going to be very, very, very busy. Very busy for us. But we'll sort it out. All right, here we go.
morning. Please be seated. You'll see that on your seats you have a packet of instructions, and I am going to read from those instructions. I will not read all the instructions that I've already read to you, but I will reread instruction number 3. I'll start with 15. The evidence has now been presented to you. I will now instruct you on the law to be applied to this case. Then moving back to 3. The fundamental obligation of jurors in a criminal trial is to apply the presumption of innocence and the burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. A defendant, although accused of a crime, begins the trial with a clean slate, with no evidence favoring conviction. The presumption of innocence means that you must presume the defendant is innocent of the crimes charged. The presumption of innocence alone is sufficient for you to find the defendant not guilty. To overcome the presumption of innocence, the prosecution must prove every element of the crimes charged beyond a reasonable doubt. This requirement that the prosecution must prove the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt is called the burden of proof. The prosecution always has proving the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. This burden never shifts throughout the trial. The defendant is not required to prove his innocence or produce any evidence at all. Although the defendant is never required to produce any evidence, he may rely on evidence brought out through any witness, regardless of which party called the witness. The defendant has an absolute right not to testify. You must not draw any conclusions against the defendant because if he does not testify, obviously here he did testify. What is a reasonable doubt? It is a doubt in your mind about the defendant's guilt that arises from the evidence presented or from a lack of evidence. A reasonable doubt is based on reason and common sense. The defendant must never be found guilty based on mere suspicion, speculation, or guesswork. What is proof beyond a reasonable doubt? It is the highest level of proof in our legal system. It's not enough that you believe a defendant is probably or likely guilty, or even that the evidence shows a strong probability of guilt. The law requires more. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is proof that overcomes any reasonable doubt about the defendant's guilt. The prosecution does not prove guilt beyond all possible doubt, for it's rarely possible to prove anything to an absolute certainty. If after careful and impartial consideration of the evidence and the law, you do not have a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant guilty. If, on the other hand, you think the prosecution did not prove every element of the offense charged beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant not guilty. Then we'll move to instruction 16. You've heard testimony that the defendant made an out-of-court statement. It is for you to decide whether the defendant made the statement, and if so, how much weight to give it. In making those decisions, you should consider all the evidence about the out-of-court statement, including the circumstances under which the defendant may have made it. The defendant has testified in this trial. You should judge the testimony of the defendant in the same manner as you judge the testimony of any other witness. I'm going to skip over 18. We'll come back to that. I'll read that to you just before close. So moving to instruction 19. The charging document in this case reads as follows. Count 1, that in the 3rd Judicial District, State of Alaska, on or about August 6, 2023, at or near Anchorage, Zarrius Hildabrand intentionally caused the death of Saria Hildabrand. Count 2, that in the 3rd Judicial District, State of Alaska, on or about August 6, 2023, at or near Anchorage, Zarrius Hildabrand knowingly engaged in conduct that resulted in the death of Saria Hildabrand under circumstances manifesting an extreme indifference to the value of human life. That in the 3rd Judicial District, State of Alaska, on or about August 6, 2023, at or near Anchorage, Zarrius Hildabrand destroyed, mutilated, altered, suppressed, concealed, or removed physical evidence with the intent to impair its veracity or availability in an official proceeding or criminal investigation, to wit, 5210 Mockingbird Lane, number 13. Count 4, that in the 3rd Judicial District, State of Alaska, on or about August 6, 2023, at or near Anchorage, Zarrius Hildabrand destroyed, mutilated, altered, suppressed, concealed, or removed physical evidence with intent to impair its veracity or availability in an official proceeding or criminal investigation, to wit, transporting and hiding of the body of Saria Hildabrand. Zarrius Hildabrand, the defendant in this case, has been charged with the crime of murder in the 1st degree in count 1. To prove that the defendant committed this crime, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt each of the following elements. 1, the defendant intended to cause the death of another person, and 2, the defendant caused the death of any person. You have been instructed on the elements of the offense of murder in the 1st degree in count 1. This offense includes, in order, the lesser offenses of murder in the 2nd degree, manslaughter, and criminally negligent homicide. I have now instructed you on the elements of these lesser included offenses. The lesser included offense of murder in the first degree is murder in the second degree. There are two different ways for the state to prove that the defendant committed this crime. Each of these ways requires the state to prove two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt, 1, the defendant intended to cause serious physical injury to another person, and 2, the defendant caused the death of any person, or 1, the defendant knew that his conduct was substantially certain to cause death or serious physical injury to another person, and 2, the defendant caused death of any person. With respect to the crime of murder in the second degree, if you find that the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt each of the elements in the first set of elements or each of the elements in the second set of elements, then you must find the defendant guilty. On the other hand, if you find that the state has not proved beyond a reasonable doubt each of the elements in the first set of the elements and that the state has not proved beyond a reasonable doubt each of the elements in the second set of elements, then you must find the defendant not guilty. To return a verdict of guilty, each of you individually must find the defendant guilty, but you need not agree among yourselves which of the two sets of elements the state has proved. The lesser included offense of murder in the second degree, described in instruction number 22, is manslaughter. To prove that the defendant committed manslaughter, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt each of the following elements. 1, the defendant caused the death of another person, and 2, the defendant did so recklessly. The lesser included offense of manslaughter, as described in instruction number 24, is criminally negligent homicide. To prove that the defendant committed criminally negligent homicide, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt each of the following elements. 1, the defendant caused the death of another person, and 2, the defendant acted with criminal negligence. You are free to deliberate on the charged offense of murder in the first degree and the lesser included offenses of murder in the second degree, manslaughter, and criminally negligent homicide in any order you wish. But you are not to return a verdict on any lesser included offense unless you have already reached a unanimous verdict of not guilty as to the greater offense. The availability of alternative verdicts for lesser included offenses is not intended to relieve you of your obligation to reach a verdict based on the law and the evidence. If the evidence warrants a verdict of guilty as to the greater offense, you must return such a verdict without being influenced by your ability to find a lesser verdict. Similarly, if the evidence warrants a verdict of not guilty to any offense, you must return such a verdict without being influenced by your ability to find a lesser verdict. Zarrius Hildabrand, the defendant in this case, has been charged with the crime of murder in the second degree in count 2. To prove that the defendant committed this crime, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt each of the following elements. 1, the defendant's conduct caused the death of another person. 2, the defendant knowingly engaged in this conduct. And 3, the conduct was performed under circumstances manifesting an extreme indifference to the value of human life. Extreme indifference to the value of human life means extreme recklessness. Recklessly is defined in instruction number 29. In deciding whether the defendant's conduct manifested extreme indifference to the value of human life, you must consider the following factors. A, the social utility of the defendant's conduct. B, the magnitude of the risk the defendant's conduct created, including both the nature of harm that was foreseeable by the defendant and the likelihood that the defendant's conduct would cause that harm. C, the defendant's knowledge of the risk. And D, the precautions the defendant took to minimize the risk. Zarrius Hildabrand, the defendant in this case, has been charged with the crime of tampering with physical evidence in the first degree in counts 3 and 4. To prove that the defendant committed this crime, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt each of the following elements. 1, the defendant knowingly destroyed, mutilated, altered, suppressed, concealed, or removed physical evidence. And 2, the defendant did so with the intent to impair the physical evidence's verity or availability in an official proceeding or criminal investigation. A person acts intentionally with respect to a result described by a provision of law defining an offense when the person's conscious objective is to cause that result. When intentionally causing a particular result is an element of an offense, the intent need not be the person's only objective. A person acts knowingly with respect to conduct or circumstance described by a provision of law defining an offense when a person is aware that the conduct is of that nature or that the circumstance exists, when knowledge of the existence of a particular fact is an element of the offense, that knowledge is established if a person is aware of a substantial probability of its existence, unless the person actually believes that it does not exist. A person who is unaware of conduct or circumstances of which the person would have been aware had that person not been intoxicated acts knowingly with respect to that conduct or circumstance. A person acts recklessly with respect to a result or circumstance described by a provision of law defining an offense when the person is aware of and consciously disregards a substantial and unjustifiable risk that the result will occur or that the circumstance exists. The risk must be of such a nature and degree that disregard of it constitutes a gross deviation from the standard of conduct that a reasonable person would observe in the situation. A person who is unaware of a risk of which the person would have been aware had that person not been intoxicated acts recklessly with respect to that risk. A person acts with criminal negligence with respect to a result or circumstance described by a provision of law defining an offense when the person fails to perceive a substantial unjustifiable risk that the result will occur or that the circumstance exists. The risk must be of such nature and degree that the failure to perceive it constitutes a gross deviation from the standard of care that a reasonable person would observe in the situation. A person who is unaware of a risk of which the person would have been aware had the person not been intoxicated acts with criminal negligence with respect to that risk. Official proceeding means a proceeding heard before a legislative, judicial, administrative, or other government body or official authorized to hear evidence under oath. Person means, when referring to the victim of a crime, a human being who has been born and was alive at the time of the criminal act. A person is alive if there is spontaneous respiratory or cardiac function, or where respiratory or cardiac functions are maintained by artificial means. There is spontaneous brain function. Physical evidence means an article, object, document, record, or other thing of physical substance. Serious physical injury means A, physical injury caused by an act performed under circumstances that create a substantial risk of death, or B, physical injury that causes serious and protracted disfigurement, protracted impairment of health, protracted loss of or impairment of the function of a body member or organ, or that unlawfully terminates a pregnancy. A separate offense is charged in each count. You must decide each count separately. Your verdict on one count should not control your verdict on any other count. As you consider each count, if you find that the state has proved each element of the offense beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant guilty on that count. If, however, you find that the state has not proved each element of that offense beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant not guilty on that count. To return a verdict of guilty or not guilty on a count, each of you must agree with that verdict. Motive is not an element of the crime charged. However, presence of motive may tend to establish guilt, and the absence of motive may tend to establish innocence. You may therefore give its presence or absence the weight you believe it should have as evidence. In your deliberations, do not discuss or consider the subject of possible penalty or punishment. That subject must not in any way affect your verdict. If the court has repeated any rules, directions, or ideas, or stated the same in varying ways, no emphasis was intended, and you must not draw any inferences therefrom. You are not to single out any certain sentence or any individual point or instruction and ignore the others. You are to consider all the instructions as a whole and are to regard each in the light of all the others. The order in which the instructions are given has no significance as to their relative importance. All right, I'm going to stop there. We'll come back to 34 after the closings, but I'm going to look back to 18. At the end of the trial, the lawyers argue the case to you. Their arguments may be, and usually are, helpful to you. However, arguments are not evidence, and you cannot consider them as evidence. You should give careful attention to the lawyer's arguments if they are based upon the evidence and the law as I instructed you. But if the arguments depart from the facts or from the law, you should disregard them. Although acting in good faith, the lawyers may be mistaken in their recollection of the evidence given during the trial. You are the ones to determine what weight to give the evidence in this case, as well as what conclusions of fact to draw. State.
happened to her? And when will we find her? At the beginning of this trial, Ms. Hurley told you that those were the questions that everybody except for the defendant was asking. And now you know exactly why he wasn't asking those questions. Because he murdered Saria Hildabrand with a single gunshot to the head at an intermediate range, likely 6 to 12 inches away, after a night of drinking, and she had caught him cheating on her. He shot her in the head and then callously disposed of her body down a storm drain. He perpetuated a lie about her being missing, and he has lied to every single person that he talked to about Saria's death. And he lied to you yesterday. But the defendant could not work his magic on the police, and he will not work his magic on you either, because he knew what he was doing that night, and he remembers what happened. Selective amnesia is a coward's way out of a hard truth. He acted impulsively and drunkenly, no doubt, but he did act intentionally, and for that, he is guilty of murder in the first degree. I'm going to begin by discussing the law. Then we'll talk about the evidence that supports the elements of every crime charged. And finally, we'll conclude by discussing some of the defenses and why the defendant's story is absolutely unreasonable in light of what you know about the way the world works and in light of the evidence presented. So let's start with count one, and you can refer back to your jury instructions as we're doing this, but the state has charged murder in the first degree, and this is intentional murder. That's defined in Instruction 20. The defendant intended to cause the death of another person, and he caused the death of another person. Those are the elements that the state has to prove. Murder in the first degree requires intentional conduct, and that's what separates murder in the first degree from the lesser included murder in the second degree, manslaughter, and criminally negligent homicide. Instruction 29 defines intentionally. A person acts intentionally with respect to a result described by a provision of law defining an offense when the person's conscious objective is to cause that result. When intentionally causing a particular result is an element of an offense, that intent need not be the person's only objective. So he can mean to do other things as well, as long as he means the act that killed her. An important thing about this definition, as you notice, is there is no premeditation requirement, and intent can be impulsive. Just like we talked about in jury selection, you can decide to do something in an instant as long as it is your conscious objective when you're doing it. We're also going to talk a little bit about voluntary intoxication. If you look at that Instruction 29, you will see that voluntary intoxication can be a defense to or is not a defense to a knowing, a reckless, or a criminally negligent crime. It's specifically listed in the definitions of knowingly, recklessly, and with criminal negligence, that it's absolutely just not a defense to those crimes. And so it's going to be a factual determination for the jury as far as murder in the first degree and intentional conduct. Like, was he so drunk that he could not form the intent to kill? And that's where you're going to look at all the surrounding evidence and decide that you don't cover up an accident. You cover up a crime. He knew what he was doing, and he meant to do what he was doing. So that's the definition of murder in the first degree and intentional conduct. I want to talk to you a little bit about the lesser included. Instruction number 25 tells you how to work through those. You can deliberate on them in any order that you wish. The lesser included offenses of murder in the second degree, manslaughter, and criminally negligent homicide, they go in that order, but you never vote on the lesser ones unless you've unanimously decided he's not guilty on the higher. So you all have to agree he's not guilty of murder in the first degree before you go to the lesser included of murder in the second degree. Deliberate on them however you want, but don't fill out that verdict form and vote until you've decided that he's not guilty of murder in the first degree. The evidence shows that he's guilty of murder in the first degree, but just as you're thinking about it procedurally, that's how you do it. So let's talk about those lesser includeds for just a minute. Murder in the second degree, there's two theories. One, the defendant intended to cause serious physical injury and cause death. That's another intentional crime. or the defendant knew that the conduct was substantially certain to cause death or serious physical injury and cause death. That's a knowing crime. You all don't have to agree to decide he's guilty of murder in the second degree. Which of those theories he committed? Half of you can think he intended to cause serious physical injury and killed her, and half of you can think he knew his conduct was substantially certain to cause death or serious physical injury and he killed her, as long as you all agree that he committed murder in the second degree. But you don't get here unless you're unanimous, not guilty on murder in the first degree. Then there's two other lessers below that. So if you all decide he's not guilty murder in the first degree, not guilty murder in the second degree, then you go to manslaughter, which is recklessly causing the death of another person, and then you go to criminally negligent homicide, which is causing the death of another person with criminal negligence. Again, the state submits that this is murder in the first degree. That's just how you work through those lesser included. So I want to talk about murder in the second degree. This is a charged offense for count 2. So all those first instructions go to count 1, murder in the first degree. The next charged offense is what we call an extreme indifference murder, or murder in the second degree. It's yet again a different theory of murder in the second degree, and that's satisfied if the defendant's conduct caused the death of another person, the defendant knowingly engaged in this conduct, and the conduct was performed under circumstances manifesting an extreme indifference to the value of human life. And extreme indifference means extreme recklessness. Again, instruction 29 defines knowingly and recklessly for you, and voluntary intoxication is not a defense to either of those mental states. So you have to ask yourself, well, what does extreme indifference mean? And the law gives you some instruction on this. It's in instruction 27. You should consider the social utility of the defendant's conduct. Getting trashed, getting a gun out, cheating on his wife and getting into a confrontation about that. There's no social utility to any of the conduct that occurred that night. The magnitude of the risk the defendant's conduct created, including both the nature of the harm that was foreseeable, would people think that this is a result that could occur from this, and by the defendant, and the likelihood that the defendant's conduct would cause that harm. If you point a loaded gun at somebody and pull the trigger, what's going to happen? And then the defendant's knowledge of that risk and any precautions he took to minimize the risk. Those are some of the factors when you decide extreme indifference. And then you have counts 3 and 4, which are the tampering with evidence counts. Count 3 is for the tampering with the evidence of the apartment, essentially the cleanup at the house that he did. And count 4 is for dumping her body into that storm drain. So we have to prove that the defendant knowingly destroyed, mutilated, altered, suppressed, concealed, or removed evidence, and that he did so with the intent to impair the physical evidence verity or availability in an official proceeding, this proceeding right here. So that's the law. I want to talk about the evidence. And going through the timeline is probably the best way to do that, because you have to decide, was he acting intentionally? Did he know what he was doing? And the acts leading up to what he did and the acts after are really, really critical to that. So let's start with Saturday, August 5th. And they're also critical to understanding the defenses. So what we know on August 5th is Saria and Zarrius went out to celebrate his 21st birthday. She was excited to go out. She picked out a new outfit. She decorated for him. She was going to have a good night for him. She was also the most sober in the group. If you recall the medical examiner's testimony, she's not even right around like half the legal limit at the time of her death, .046. And they start out at Dave & Buster's. They win this Pickle Rick that she was excited about, and then they move to Willowa, where they are drinking and dancing and having fun. Saria is doing the most of the dancing and having fun, but everybody is getting along. And at some point in the night, no doubt the defendant becomes intoxicated. It is his 21st birthday. The state is not saying that he's not drunk. He's just not drunk enough to not know what he's doing. And so they walk from Willowa to the gas light. He gets turned away at the gas light, and 4 of them, Marie, Isaac, Saria, and the defendant, take an Uber or a Lyft back to the house. The defendant is falling asleep, but also waking up in the Uber and telling people thanks for the good night. If you recall Marie's testimony, he was kind of in and out, but aware of who was with him and where they were going. And if you listen to his testimony, he was the one that wanted to go home. Like, he knows that he's hit a limit and needs to go home. And Saria helps him into the house, but he's able to walk on his own accord. Despite getting sick, he's up and he's moving. And then we move into the early morning hours of August 6th. We know that this is the last picture of the two taken together, and the time on the phone is just after midnight, 7 minutes after midnight. And then we know that this is what he looked like in the bar. He's intoxicated, he throws up in the Uber and outside the apartment, but he gets into the apartment. We know that at 1:18, the defendant and Saria make it home because Saria texts Zach Farrar. Farrar asks who's taking Marie home. Saria says she's driving. We know Marie makes it home at 1:34 from these text messages. And then we get to the critical part of the night. It is just the defendant and Saria at their home. And we know what happened because of the phone evidence. We know that she starts going through his phone at approximately 2:12 in the morning. And we know that because the photos that are on her phone are screenshots of his phone. And those screenshots tell the story of the timeline, right? They're taken at 2:12 and at 2:14. That's the number visible on his phone when she takes them. And first she goes through his Instagram. And the Instagram is clearly with a girl. He is clearly asking for photos. Show me what you got. He sends a photo. Do you have any more pics? He asks for a photo and she sends one. We know this is a girl that does not have Snapchat. She lives with her parents. Her parents control her social media, apparently, so she's not living out on her own or being a full adult in the world. But he's carrying on a suspicious relationship on Instagram with this girl. Saria finds this and is undoubtedly upset because she sends it to herself. She also then goes through his Snapchat and finds these conversations with Cheyenne. And she's doing this about 10 minutes later between 2:21 and 2:22. And then all the way up to 2:24, all of these photographs are found and screenshotted on the defendant's phone and then sent to Saria's phone. And we know from the defendant that Cheyenne was somebody he had previously been involved with, that she had found out about and was upset about and had moved on from. And they're sending partially nude pictures back and forth, and that she's taking all of these screenshots all the way up until 2:24 a.m. The defendant is offering to fly Cheyenne up in the summer. And these are older photos, but of course they make her upset. She sends them to herself. And we know that they get on her phone between 2:18 and 2:24 a.m. And we know that from the records. Like, that's when she's looked at them and sent them to herself. And we also know that the defendant deletes them at 11:30 a.m. the next day. And he tells you he did that because he was embarrassed of them. But ladies and gentlemen, this is the motive. This is the thing that happened just moments before the fatal gunshot. We know 2:40 a.m., Saria calls Marie, either to talk about what was happening or what was going on with their fight, but Marie does not pick up. And just 8 minutes later, at 2:48 a.m., we hear from Taylor Engstrom on the 911 call. Here's my phone number. I think I lost my sound through the HDMI, but you recall this 911 phone call, and it was this. Taylor reports a gunshot. He says it's incredibly loud. He said it sounds like it's right outside of his window. He said it sounded like a 9mm, and it sounded very, very close. He was afraid and didn't want to look out his window. And what that tells you when you evaluate the defendant's testimony that he slept through some gunshot and just woke up later next to Saria's dead body, it's not reasonable. Like the neighbor 8 feet away knew that it was a gunshot and heard it. So the next morning when the defendant gets up, you have to really look in the records. Well, you have to use your common sense, but if you look in the records, it's easy to disprove the defendant's story. He calls himself at 8:25 a.m. and likely trying to devise a story about what had happened to her. If she's calling him, she's not with him, right? So he's setting up a trail about what could have happened. And then he searches the Alaska Bush Company homepage, and he actually goes into and visits their homepage at 8:32 a.m. And his description for this, he at first just didn't know. And some examination, he said he, was looking at pornography later because that's where he found comfort. We can't get into his mind. There's a couple of different possible explanations for this. He's trying to plant a story, maybe looking to see what time they're closing hours so he can say Saria went there after and he wasn't responsible for this and, somebody else killed her at the Bush Company, who knows? Or he's excited and aroused by what he did, and he's going to the Bush Company to look at things, just the same as he Googled the Castle Mega Store. You don't have to know which of those things he meant to know that he's not just finding comfort in the Bush Company web pages. His wife lies dead in the bed next to him. This is at 8:32 a.m. And then at 9:19 a.m., he maps to the Castle Megastore, either thinking of a story or getting excited about what he's done. At 10:44 a.m., he texts Saria's boss, pretending to be Saria. And this is where he starts his lies, and they never stop. And they don't stop all the way through his testimony yesterday. Hey, this is Saria. I can't make it into work today. I went to Jimmy's last night and I'm pretty sure I got food poisoning from it. I'm so sorry. I would have called Craig, but I don't have his number. But Nadia Jones right away is suspicious of this because she does have Craig's number. She's called into Craig before. And so Nadia already, at the very first time the police talk to her, is suspicious of the defendant's story because she knows that Saria doesn't call in that often, and when she does, she has Craig's number. And we know that from her cell phone that Saria did have Craig's number saved. She just had it saved under the CEO of Bread and Brew and not his name, and that's why the defendant couldn't find it. So this is at 10 in the morning, 10:44 in the morning. The next thing he knows the next thing he does that we know about is he goes to Fred Meyer's for the first time, and he purchases Gatorade, marinara sauce, and Everyday Living Sheets. Gatorade, because he's working off a hangover. Everyday Living Sheets, because he's got to clean up the bedding, and it's a mess. And marinara sauce, again, we don't know why he's purchasing this. Is he purchasing this to make the rest of the transaction look normal? Is he purchasing this because he wants to eat something? There's no noodles or mozzarella sticks with it. Or is he purchasing this because he's 21 years old and the blood that he can't clean up to disguise with spaghetti sauce? If there's things on the floor that he can't quite get up, if you run some spaghetti sauce over them, has he created a story for the stains on the carpet? But those are the main purchase here is the Everyday Living Sheets that we know end up on the bed. He then does some mapping and some traveling Ronnie's barber shop, he told you apparently he was just thinking about how he needed a haircut. He went to Waldron Pond, and he went to Bancroft Park. And this is where he is scoping out already, early in the morning after he's killed her, where to hide the body. And that's how you know that this is intentional. When normal people wake up and to the situation that the defendant says he found himself in, they don't assume that people are going to think they did it unless they did it. That's not a normal assumption. Normal people are going to say, oh my God, what happened? Let me try and save her. Let me call 911. He didn't. He's taking all of these steps to clean up. And at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, he is already looking for and finding the place that he's going to dump her body. And then he needs a break in the middle of the day from all of this cleaning. And he goes to the Brown Jug warehouse. He purchases the bottle of Four Roses and a 2-liter bottle of the Coke. And you can go back and watch that video. And you should watch this video in particular where he's standing in the cashier line at Brown Jug, just so completely unbothered by what he's done and what he's in the middle of doing. Much like his testimony, it's just so callous and so calculated and so unemotional and frankly selfish. Like this is what he's thinking of in this moment. And then he texts his dad, and his text messages with his dad are also really telling as to his mindset on that day. He's not scared. If he is, he's scared of what he did and that he's going to get caught. He's not sad that Saria's dead. He never once expresses through his whole testimony or through any of his actions grief. Not a moment of it. And that's evident when he texts his dad. His dad says, I hope you had fun last night. And he responds, I did. Maybe a little too much fun. And Dad says, well, that's okay, as long as no one got hurt or went to jail. And he texts his dad, well, neither of those things happened. And then he initiates on his own. I ended up getting that small batch of Four Roses. And his dad says, sweet, that's a good one. And you met the defendant's mother yesterday. Man, and you have to feel for her, right? Like, she didn't ask to be in this position. She didn't want to testify, and he didn't want her to come and hear these awful things. But by all accounts, he was adopted into a loving and caring family, people that were supportive of him, people that if he awoke to an accident or a suicide, he could have called for help. His dad is texting him on his birthday or on the day after to make sure he had a good night. But the defendant, selfish and narcissistic,
Objection.
Overruled.
sends his dad this picture. He's put ice in the cup. Saria's body is at this point still on the bed. Maybe he's moved her to the bathtub. It's really, at some point that likely happened from the scene evidence. He didn't disclose that. But her body is in the house because he hasn't bought that trash can yet, and he pours himself a drink. Not to numb the pain, but because he's thinking of nobody other than himself. At 6:12 p.m., he takes the second trip to Fred Meyer, and he buys what he tells you is hydrogen peroxide in an empty spray bottle to clean up the blood, and Old Spice deodorant and cotton swabs just for his personal hygiene. Unbothered again why he does this. He uses his loyalty card so he gets the discount. He goes back to the house, and then at 8:10 p.m. he realizes he has to actually move this body, and he goes to Lowe's and he purchases a 96-gallon trash can. That transaction happens at 8:10 p.m. or 20:10:58 on the register here. And you can see him walking up, checking out, and leaving Lowe's. 10 o'clock, he makes his third trip to Fred Meyer's. He's getting Red Bull, the yellow edition that was seen in his car. when the police took photos of it, because he's tired now. He's been up all day after drinking and murdering his wife all night. And he gets a queen-size mattress pad because he realizes the sheets aren't going to do it. And he's got to sleep somewhere, right? He's not going to lay on the bed that's soaked in blood. So he gets a queen-size mattress pad as well. Into the evening of Monday, August 7th, so this is the night after he's done all of the cleanup, you can look at his travels, and this is in the cell phone evidence that was introduced, but between 11 p.m. on 8/6 and 5 a.m. on 8/7, he travels over 2,200 meters. You can see the distance traveled. Remember, Detective Paternose's testimony that in her training and experience, this is reported out as meters. The biggest group here is from 11 p.m. to midnight, but he is moving all night long, all the way up in its reverse chronological order, right? So it starts at 11 p.m. here on the 6th, all the way till 5 in the morning. He is moving all night long, the night of the 6th, morning of the 7th. When you do the math, if, there's 3 feet in a meter roughly, he travels about a 1.36 miles, which makes sense when we know where the body's located. The apartment's right here, the storm drain's right here, that's dragging it all the way there. He loaded her into the trash can. He described really, really callously how he did that, how he had to drag her. And if you'll recall when I asked him, was that difficult? He doesn't say it was emotionally difficult. He says it wasn't easy. No, it wasn't. That's not a light task, and the storm drain isn't a low storm drain. He put in some physical labor that night to move her to the storm drain. Lazy physical labor. He took her within sight of his house, but he put in the steps that are documented by his phone. And then on August 7th, he reports to work like regular. If you look at his searching, he's searching the Mount Baldy trailhead, he's searching for online outdoor clothing, Patagonia, and some other brands. He also views TikTok, and one of the things you'll see he does is he views TikTok and Instagram, and then there's this thing called Linktree, which Detective Paternose didn't know, but said, oh yeah, you can link to people's other social media handles from their page. And he's going to several OnlyFans accounts from there. So what he's doing is he's going to girls' Instagram pages, clicking on their Linktree on their OnlyFans account, and then going to do that. Not because he finds comfort in porn, but because that's just what he does. And he is, again, unbothered by what he's done, except for that he doesn't want to get caught. But he knows that people are going to start asking questions, right? In fact, all day long, yesterday, on Sunday, Marie had been asking questions, seeing if they wanted to go out to brunch, etc., and he gave her the thumbs up. Well, her best friend isn't going to go away. He has to tell her that she didn't come home or tell her the story. And that's the first time he's had now 30 hours to think of this lie that she walked to work and didn't come home, and he tells Marie that she didn't come home sometime in the midday. And then Marie catches up with him after work. And that's when we see the first time he's, faking like he's looking for her. At 5:02, he just generically searches hospitals on his phone. And then at 5:34, Marie makes the 911 call, and I don't think my audio is going to work here, but you can recall the phone call where Marie says, I think my friend is missing. And the dispatcher says, and she's relaying the details as she knows them. And the dispatcher even says, why isn't her husband calling? And she puts it on speakerphone so that Zarrius can answer the questions. And he tells that story that he began with Marie and never stops after that. That she left for work at 10, she's wearing all black, she had her purse and her wallet with her, she forgot her phone. Critical hole in that story that the detectives pick up on immediately is that text message to Nadia comes in at 10:44. But that's the story he's told, and that's the story he's stuck with. Officer Zhang is dispatched, and the defendant lies to him. He tells the exact same lie. She left at 10 a.m., she left her phone, she took her stuff, she's wearing all black. Here's the route she would have walked to Bread and Brew. And he's keeping the police away from Bancroft Park. He's sending them to the side instead of straight up that access road. And then at 7:44, Meredith Barney gets the call that no mother should ever get, that her daughter's missing. And she does what somebody who loves somebody that has suffered an accident does. She gets on the plane immediately, without hesitation, and she's in Anchorage the next day. Overnight, her sister comes and she comes. That is how people who love and care for somebody that is missing or an accident has happened behave. They don't think, oh my God, somebody's going to think I did it. That's not something somebody thinks unless, oh my God, they did it. So Meredith Barney, immediately after that phone call, makes plans when she gets here. And she gets here the next day, Tuesday, August 8th. Her and her sister land and meet with the police, and Detective Clark and Detective Elby meet the defendant at his home. And it is not a phenomenal audio with the air conditioning and the dogs barking, but it gives a real sense of how the defendant talked to and interacted with police. He is casual. He's providing information. He is given every opportunity to say the truth. And he doesn't. He perpetuates this lie that she's missing. But he can feel the walls starting to close because at the end because Detective Elby took him back to the bedroom, first of all, and said, can I look under the bed? And he's concerned about potential sex toys that might be under there. We know now that he's concerned about the blood on the bottom of the mattress. But also that the detectives are asking hard questions. They're saying, this timeline doesn't make sense. How is she texting into work if you have her phone? And so he knows his story is falling apart. And that day, a 70 to 80 person search is conducted of the area. So we know he's perpetuated his line to her command, to his command, to Captain Seelan, his friend Dalen Gates. They've all heard this lie now. And the military man, they come out in full force. And they walk the park, and the police walk the park, and Meredith and her sister walk the park with the defendant. That day, the detectives are collecting and reviewing traffic cameras, they're contacting witnesses, they're canvassing the area, trying to find Saria. And what's the defendant doing while all of this is happening? He's looking at many vids, which is, again, pornography. That's how he's spending his time while people are out looking for his wife. On August 8th, he also texts or Googles shortcuts for texting on an iPhone because he knows the detectives have figured out that she couldn't have texted into work if he had her phone at 10:44, so he's trying to figure out a story for that, which he tells Detective Elby and Detective Lee the next day. But here's where he's figuring that out. He also knows the detectives are closing in on him, and he's getting worried, selfishly concerned about himself and his own salvation. And he Googles for a prayer. It says pray, but prayer to say to accept God. On Wednesday, August 9th, the defendant meets with Detective Elby Detective Elby and Detective Lee at the Mockingbird residence outside, and he wants information about that search. You can hear he wants to talk to the dog, the woman that's running the canine track, and you heard that part on the audio where he's like, what are you going to do? What are you going to find? And and the woman who's running the dog track says, you know, the rain, we're probably not getting anything. The dog couldn't get a scent. And maybe he has a sigh of relief there for a moment. But he also that day wants to get inside the house. And at this point, the house has been seized and he's not allowed back in it. And he gives the police the story about Saria. She must have set up a shortcut on her phone to send that automated text message because she knew she was going to call out. The search warrant is executed at the defendant's home, and they find some really, really critical evidence, 2 firearms. And there's this pseudo-suicide note, and you can read it for yourself. He is, again, thinking only of himself in that he's not saying what really happened to Saria. He's still pretending that she's missing. And he tells his mom it's not a suicide note. He tells you all it was. You can read it and make your own decision, but that's found. And there's extensive evidence of cleanup. The mattress is flipped over. There's new sheets in the mattress topper. There's presumptive blood on the floor. And you saw that blue star evidence that is really, really strong evidence of cleanup on the carpet and on the bathroom. And the defendant knows, like he calls Detective Clark and says, how long is the search warrant going to be? Are they going to be looking in bags or anything? Like, what are they going to be looking for? He is searching for information. Again, he feels the walls of this investigation closing in on him. Was anything found by the dogs? Will they be looking in bags and compartments? And he won't provide any new information to Detective Clark to help find his wife. He insists, I already told Detective Elby and Detective Lee everything that I know. And he rushes off the phone. I've got to go. Somebody's calling me. I don't know who it is, but I got to call him back. And this is what is found in the apartment. And this is where you really get into the defendant's story, that the lie that he told you yesterday. It makes absolutely no sense that this was anything other than a murder and an immediate attempt to clean up, because there are 3 distinct pools of blood, right? She has 1 bullet hole, like she is shot once in the head, which means she's moved while there's still a fair amount of blood in her to leak out, at least twice while on this bed. You can see those. And you remember Detective Chelsea C. talking about this drip pattern. There's movement from there to there while there's still sufficient blood to be leaking in that quantity and saturating through the mattress. You can see all those patterns really succinctly here. And the defendant says, well, it looks different because these slats weren't there before. Yeah, because you flipped it over and it saturated into the wooden slats. Is exactly what happened there. The detectives also find the carpet shampooer that tests presumptively positive for blood, and you heard from DNA analyst Emily Matthews that this, both the stains on the mattress and the swabs from the carpet cleaner matched Saria's blood. There's the mop. Detective Clark is looking at the photos as they come out of the crime scene team, and he says, hey, that seems unusual. This isn't a particularly, clean home. Why is there a standing mop bucket there? And I think that mop bucket might be at Lowe's. And he Googles it and finds that mop bucket for sale at Lowe's. And Detective Lee's already at Lowe's picking up the trash can information, and he goes and finds that mop bucket sure is sold there. And then, if we can turn down the lights, Madam Clerk, I do want to talk about this blue star evidence. You've got the hallway between the bedroom and the bathroom and evidence of blood or cleanup there on the floor. And then you've got the bathtub, and you've seen this home, right? It is not pristine. The second bedroom, frankly, they've let the dogs completely destroy. The kitchen is full of dishes in the sink. The counters have not been cleaned, but this bathtub is pristine. And there is all this evidence of presumptive blood or cleanup on the bathtub and the floor directly in front of the bathtub and in the sink. And so this is where the defendant's story, we can turn that back up, please, Madam Clerk. This is where the defendant's story about what he did that day when he was cleaning her up kind of breaks down. Like, she was moved, or there was blood in that bathroom, undoubtedly, or substantial cleanup, and you have to ask yourself why. The other thing the detectives find at the residence is this weapon. And this ends up being, after ballistics testing, the murder weapon. And there's a lot of question about DNA analysis and like why we didn't find DNA on this. And a couple of things to remember about this gun is clearly the defendant possesses it, has it in his hand after the murder. His DNA is going to be on it regardless if they're even able to get it. They're not able to get DNA off that gun. But also we know Dalen Gates said he handled that weapon after. And that's interesting too, right? Like that the defendant his friend is offering to go out to search with him and they're going to take weapons just in case. And the defendant says to Mr. Gates, why don't you take this one? And has his friend handle that weapon. Obscuring evidence if he's thinking that far ahead. Just something to think about. It's interesting that the murder weapon is the weapon that he would put in his friend's hand afterwards. That's State's Exhibit 26. And the police also find this suicide note here. It says, I'm writing this just in case what's going on with my wife becomes too much for me to handle. I've always said, since we met, that I couldn't live life without her. And I want whoever finds this note to please make sure my dogs are taken care of. I want that to be the main priority. To all of my family members and loved ones, I'm sorry I wasn't mentally strong enough to handle the weight of what's going on. What's going on is that he murdered his wife. Not that she's missing, not that she suffered an accident. I loved Saria, but I've prepared for the worst, unfortunately. Please make sure that if Saria is found, rather it be dead or alive, that we get buried next to each other, please. Finally, to Saria, if you are alive. It's so weird. He's writing this note knowing that she's dead. That's some real cognitive dissonance, right? Like separating yourself from the thing that you did. He's been telling this lies for days. He perpetuated it on the stand because that's how you deal with it, right? Like, if you're dead or alive, we get buried next to each other. Finally, to Saria, if you are alive and receive this news, I'll see you in the next life, honey bunny. I love you the most. A pseudo-suicide note. He tells his mom it's not a suicide note. It's clearly, he's contemplating ending his life because of the weight of the guilt of what he did. Not the weight of finding her dead. He's never said he's grief-stricken about her ever. He was asked 15 times yesterday how he was feeling. He never said sad. He never said grief-stricken. He never said mournful. His mom was asked, in all the times you've talked to him since this, has he ever said he missed Saria? No. He is contemplating killing himself because of the weight, the guilt of what he did. He doesn't want to go to jail. He doesn't want to get caught. He has committed murder. He also doesn't want to be on suicide protocol in jail because that's hard. They isolate you. And that's why he tells the folks at jail and his mom that this isn't a suicide note. You all can make your own conclusions about it. The state suggests it's indicative of some real cognitive dissonance, somebody trying to make peace with what they've done because it's too awful to think about. He also writes a note to the people working the case that he's really sorry that the info he gave wasn't the best, and hopefully my wife turns up. But I'm telling you now that I have no clue what could have happened to Saria, and I truthfully can make that statement. When I asked him yesterday, and this is where truly, like, your deliberations stop, I'm like, you don't know that you didn't pull the trigger, do you? And he said, no, he doesn't know. So all this opening statement and questions about whether it was suicide or an accident, that's not real. There's no evidence that this was suicide. There's no evidence that this was an accident, and he knows it, and he knew it when he took the stand. And so then we get to Thursday, August 10th. The detectives know that her body's got to be close. There's the blood under the mattress. They don't have it yet, though, and you can't. It's really hard to charge murder when you don't know for certain that the person's dead. You need a body. So he is being watched by the people on base. Somebody's checking in with him every 2 hours, and the cops are working hard. We've got to find her. We know that he's purchased the trash can at Lowe's, and lo and behold, A1 Landscaping finds that trash can. Man just steps away from the storm drain. And that trash can is processed by a really, really experienced and good crime scene team, and they find 2 pieces of organic material that they send to the crime lab. Everybody calls it organic material. I don't know why we're fighting about that term. It looks like sloughed skin, but there's not a test for that. But it's organic material. It's not paper. It's not Clorox wipes. And what it does have on it is Saria's blood. 2 pieces of organic material and what appears to be blood in the bottom of that. And then shortly after they're finished processing this on the 10th, Detective Chakowski is out. They've flown the drones all day. They're looking for her. They can't find her, and he is standing just yards away from that storm drain, and he says to Officer Mumma, "Can I have your flashlight?" Presuming somebody might have looked in there before, and they find Saria's body dumped in the most callous way possible. She is thrown 15 feet down. He didn't place her in that storm drain. He did nothing lovingly about this. He took her in a trash can and levered her over the top of that storm drain and dumped her 15 feet down to cover what he did. And the detectives find that, and they find it. It's callous and lazy. So close to the apartment. So close to the apartment. And now he's done. And the detectives take him into custody, and they take his DNA, and they take his fingerprints, and he's charged with murder. And you all are going to evaluate the evidence, and you're going to decide that he committed intentional murder. The evidence you have to evaluate, I'll divide into kind of a couple of categories. The first you have is testimonial evidence. You have Saria and the defendant's friends, her coworkers, and her mom. And what we know from all of this testimonial evidence is that she was a positive person. She was happy when she went out that night. They weren't having more than normal marital trouble, meaning she found text messages to a girl before and gotten over it, and there hadn't been anything that summer. We know from his mom that she was there, just a month before this happened, and they seemed to be getting along, and she loved Saria. Saria was a happy, positive, good person. She was planning for her future. She was enrolled in school. She wanted to go into medicine. She was in the Army to be in the Army National Guard to become a combat medic. That's why she came up to Alaska, so they could pay for some of that schooling. She was planning for her future. She was not suicidal at all. There's no evidence of this. And in the group, she's the most sober. She didn't, make some drunken, outrageous decision to take her own life. Or she's also weapons trained, right? She didn't handle that weapon and have it go off accidentally because she was mad. She's the most sober of this group, and she's got no reason to do that. What she does have a reason to do is confront her husband about being unfaithful essentially since they got married. Right? She's undoubtedly mad about that. She calls her friend, and she's going to talk to him about it. And he responded violently. But we know that the defendant was intoxicated from this testimonial evidence, but he's not completely out of it. He knows that he's the one that wants to go home. He's passing out and waking up and saying thanks for the good night in the Uber and he walks on his own 2 feet with Saria's assistance into the house. He's aware of his surroundings. We have the crime scene evidence that we've talked about extensively. We have the weapons, the flipped mattress, the evidence of a cleanup, the suicide note. We have the recovered trash can, and we have the storm drain. All of those different scenes were processed by an exceptionally well-trained and professional team. And then the defendant's vehicle that has the gas can in the back of it, and the detectives are like, hey, that's weird because we smelled gas. And sure enough, they did. The defendant admits that he poured gas on that bedding because he was going to burn it. And then you have the testimony of the state medical examiner. And here, between the state medical examiner and the ballistics expert, Samantha Castle, that's where the rubber meets the road on was this intentional or was this accidental as far as physical evidence goes. And he tells you, and his whole job is to determine cause and manner of death, and he has to do so to a high degree of medical certainty, and he has to sign a death certificate that says those things. Suicide and undetermined are options for him, and they're options that he uses. And he decided, in his medical expertise, after doing a full head-to-toe autopsy of Saria's body, that her cause of death was a single penetrating gunshot wound to the left forehead. And that positioning on the left forehead becomes really critical when we talk about intentionality. And the manner of death that he certifies as homicide. He signed with his MD after it that this was a homicide, and that means at the hands of somebody else. And he did so because it is an intermediate range gunshot wound. It is not a contact wound. And Detective Clark told you he has responded to hundreds of suicides and never seen a suicide that wasn't a contact wound. And a contact wound looks very different. It has a real distinct pattern of burning and soot right around the gunshot. And it's awful and terrible to look at and think about. But this isn't a contact wound, and it's not a near contact wound. It's an intermediate distance. She's got a pattern of stippling, which is those burnt gun particles outside of the left side of her head that goes out 9 centimeters. So he said suicide is improbable, and he certified the death as a homicide. And I want to look at that photograph again just so you can look at it. There is no evidence of a contact wound there. Both he and the ballistics expert said that. It's not contact and it's not near contact, which means it is, according to the ballistics expert, probably about 6 inches out. And you're going to have that orange dummy gun back in the jury room. You can't put your hand in this position, release the safety, and pull that trigger like a gun pulls back, and this hurts. It is unnatural to do, especially with your dominant hand. And it's bad with your non-dominant hand, too, to get that pattern that starts here and goes out here. Like, it's just not a way that people kill themselves. It's not a way that the detective has ever seen somebody kill themselves. And the medical examiner said it's not a contact wound. This isn't a suicide, and it wasn't done by Saria's own hand. And then we have the crime lab evidence. First, we have Aaron Clay. He looked at latent prints. The only usable prints we had were on that Glock case. This just shows that the state, they pulled out all the stops. They tried to find all of the evidence that they possibly could. And what we got was some prints off the Glock case that were able to be matched to Mr. Hildabrand. We're going to talk a lot about his credibility, and we have talked about a lot about his credibility, but man, when he wouldn't answer whose Glock that was weird. That was weird. It has nothing to do with the case. Like, that Glock wasn't used in this incident, but when you're deciding, is somebody being truthful to you? He knows whose weapon that is. I'm not pushing it because, frankly, the state doesn't care because it's not part of the evidence in this case, but it's really weird that he wouldn't say it. And then you have Samantha Castle. She did ballistics, and she identified the murder weapon, that Sig Sauer, as the gun that's fired the bullet fragments that were found in Saria's brain and her skull. And she did muzzle to target distance testing, and you can go back and compare like the autopsy photo and the Naga hide test that she did. And she says, I can say it's further away than contact, less than 12 inches, probably closest to 6 inches. And you can look at that, and that's borne out by that testing. And then you can think, is this reasonable? And it's not for a suicide. And then you have the expert testimony of Dr. Emily Matthews. And there's no blood on that Sig Sauer, no blood on that murder weapon. And so that tells you that it might be further out than 6 inches, right? Because you would expect some blowback, but certainly not closer. And certainly not contact, because there's no blood on that gun that you would expect if it were a contact wound. But she also testified that there was blood and DNA matching Saria Hildabrand on the mattress, on the swaps from the carpet shampooer, and on the organic material from the trash can. All things that help put the story together about what the defendant did, both during the homicide and after. Both during the homicide and after. And that's what we want to talk about when we talk about intent and we talk about motive. You have a jury instruction. It's in your packet. It's instruction number 31. And it says that motive is not an element of the crime charged or any of the crimes charged. However, presence of motive may tend to establish guilt. An absence of motive may tend to establish innocence. You may forgive its presence or absence the weight you believe it should have as evidence. Ladies and gentlemen, the state submits that those Snapchat records with Cheyenne, who Saria had known about before, but the Instagram messages with somebody else who appears to be younger are certainly evidence of motive. The defendant is messaging two different women, asking to exchange nude photographs, and she caught him. She caught him and she was done. And that is why he killed her. We don't have to prove motive, but it helps. It helps you decide. In that moment, when he pulled the trigger, did he mean to do it? So motive is an indicator of intentional conduct. She found out he had been cheating. She tried to call Marie. She confronted him, and 8 minutes later, she's dead. And we know from the medical examiner that that gunshot wound would have killed her instantly. And that's how we know that he's moving her around on the bed while she's still bleeding, because she's not moving herself. That wound would have killed her instantly. I've talked a little bit about this, but we have to confront voluntary intoxication. And Instruction 29 lays out all of the mental states for you. Voluntary intoxication is not a defense to knowing, reckless, or criminally negligent crimes. So it's not a defense at all to murder to manslaughter, criminally negligent homicide. It's just not. It can be to murder one if you find that he was so drunk that he couldn't form the intent. It may be offered in court to negate an element of an offense that requires a defendant to have acted intentionally. So was he so intoxicated that he couldn't form the intent to kill? Absolutely not. He was responsive to his friends in the Uber. He was oriented to time, place, and people. He had a motive to kill. Saria caught him cheating just moments before the deadly shot. And selective amnesia, I said it before, is a coward's way to deal with uncomfortable truths. Okay. The things that he chose to remember and not remember are concerning, right? He can't remember where he found the gun or if he cleaned it. But supposedly he's up and on the phone and knows she's dead in the morning. Like, what he's choosing to remember and not remember are about convenience and about difficulty, not about the truth. His actions afterward are evidence of his intent at the time. Nobody that wakes up to a shock of their partner dead says, oh my God, people are going to presume I did it. Unless, oh my God, you did it. Normal people would wake up and try and help. A reasonable person would wake up and call 911. A reasonable person would be sad and grief-stricken.
Overruled.
The defendant's story is not reasonable. His selective amnesia is just a means of cognitive dissonance. It's what he wants to tell himself because it makes him feel better about it. His actions afterwards, when he right away starts Googling the Bush Company and the Castle Mega Store and texting into work and buying cleaning supplies and having a drink and purchasing a garbage can and dumping her body down a storm drain are evidence that he killed her and he was covering it up. And being blackout drunk does not absolve him of liability. Like, it's his 21st birthday, absolutely. But being blackout drunk is not necessarily a defense. His testimony was that he routinely has done things while he's drunk that he doesn't remember. And it is his habit to get up in the morning and check his social medias and check his bank to see what happened. It's Amazon Prime Day. If he made $1,000 worth of purchases last night while he's drunk, Amazon's not going to forgive them. In the moment, when he's really drunk, he can intend what he's doing and forget it. Like, just because his brain's not recording the memory because he's so drunk doesn't mean that when he didn't intend to do it. He intended to kill her because she confronted him about cheating. He's still guilty if he meant to do it in the moment, even if you believe that he can't remember it. But there's no reason to believe he can't remember it. He can remember. He remembers specific details all the way up until it's convenient to forget. He remembers details after, unless it's inconvenient, like if he cleaned the gun. And his testimony was absolutely unconvincing. He was callous. He was unfeeling. He was selfish, and it was scripted. When asked about what happened in various times that wasn't a script for him, he couldn't tell. But when he's on script, he could tell you, and that's a thing that you can ascertain for yourself. But think about the way he talked about Saria, or by name. He said, "my wife," repeatedly about her. He didn't say, if he ever used her name, it was "my wife, Saria." She wasn't her own independent being to him in that testimony. The other thing, when he talked about her body, he called it a lot. Like, he's cognitive dissonance to the max, right? Like, it was all about, what are you feeling? I'm feeling guilt. I'm feeling afraid. It was never about this life that he took and the life that she's not having because of him. It was incredibly selfish and narcissistic. And instruction number 10, talks about witness credibility, and it's worth looking at, just because these are all things that I think jurors normally think about when you're evaluating if somebody is credible as a witness. And it tells you just a number of things that you should evaluate: their attitude, behavior, appearance on the stand, and the way they testify. You can consider his attitude, appearance, behavior on the stand, and the way he testified. You can consider, number 4, the accuracy of his memory, any motive he has to not tell the truth, and the consistency of his testimony, number 10. And whether it is supported or contradicted by other evidence. And all of these things will lead you to believe that the defense is unreasonable and he's guilty of murder in the first degree. Objection.
Overruled.
No one covers up a suicide. The defense is unreasonable. No one covers up an accident. They render aid and call the police. Guilty people cover up a crime. And the defendant told his mom that he would come in here and work his magic on you, do what he's done his whole life. And you heard her say, make them feel for you. And he said, yeah, what I've done my whole life. Ladies and gentlemen, do not let him work his magic. He knows exactly what he did. This was intentional.
Does Lars think you'd have a good chance if you go to trial?
It is.
Oh, okay.
That's if I can get on the fucking stand and tell a testimony, and if I can get on the stand, I don't want to say work my magic, but
Yeah, I know what you mean. Make the jury, yeah. Feel for you. I know.
I can do what I've been doing my whole life, essentially, but I don't know if I can do that with this. So,
Yeah, I know.
that's the biggest problem.
Sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, this wasn't suicide. It wasn't an accident. It was intentional murder. It was murder in the first degree. It was also extremely reckless murder as charged in count 2, murder in the second degree. You can vote on that separate and distinct from count 1. And he obviously tampered with evidence. The state submits that after you deliberate and look at all of the evidence in front of you, you will find him guilty of all 4 charges. Thank you.
Thank you. Counsel approach, please.
All right, that is the state closing. Going to get to defense closing
Before
now.
defense gives their closing, we're going to take a break in about 15 minutes here, and then we'll have you back for the closing comments. Please don't discuss the case yet.
All right, they're going to take a quick break. So that was an hour. So the state's opening was 30 minutes, and their closing is an hour. So that kind of plays into my theory of it's usually twice as long. Let's see what let's see what the defense does. Now the defense opening was 10 minutes, I think. Is that what I said? Yeah, state's opening was 33 minutes, so an hour and literally double. They literally she verified my theory of you just double whatever the opening is. Thank you for that. Now the defense's opening was 10 minutes. So by my theory, that means she's going to talk for 20 minutes. So we'll see. We'll see if that works. Hey, Joe, how are you? Good to see you. Welcome in. Thank you for the super chat, Gina, and thank you for the Trial TV Live gift memberships. Let's see. We've got a few, I think, hold on. Sorry, just going back here. If I can pull it up. I don't know if I can pull it up. Can I go back that far? JPC, thank you for the 5 Trial TV Live gifted memberships, JPC. Can't pull it up. I can't go back that far. Janet, yes, great job by the prosecutor. Oh yeah, let's see if we can get our likes up. We have 161 likes. If you hear my voice and you have not hit the like button yet, please do so. And if you are in our chat, please take a moment to hit the like button. Newton Ward was in our chat, and he is the camera operator. So definitely give a shout out to Newton Ward. We were, if you haven't already subscribed to his channel or checked him out, he does great work over there as well. State can do a rebuttal. Yep, state can do a rebuttal. Do we have a verdict? No play on crime. We're still doing closings. Still doing closings. That's the first time, Janet. That's the first time I was right. That's the first time I was right. Witchy Red Hair, good to see you. Here's hoping we get a verdict today. And Good Vibes is dropping Newton's information. If you guys have not had a chance yet, please subscribe to his channel. Renee, listening while I drive home from physical therapy. She did really good. Awesome. Oh, yeah, I thought you meant your physical therapist. Yes, no, yeah, she did do a great job, I think. There's Newton. Newton is the cameraman for this trial. There's his channel. Defense objected 5 or 6 times. Let's see if the state does the same. Yeah, I think, Kimbers, you were asking what she objecting to. From what I heard, it was every time the state said he's callous, selfish, unfeeling, narcissistic. It seems like that's when she was objecting. To me, that's what it seemed like she was objecting. Oh, cool. Camilla just subscribed to Newton's channel. So Newton, if you can hear me, you got a new subscriber. Kathy, I think it will be record fast verdict. Brad says defense has so little to work with, but they probably don't want to just stand up and say, maybe he didn't do it, he's not sure, so you must acquit and sit down. So I think the filibuster, hold on, let me put pants there on the Super Bowl. So I think they'll filibuster a bit. Yeah, of course. I mean, they're definitely going to, that's what she's being paid for, and, she's going to try and defend him. Rich Auntie says, hi, everybody. I am looking in the chat, multitasking. The state's closing was awesome. Have a blessed day. You as well. There were 3 objections. Number 3 was not even heard by the judge. Yay, state can put defense closing to bed. Yeah, there's always a rebuttal. There's always a rebuttal. There's always a rebuttal because they have the burden of proof, so they have to rebut whatever the defense says. All right, we have 173 likes. Can we get up to 200? If you guys can hear my voice, let's see if we can get to 200. We're at 173. If you have not hit the like button yet, please do so. Please hit that like button. Let's see. Debbie sent a gift. What is that, Debbie? I'm trying to figure out what that gift was. Thank you for the gift, but what was that? I just saw it. Oh, I can't go back to see what it was. 174 likes. Thank you for that. Let's see if we can get up to. Let's try 180. There's 176. Let's see if we can get up to 180 likes. If you can hear my congested voice, I'm still congested from the cold. I'm feeling better. Erin says she's feeling better. But this thing's really sticking with us. It's been a long time since I've had a head cold last this long, and then it got into our chests. We're coughing. This is not a fun illness, that's for sure. So, and vote in the poll. Yes. Yes, if you haven't had a chance yet, should Zarrius get a break due to his age? 2% of you said yes, 98% of you said no. Thank you, Downey Lynn. You also subscribed to Newton. 182, good job. Thank you, guys. We made it to 180. Oh, it's a fingered heart. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that, horse welfare. It's a fingered heart. All right. Fingered heart from Debbie. Thank you, horse welfare, for letting me know, and thank you, Debbie. Debbie's going to gift if we get to 200. All right, we're at 183 likes. Let's see if we can get up to 185. Janet, first thing I always do is hit the like button. Thank you. Brad says the latest one was a heart made with crossed fingers, I think. Yes, I believe that's what it was. Thank you, Brad, and thank you, horse welfare. Debbie, it was a finger heart. Thank you for that, guys. Downey Lynn, you started coughing this afternoon, feel like crap. Yeah, it's not fun. 185, all right, good job. We're almost there. Yeah, Downey Lynn, I got this last Monday, so it's been Monday, 7 days, plus another, 3 days? Yeah, I'm 10 days going on this. Wizard of Ezzy also just subscribed to Newton's channel. Thank you, guys. Appreciate that. Great Gams, we do not know the makeup of the jury. We do not know. Oh, you know what? Maybe I could ask, let me ask Newton. Hold on, I'll text him. No, my phone is dead. I'm gonna have to charge up. All right, I'll charge up. And I'll text Newton, see if he can get us the makeup of the jury. William, I'll drop it if you guys have not already dropped it. Newton, William, I'm going to drop in chat here. Aussie Gardner dropped it as well. So you're going to see it a couple times, William. There it is. So it's just YouTube. It's at Newton Ward. So you can just click on that link. Just click on that link and go check him out. And he's camera operator. Does great work. Videographer. You can just click on that. All right, 190 likes. Awesome. Thank you, guys. Let's see. The regular cold is the one virus that's impossible to cure. Yep. I mean, I generally have my strength. You're welcome, Great Gams. I mean, I have my strength. I don't have a fever at all. It's just still up here. And in my chest. Same with Aaron. It's just it's no fun. Just no fun. But I have strength. I have energy. I don't feel like I did last week. That's for sure. All right, 192 likes. We're almost there. We're almost there, you guys. 8 more likes. All right, William, just subscribe to Newton's channel as well. All right, Newton, we're giving you some love there. I'm gonna go. Well, when the trial starts up again, I'll go charge my phone, so I can text him, see if we can get the gender breakdown. Rich Auntie says they say summer colds are the worst. Glad you guys are fighting your way back. Yeah, there's just something about summer colds, but I mean, because you're sick and it's summer and you want to be outside. It's nice weather. That's why I think summer colds stink. Because it's nice out. I mean, relatively nice. It's hot. It's hot. Oh, did you guys see there's a heat wave going on in Europe right now? I'm a big fan of tennis, so Wimbledon is like right around the corner. It starts on Monday. They're in qualifiers right now, and it's I think France has recorded the highest temperatures that they've ever had since they've been taking measurements. England is like in the hundreds, high 90s. It's really hot over there. So I have family members that actually live over there. So I'm asking if they're all okay. And haven't quite heard back from all of them yet. But yeah, no, England is there's like a heat wave over there in England and France. France is reporting its highest. So if do you guys live? Oh, Heidi, you're what, in the Netherlands. How's your weather? How's your weather over there? Are you hot as well? Are you breaking temperatures, breaking records? Ooh, 197. We're at 197 likes. 3 more. 3 more. Oh, there you go. Okay. The weather in Paris, France. Good vibes posted. Humidity. Oh, here it is. 102 in Paris. Wow, that is hot. 115 degrees. Wow. Is that South Wales? Is SW South Wales? Forgive me for my ignorance. Is SW South Wales? I don't know for sure. Let me know if that's South Wales. And Gordon, what are you feeling? I know you're over there. Do you guys have AC? Do you guys have AC? Elaine, please, we are melting. Windows, curtains close, stripped to underwear. It's that bad. So I'm assuming you guys don't have AC. Ouch. Yeah, that's hot. Especially if you don't have air conditioning. Let's see. Yeah, no, Gordon doesn't have AC. Eesh. Yeah, that's hot. That's hot. Anything over like 80 and you don't have AC, yeah, no air conditioning. Yeah, that just gets to the danger level. You got to have AC. Can you go in your car at least and get some relief? Or go to the pub? Does the pub have a pub or restaurant? Do they or just like we go to, you could go to the mall here, I guess, or a store and just walk around in the AC. Do you have, Elaine, no AC, just fans? Do you have AC in like your cars at least, or the pub or a restaurant or something? Can you guys get some relief there? Itty bitty 71. Yeah, 71's that's very doable. I think once you get over like 80, that's when it really gets dangerous. All right, we're at 201. We are at 201 likes. Thank you, BB Card King. You're 199. We are at 201. We have officially hit 200. We have officially hit 200 likes. Americans are spoiled. Yeah, I would agree with that. But it's it's dangerous if you're, in the South here. We need AC. If you don't have AC, it can be dangerous. Just like if you don't have heat, up north, you got to have heat, or else, when you're in the 50s, that can be dangerous. 40 degrees. Just AC/DC. Debbie, we are at 202 likes. 202 likes. 202. Aussie, I saw a news item where they were asking people in Europe to not use their fans. They think it will crash the power. I'm sure. Yeah, no, I'm sure. I mean, it's like, it's like when we have heat waves here in New York City, Chicago, they have those rolling blackouts, and they tell people, don't, if you can, don't use power, or use it sparingly if you can, Elaine, everywhere the same school closings down to protect the children. Hey, Debs, how are you? 202. Thank you, Debs. Appreciate that. You were number 202. We're actually up to 204. Appreciate that. Thank you. Renee, you have family in Norway. I couldn't live without air conditioning. Glee Roll 81 in Maryland. Yeah, that's not too bad. I mean, that's not too bad. Heidi, are you still with us? What's your temperature? And Play on Crime. Where I know you're. Where are you? I mean, I know where you are, but what's your temperature? I don't want to say where you are if you haven't told chat yet or not. Camilla, now that we have solar, we use the AC more before you would go to the library. Debbie, oh, thank you so much for that. Appreciate that. Thank you so much for your $50. Wow, on the 200 likes. Thank you, Debbie. You're so sweet. Thank you. Really appreciate that. Thank you. William, 71 in Ohio. Yeah, that's really nice. Hey, Debs, good to see you. Debbie, can't live without AC, yeah. Kimber's doing a check for Cleveland, and it is 73. Very nice. Wind is blowing from the northwest, even better. We like that. 93 in Texas, yeah. Oof. Yeah, Heidi, you're 95 degrees. Oof. Do you have AC? I hope that you have air conditioning. Thank you, Heidi. I know that's hot. That's hot for us. BB Card King, 75 in Michigan. Very nice. Janet, I don't have AC. There's only 2 or 3 days a year that I wish you did. Ocean breeze and ceiling fans. That's nice. That's very nice. Yeah, what are we? I mean, I expect it here in Florida. I mean, it's 93 here. So we're at 90. Well, actually 90. It went down to 91. It's supposed to go up to 94. My weather app is showing. But again, that's there's you expect it to be warm, in Florida in June, especially, that's just the way it is. So thank you, Debbie. Very nice. Let's see. Muggsy says it's 87 where you are, 43 in Spain. Now I know that's hot. Let me convert that. What's 43 C to Fahrenheit? So it's 109. Wow, that's 109 degrees. That is hot. That's hot for anybody. All right, Mel, 21 sounds a little bit more. 21 sounds a little bit better. That's 69. All right, Mel. That's really comfortable. That's nice. Seashell, how are you? We're just waiting for defense closing arguments. Defense closing arguments are coming up. Iowa, 76 here, but I don't want to be in the direct sunlight. Feels hotter. Should not complain. Yeah, 76 is nice. Bama, 85. 87 with humidity, 43. Nana says 85 in Seattle. Yeah, that's pretty hot. You don't have AC. Wow. That is, Nana, that's pretty warm. 85 feels like 92, especially in an apartment. We got to get the air circulating and everything. Agent 333 feels like 102 in Dallas. Yeah, 100 and what did I say? 109 in Spain. Ooh, that is hot, hot, hot. That is hot, hot, hot. I have family that live in Spain. They said it's not too bad. It's in the 80s or 90s, which is normal for them. So, go figure. Janet, yeah, you have humidity that feels hotter for sure. Definitely. Basu, upstate New York is 71. Not bad, not bad. Kathleen, you're expecting 103 in West Texas. Miss Kitty, 80s right now in Northern California. Cool for this time of year. Interesting. Camilla, you have family and friends too? Oh, yeah. Sorry, you have family in Spain too. Family in Spain too? Yeah, I sent it to my group chat. Power outages hit France as it records hottest day since measurements began. So there's power outages in France. And they're saying it's 80s and 90s, which is normal for them. So there you go. Seashell is in Northern California. Elaine, we're not used to it in England. I bet. No, I mean, when your normal temperature is like 80, 85, and then all of a sudden it's in the hundreds, that's we're normally like 90, mid 90s, low to mid 90s. So if all of a sudden it was 109, yeah, that's something's going on. BB Card King says you have a friend in Belgium. It's supposed to hit 100 there tomorrow. They do not have AC. I just can't imagine. Kaylee, I know what's happening. I know. And there was a heat wave that hit France in, was it May? Roland Garros. They were having a heat wave because, again, I follow tennis. So there was a heat wave that hit France, and I'm assuming England, but I'm not 100% sure. I just know that France was going through a heat wave for Roland Garros, and that was around usually, yeah, what was that, like mid to end of May, I think. I think it was like mid to end of May. And now Wimbledon is coming up next week. It starts on Monday, and they're talking about a heat wave there. So very, I don't know. There's something going on over there. A dome of high pressure, temperature sink. Kaylee, will they hold the tennis matches with high temps? No, they will suspend them. If it gets too high. I think the criteria is like maybe 100. I can't quite remember. I know the Australian Open, they suspend them. They suspend them if it gets too hot. It sounds like they're coming back.
Thank you. Please be seated. Ms. Richard.
suicide or accident. The evidence in this case has shown that these are the 3 plausible manners of death that could explain how Ms. Saria Hildabrand passed away. Homicide, suicide, and accident. At the beginning of this case, I told you, this case involves the tragedy of a young woman's life being lost to an accident and the story of a scared young man. You've now heard all of the evidence in this case, and I submit to you that it is reasonable to believe that Saria's death was an accident. An accident that was not caused by Mr. Hildabrand, but unfortunately by Saria herself. And because there is reasonable doubt in this case about the manner of Saria's death, there is reasonable doubt to every theory of homicide that the government has presented you with. From intentional murder to criminally negligent homicide, there is reasonable doubt about the element of causation. Every one of those theories, murder 1, murder 2, manslaughter, and criminally negligent homicide, all require you to find as a jury that the government has shown through proof beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Hildabrand caused the death of Mrs. Hildabrand. And I submit to you, there is doubt about cause because there is doubt about manner. What is reasonable doubt? A reasonable doubt is based on reason and common sense. But there are times where common sense is betrayed to trauma, leading to choices that in hindsight are objectively wrong. This is part of the human experience. And you have seen that in this case. What other human experiences have you seen demonstrated throughout this case? Let's talk a little bit about lying. You've seen quite a few lies in this case. You saw Marie, for example, admit that she lied to Mr. Rice. And Marie's motivation to lie at that time was because she wanted to get information. Who else did we see lie? We saw Detective Clark admit that he lies based off his training and experience in the course of this investigation. And the reason Detective Clark lied was to try and get information efficiently. Lies can show a lot of things. What's important is what is the motivation for the lie. The government would have you believe that a lie must be evidence of guilt. I submit to you that lies can mean a lot of things, and they don't always mean guilt. No one here thinks that Marie is guilty of a crime, even though she told a lie to get information. No one believes Detective Clark committed a crime, even though we know he told a lie to try and get information. And I submit to you that the mere fact that Mr. Hildabrand has lied does not mean that he is guilty. What you need to look at is the motivation behind the lie. And that is what this case is about, the fear. In his panic and fear, Zarrius made some mistakes, some abysmal choices. But these choices and mistakes should not be seen as evidence that Zarrius killed his wife. They should be seen as evidence of what they are, evidence of fear. And what was reasonable at the time that Zarrius did the things that you heard him say he did was that fear. I submit to you, you need to look no further than the opinion of the medical examiner, the biased Detective Clark, and the state's closing argument to understand that fear. Fear. So why was Zarrius' fear reasonable? What was Zarrius afraid of? He was afraid of being accused. When he woke up, he did not know what happened the night before. The government wants you to look at a timeline and wants you to believe that Mr. Hildabrand was immediately looking at pornographic materials after he found his wife deceased. But go back and listen to what Mr. Hildabrand actually said. When Mr. Hildabrand woke up, he looked for his phone. He couldn't find it. But Saria's phone was there. Mr. Hildabrand got out of bed, used Saria's phone to call himself. He called himself twice. And those calls were not answered. I submit to you, it is reasonable for a person to call themselves when they can't find their phone. Then what happens? Mr. Hildabrand can't remember what happened the night before. So he goes and he looks in his phone. He can't remember everything he looked at because this happened almost 3 years ago. Because he was still drunk when he woke up. And because what would happen next was a traumatic experience. And I submit to you, use your reason and common sense here. Trauma affects people differently. Trauma affects memories. Trauma affects our ability to recollect and perceive things. The government wants to call Zarrius a coward because he can't remember everything perfectly. I submit to you that just demonstrates the government's bias in this case. Mr. Hildabrand looks through his phone. It's likely that in that process he went on the Bush Company website before he finds Saria. What else does he find when he looks on his phone? He finds the Snapchats, and he knows, uh-oh, I'm busted. And that's what the government wants you to believe is a motivation to kill someone. Snapchat and Instagram photos. But that's not what Zarrius did. Zarrius went to go talk to his wife about these photos to try to make it better. And that is when Zarrius discovered that his wife was deceased in their bed. That is when the panic and the fear hit him. What was the first thing he did? He checked for her pulse. If he had killed her the night before, why would he check her pulse? You would think he would have known that she was deceased. But he checked for her pulse. And then there's panic and there's fear because he doesn't know what happened. What will people think he did? That was a reasonable fear. And Zarrius wanted to protect the people he loved from the pain of having someone that they care about be accused of doing something horrible. Zarrius wanted to protect himself. And Zarrius made objectively bad mistakes trying to do so, trying to protect the people he loved, trying to protect him. That doesn't make him a killer. So let's talk about what the evidence in this case objectively shows. Let's talk about Dr. Gallagher. I want to talk about Dr. Gallagher's opinion. And I want to talk about why you should not rely upon that opinion in deciding if the manner of death in this case was actually a homicide. So we go back to Dr. Gallagher's testimony. If you recall, the main thing the medical examiner does, a pathologist, is they determine the cause and the manner of death. If you remember, cause is the medical reason for death. Manner is the how. Manner looks at the reasons beyond medicine, circumstances surrounding the cause of death. Cause of death is not in dispute in this case from the pathological perspective. It is undisputable that Saria died from a single gunshot wound to her head. What is in dispute here is the manner of death, the how. How did that gunshot wound happen? And we learned a lot of things from Dr. Gallagher. We learned a lot about pathology. We learned from a pathology textbook. And what we learned from Dr. Gallagher is that there are multiple classifications for manner of death. We have accidental, homicide, suicide, undetermined, and natural causes. And in this case, we learned that the accidental manner of death could include the taking of one's own life unintentionally. Accident can include the unintentional taking of one's own life. We learned that Dr. Gallagher is busy. Yes, he has training. Yes, he has experience, but Dr. Gallagher is a busy guy. We heard he does somewhere around 250 autopsies a year. Think about how many autopsies a day that would come out to in working hours. We heard that his memory is not always the best. He had a hard calling a conversation that Dr. Gallagher and I had just a few months ago. Not because he's trying to lie, but because memory fades over time, and Dr. Gallagher is busy. We heard that Dr. Gallagher writes reports. He relies on those reports, which is fair. When you're that busy, you need to be able to document and refer to things. But Dr. Gallagher is so busy that he doesn't have time to correct typos. And as a result, in this case, there was an error in his report. What else did we learn from Dr. Gallagher? Language varies in pathology, at least according to one reliable treatise. And you heard Dr. Gallagher read from the treatise, in this case, into the record. And I want to take you back to some of the things that we learned from Spitz&Fitcher's Medical Legal Investigation of Death, the 5th edition. It's a textbook on pathology. The terminology most often used to describe the range of fire is as follows. A contact shot, when the weapon is fired with the muzzle in contact with the body. A close range shot, when gun smoke is deposited on the target, and a distant shot, when the muzzle to target distance exceeds the limit in which gun smoke is identifiable on the target. That is the textbook language. And Dr. Gallagher was familiar with textbook language, although he does not necessarily use it in his practice. He knew what a close range shot was. He told you he doesn't use distance range in his practice, but he knew what a close range shot was. And we learned about range of fire from Dr. Gallagher.
And range of fire would be defined as the distance from the muzzle of the gun to the object, correct?
Yes.
And for a close range shot, some circumstances, a close range shot could be ruled a homicide, correct?
Yes.
Some circumstances, a close range shot could be ruled a suicide.
Yes.
And in some circumstances, a close range shot could be ruled an accident.
Yes.
In some circumstances, a close range shot can be an accident. What else did we learn from Dr. Gallagher? We learned that the distinction between homicide, suicide, or accident may be difficult and sometimes impossible. Certain criteria are used by pathologists to define the manner of death. Among these, evaluation of the range of fire is of the utmost importance. What else did we learn? We learned that accurate assessment of the range of fire requires test firing of the gun with the type of ammunition that was used in the shooting. We learned that the approximate distance from which a close range shot was fired can be evaluated only by test firing the particular weapon using the same type of ammunition as that used in the shooting case under consideration. Why does this matter? Because the evidence shows that Saria died from a close range shot because there was stippling. Gun smoke was deposited in the area around her forehead. We learned from Dr. Gallagher that a major factor of his opinion on Saria's manner of death was his personal assessment of the range of fire.
Do you recall me asking you the question, besides the stippling and your determination that this was an intermediate gunshot wound, what other facts were you relying on to determine that this was a homicide, classified as a homicide? Do you recall that question?
Not particularly, but we, all of our cases are signed out with review of the autopsy findings, toxicology findings, investigative findings, and medical histories that are pertinent. All that's put together before the certification to determine the cause and the pattern.
And you recall in that conversation responding to that question, well, certainly like you mentioned, where she was found is certainly an unusual location, but the main finding gunshot wound that is further away than an individual holding the gun should be able to accomplish on one's own self is a major factor in the determination of the manner. Do you recall making that statement?
I agree with that statement.
Do you recall me he was found as...
Range of fire was a major factor in Dr. Gallagher's opinion. But if you recall from Dr. Gallagher's testimony, he based his assessment of range of fire not on a test fire, but on his training and experience and then looking at the stippling. If you recall, he also said that he would defer to a ballistics expert if their opinion was different. If you recall, he estimated that the range of fire in this case was approximately 2 feet. But what did we learn from Ms. Castle, the ballistics expert, the person who actually did test fire? We learned from Ms. Castle that the muzzle to target distance was not contact, up to 12 inches, most likely 6. Saria died from a close range gunshot wound. 6 from not contact to 12 inches to 6 inches from her head. We also learned from Ms. Castle that the gunshot was slightly upward. Why does this matter? Because when it can be next to impossible to distinguish between homicide, suicide, and accident, and determining the range of fire is of the utmost importance, the range of fire in this case matters. And Dr. Gallagher's opinion on matter is not reliable because Dr. Gallagher's opinion on the range of fire was not accurate. Dr. Gallagher has a lot of training and experience, and we learned a lot from him. But we also learned he did not do the muzzle to target distance testing. He did not go to the crime scene alleged by the government. And he came to a manner of death based off an opinion that was not correct. Homicide, suicide, or accident. We cannot rely on Dr. Gallagher to say that this was a homicide. The government wants you to believe this was a homicide. They want you to believe in motive. They want you to believe that Mr. Hildabrand was able to get a gun 6 to 12 inches away from his wife and kill her without leaving a single defensive wound on Mrs. Hildabrand. And let's talk about the circumstances surrounding 2:48 a.m. Let's talk about what led up to that. Let's talk about Mr. Hildabrand. You heard from multiple witnesses, both from the state and the defense, that Mr. Hildabrand is not a violent person. And that was never contradicted. government could have contradicted that if they had evidence of that, but you are allowed to consider the absence of evidence. So what do we know about Mr. Hildabrand? We have uncontradicted evidence from multiple people in this case that he was not a violent person. In fact, we heard that when he gets upset, he shuts down. Not a single witness ever heard fighting or arguing from that apartment. You heard how officers canvassed the area. You heard some left cards, they'd get calls back, they knocked on doors, they talked to people. Not a single neighbor heard an argument that night. Or ever. We heard that although Mr. Hildabrand makes mistakes when it comes to cheating, Saria had gotten over those. They were, for the most part, a normal newlywed couple. And on August 6th, 2023, at 12:07 a.m., that was them. Mr. Hildabrand, clearly intoxicated. Saria, happy with him. The government wants you to believe that they went from Plaintiff's Exhibit 297 at 12:07 a.m. to Plaintiff's Exhibit 298 at 12:55 a.m. What did you hear about Zarrius? What do you see? Zarrius was so intoxicated he could not get into the gaslight. The gaslight. He threw up in the Uber. He is sleeping. He threw up getting out of the Uber. He had to get help inside of the apartment. And they want you to believe that by 2:45 a.m., a mere hour and 55 minutes after this nonviolent person turned into a man who was mentally able to form a conscious objective and physically able to take a gun and get himself 6 to 12 inches from Saria's head while she's on their bed and pull the trigger again without leaving a single defensive wound on Saria. In an hour and 55 minutes from that. And they want you to make that determination not on evidence. They want you to believe there was a fight. And that is where the bias comes out. The bias that has permeated this case from the beginning. The bias because of an opinion that Mr. Hildabrand doesn't act like a normal person. What is a normal person? What is a normal circumstance? Was this situation that Mr. Hildabrand was in that morning, was that normal? There simply is not a normal response to what Mr. Hildabrand told you he found on August 6th. heard the government call Mr. Hildabrand selfish. You've heard them call him a coward, a narcissist, because they don't think he's normal. To think about what was really going on that night. To believe the government's narrative that this could be an intentional homicide, an intentional murder, makes about as much sense as believing that Saria's death was a suicide. Homicide, suicide, and accident. There's no motive for murder. This isn't a suicide, so what does that leave us with? With the evidence in this case, with the 6 to 12 inch range of fire, what does that leave us? Accident. And what evidence supports that this could have been an accident? What do we know? We know Saria was awake. She was awake. She was sending text messages to herself. She was taking screenshots on Mr. Hildabrand's phone. And the reason Miss Saria Hildabrand had Mr. Zarrius Hildabrand's phone is because Zarrius was not awake. Because Zarrius keeps his phone on him like any other 21-year-old, glued to their phone. How do you know Zarrius was asleep? Because Saria had his phone. The evidence is clear that Saria had his phone. Saria was the least intoxicated. We heard evidence and testimony that the firearms were not in their normal location. We heard that when the firearm was found, the safety was off. We heard that both Saria and Zarrius used this gun. And we heard that the direction of ejection was up and to the right. And so every time the government has talked to you about what this could have looked like, they want you to think this. I submit to you that this was an accident. Saria had the gun, she went to the bedroom, she was messing around on it, and accidentally discharged the firearm. Not intentionally, but accidentally. Up. And to the right. That is what Ms. Castle testified to. And how do you know that Zarrius was asleep when this happened? Well, look at his cell phone records. Look at Saria's cell phone records. Look at the gap in time of movement. On August 6, 2023, in the early morning hours. There is a brief moment after 2:48 where Zarrius' phone moves. Well, what did we hear? Where were Zarrius' pants in the morning? He woke up in his underwear, and his pants were not in the bedroom. They were over by the bathroom and they were wet. Sir Hildabrand was so drunk he tried to get up and go to the bathroom and couldn't make it. He was so drunk he didn't know what happened to his wife that night. And the absence of any movement on those records in the hours directly after the 911 call show Zarrius was not functioning until he woke up and called himself on his phone, on Saria's phone. Homicide, suicide, or accident. Zarrius told you he didn't know. Zarrius made a lot of mistakes. He did a lot of thoughtless things. But his fear was reasonable. It doesn't make what he did reasonable, but the fear, that was a reasonable fear. And he told you the mistakes he made. And if he was lying to you, don't you think a better lie would be, I didn't do it? It wasn't me? Not, I don't know. He doesn't know because he has no memory. And not a single witness could tell you that they saw who pulled the trigger on that gun. Homicide, suicide, or accident. This case is about reasonable doubt because this could be an accident. Reasonable doubt isn't based on what normal people do. Reasonable doubt is based on reason and common sense. It is based on the absence of evidence. And so I want to talk a little bit more about juror instruction number 3. There's an old saying that you'll never really understand a man until you walk a mile in their shoes. And in this trial, you have heard from Zarrius. You have heard of his fear and shame. You observed through this trial a mile of Mr. Hildabrand's mistakes. But none of those mistakes were murder. The fundamental obligation of jurors in a criminal trial is to apply the presumption of innocence and the burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. We talked about this in jury selection. We talked about being objective. We talked about taking an oath. And you all did take an oath in this case. And in jury selection, I talked to you a little bit about the different standards we have in law. I didn't talk to you about probable cause, but we've heard about probable cause in this case. Probable cause is the standard that applies when the government wants to get a warrant to search a home. Probable cause. We've heard, when we were doing jury selection, we talked about preponderance of evidence, if you recall that. Preponderance of evidence means more likely than not, 51% chance. Probably. Likely. But it's not enough that you believe a defendant is probably or likely guilty. In jury selection, we talked about clear and convincing evidence, which is more than a preponderance, but lower than beyond a reasonable doubt. We talked about different areas of law that clear and convincing can apply. We talked about how in non-Indian Child Welfare Act cases, clear and convincing evidence is what is required for the government to show before they can terminate the legal relationship between a parent and a child. It requires a strong probability. And we know that reasonable doubt requires more. It is not enough that you believe a defendant is probably or likely guilty, or even that the evidence shows a strong probability of guilt. The law requires more. And there's just not more here. Homicide, suicide, or accident. Those are the three plausible manners of death in this case. And Saria's death could have been the result of a self-inflicted accident. It's a reasonable inference to draw from this case. Don't get distracted by the emotion. Mr. Hildabrand simply asked that you do what you said you would do at the beginning of this case, when you took your juror oath. I ask that you be objective. Don't let your emotion distract you from the doubt in this case. Mr. Hildabrand made mistakes, and he owned those mistakes in front of you. Those mistakes don't make murder. Objectively, the government has not shown their case through proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And that is why we ask, when you go back and deliberate, to take your time. There is only one verdict that should be returned in this case, and that is not guilty on every count. Thank you.
Ms. Dunlop?
Yes, sir. The defendant would have you believe that this case is about a series of just unfortunate choices and mistakes. What a belittling and trivializing way to think about this. The defendant cheated on his wife. he got drunk, he got caught, he pulled a gun on her, he pulled the trigger 6 to 12 inches from her head. And then he cleaned up the apartment, he searched porn, he drove all over town getting cleaning supplies in a 96-gallon garbage can, and then he dumped her body in a storm drain. And then he reported her missing and walked through the woods with her mother searching for her. These are not choices and mistakes. These are evidence of intent, evidence of intentional murder. To say that he did not know what happened is frankly what he has to say, because he's caught on video all over town, right? Like, we know that there's only 2 people in that apartment, no matter how many people Ms. Brewster asked if they heard or saw the gun being fired. We know there's only 2 people in that apartment. To say he didn't know is unreasonable. First of all, it's not a defense. Like I talked about, you can do things in the moment and not remember them later. And if you meant them in the moment, you're still responsible. And that, at best, gets him to murder in the 2nd degree. But that's not what happened. It is unreasonable to think that a 9mm weapon went off inches from his head and he didn't hear it. The neighbor across the courtyard is calling it in, but he didn't wake up to this tragic accident. That's just not what happened. It's not reasonable. Ms. Brewster has said many, many times there's no evidence of a confrontation, that they fought about this. You don't have to have a loud yelling fight to have a confrontation. There's no evidence that Saria was a loud yelling person. The evidence of the confrontation is the messages on Snapchat that she clearly sent to herself, the evidence of the second woman that she, for all we know, didn't know about before she saw the Instagram messages, and the bullet in her head. That's the evidence of the confrontation. So let's talk about whether this is an accident, whether Saria just handled this gun and accidentally shot herself in the head. There's no evidence at all that she ever handled the gun. 0. The only evidence we have is the defendant says she's fired it before. We don't have her DNA on the gun. We tested it. Nobody's ever seen her other than him with it. There's no evidence that she ever handled the gun. We also know she's not terribly drunk. Why would she be playing with it? Why would she pick up this gun in that moment? No rational reason for it. What we do know is that guns are on the defendant's mind. He's searching them all day that day before they go out, all kinds of different armorers. He's looking at Springfield XPs, and he's looking at this particular gun manufacturer at 3:42 in the afternoon. Guns are on his drunk mind. He's the one that has it in his hand. And she's trained and professionally trained in handgun usage. The idea that she would have this kind of accident doesn't make sense. And his response to it is the main thing that proves it wasn't an accident. If it was an accident, you don't think, man, people are going to think the worst of me and think that I did it. That makes no sense. It's not that he's not normal, he's not reasonable. And that's what reasonable doubt comes down to, right? We're going to put 12 of your heads together, use your common sense and your reason, what you know about the way the world works, and say, is this explanation reasonable? And if it's not, you do not have a reasonable doubt. It's not reasonable to think it was an accident that he slept through and woke up to in the morning. And then the final thing I want to address, because this is really an important evidentiary point that is just grossly misstated, is the Dr. Gallagher-Samantha Castle testimony. When the defense talks about the ejection pattern, that's the pattern of the shell casing leaving the gun. That is up and to the right. That is different than the trajectory of the bullet into her head. The trajectory of the bullet into her head is what the medical examiner looks at, and the medical examiner looked at that and he found that it was front to back and minimally upward. And I'm not going to show the photo again, but you can look at it. You can see where it goes in and where it partially exits. It's front to back and just ever so slightly minimally upward, and it's on the left-hand side of her head. Right and upwards is the ejection pattern of the casing, and that's the ballistics expert's testimony. And you really have to listen to the medical expert and the ballistics expert together. It's what the cross-examination was all about, right? Like, this is your opinion, doctor, but would you defer to a ballistics expert who did muzzle-to-target distance testing? And he said yes. So in his experience, he's like, looking at 200 dead bodies a year, like, we can discredit that and say he's really busy, too busy to do a good job, or we can say, man, he's really experienced and has seen a lot of suspicious deaths. And he has, to a high degree of medical certainty, has to classify that death as homicide, suicide, accident, natural causes, or undetermined. Undetermined is an option he can choose and does choose. And he said homicide. And he said homicide because this is unlikely to be self-inflicted because of the distance. Just like Detective Clark said, he's responded to hundreds of suicides, and there is always a contact wound, and this wasn't a contact wound. And it wasn't a close contact either. It is 6 to 12 inches out. Now, the medical examiner might on his own put it a little further out than the ballistics expert, up to 2 feet. He said intermediate range, up to 2 feet. But he said, I would defer to the ballistics expert. And then the ballistics expert does her testing, and she says, yep, 6 to 12 inches. And when I heard that this might be self-inflicted, I tried to see if I could do that, and I couldn't. Like, she couldn't possibly hold the frame and pull the trigger in a comfortable way for it to be self-inflicted, to be front to back, slightly upward with her dominant hand or with her non-dominant hand. The only way you get that is maybe by thumbs. But, like, why? Why would Saria be doing that? That isn't reasonable. There's no evidence she ever touched that gun at all. The defendant is searching and thinking about that gun before they even go out. It is on his mind, not her mind. He is the one that was caught cheating. He is the one that cleaned up and grossly handled Saria's body and dumped her in a storm drain and searched the woods with her mom, pretending that she was missing because he was afraid. Because he was afraid that he would get caught, not because he was sad about some tragic accident that befell his wife, but because he acted on a drunken impulse when he was backed into a corner. Ladies and gentlemen, that is murder in the first degree. It is not an accident. It is not a series of poor choices and mistakes. It is intentional murder. It is extremely reckless murder, murder in the second degree, and it is 2 counts of tampering with evidence. Thank you for your time and attention, and I recognize that this is a difficult case to work through as far as the facts and the evidence and the trauma of what happened.
Objection.
Overruled.
But the state trusts that you are all going to go back into that jury room and use your common sense and reason and think about what a reasonable person would do in this situation. Evaluate all of the testimony, the medical testimony, the expert testimony, and most critically, the defendant's testimony, and find that he's guilty of all the counts charged.
Thank you. Next, I have just a few more instructions to read to you folks, and then we'll pick the alternates, and at that point, you'll start your deliberations. The attitude and conduct of jurors, I'm turning to instruction 34. The attitude and conduct of jurors at the beginning of their deliberations are matters of considerable importance. It is rarely productive for a juror at the outset to make an emphatic expression of his or her opinion on the case or state how he or she intends to vote. When this is done at the beginning, a juror's sense of pride may be aroused, and the juror may hesitate to change his or her position, even if shown that it is wrong. Remember that you are not partisans or advocates in this matter, but are judges. As jurors, you have a duty to consult with one another and to deliberate with a view to reaching an agreement, if that can be done without violence to individual judgment. Each juror must decide the case independently, but only after an impartial consideration of the evidence with the other jurors. In the course of deliberations, a juror should not hesitate to re-examine his or her own views and change his or her opinion if convinced it is erroneous. But no juror should surrender an honest belief as to the weight or the effect of the evidence solely because of the opinions of other jurors or for the mere purpose of returning a verdict. During your deliberations, a bailiff will be appointed to keep you together and prevent conversation between you and any other persons. The bailiff will provide meals and will make phone calls for you if necessary. The bailiff cannot answer any questions about this case or provide you with any information or materials. The bailiff, as well as all other persons, is forbidden to communicate in any way or manner with any member of the jury on any subject touching on the merits of this case. Bear in mind that you are never to reveal to any person, not even to the bailiff or to me, how the jury stands numerically or otherwise on the question of guilt or innocence of the accused until authorized by the court. Any violation of any item which I have cautioned you is to be reported to the court. If it becomes necessary during your deliberations to communicate with me, you may send a note by bailiff signed by your foreperson or by one or more members of the jury. No member of the jury should ever communicate with me by any means other than a signed writing. The writing should contain the date and time of the communication. I will never communicate with any member of the jury other than in writing or orally here in open court. Judges frequently receive written questions about the case by jurors during their deliberations. Although I cannot always answer those questions, I'm free to tell you that if you desire to be informed on any point of the law arising in the case, you may write which point of law you wish to be instructed about on a piece of paper, hand it to the bailiff, and I will convene the court for consideration of the question. The court has recorded the proceedings in this trial. If you need to rehear the testimony of a particular witness, you may write which witness's testimony you wish to hear played back, and we will arrange for you to hear it. No new evidence will be presented. A delay will occur prior to a response to your question or request, since I must first convene the defendant, attorney's clerk, and myself for consideration of the question. I tell you this not to discourage your writing a question, but so that you'll understand any delay which might occur. You were accepted as jurors in this case in reliance upon your answers to the questions asked you concerning your qualifications. You are just as much bound by those answers now and until you are finally discharged from furtheration on this case as you were then. Your oath obligates you to conscientiously consider and weigh the evidence and to render a verdict based on the law and the evidence. When you return to the jury room, select a foreperson to preside over your deliberations. You will take to the jury room exhibits and these instructions together with the verdict forms, which are self-explanatory. Each of your verdicts must be unanimous. That is, all of you must agree with each verdict. If you unanimously agree upon the verdict during court hours, that is between 8:30 a.m. and 4:30 p.m. Monday through Friday, return it together with the exhibits and these instructions immediately into open court. If, however, you do not unanimously agree upon the verdict during court hours, you may continue to deliberate after 4:30 p.m. Monday through Friday. If you have any questions for the court which arise after 4:30 p.m. Monday through Friday, they will be answered the next day when you return to resume deliberations. If you unanimously agree on a verdict after 4:30 p.m. Monday through Friday, the verdict, after being properly dated and signed by the foreperson, must be sealed in the envelope accompanying these instructions. The foreperson will keep it in his or her possession in the sealed envelope, and you may separate, but all of you must be in the jury box when the court next convenes at 8:30 a.m., when the verdict will be received from you in the usual way. In the event that you use this method of sealed verdict, you are admonished not to make any disclosure concerning the verdict to anyone and not to speak with anyone concerning the case until the verdict has been returned in open court. Okay. There are 14 of you left. We started with 16. 14 left. We need 12 of you to deliberate. So that means we're going to randomly draw 2 names. And before we do that, I want to thank whoever the 2 alternates are for
All right, so it sounds like they cut the audio. Just make sure. All right. Yeah, they cut the audio. I guess they're determining who the alternates are. They didn't want to take it.
Preston, did you have a chance to order lunch?
Yes.
Okay, if you folks want to stick around and grab your lunch, you can. It'll take us a few minutes to get the exhibits ready to bring back to you. You're welcome to chat back there. I just ask that you not start your deliberations until the two alternates leave. You take your notes with you. You can take the instructions with you. And we'll have the back to you shortly. And again, thank you to the alternates very much.
All right, so I'm going to give them 5 minutes and then start the verdict clock.
I'm sorry, for the alternates, if you can leave your notes, we'll destroy them without reading them. Thank you. Please be seated. Ms. Brewster, have you had a chance to talk to your client about playbacks?
Yes, Judge. We'd like to be present.
For playbacks?
Yes, Judge.
Do you understand what that is? Nothing will happen, and there will be no discussion. There will be no discussion between the jurors. We will be sitting here. We'll delay the process. Everyone will come back. I have never had anyone request to be here for playbacks. What possible are you going to gain from a playback? I will give you notice that a playback is taking place. You'll know what they're listening to. I'm not present. The only person that's present is the clerk. The clerk pushes the button of what they want to hear. Nothing is said between the jurors. Nothing is said. There's no discussion. They listen to it. They return to their room to deliberate. It's your position that you want to be here for that.
Yes, Judge.
Okay. All right, then I'm going to ask that you stay at the courthouse through the remainder of the deliberations so that we're not delayed excessively for playbacks.
Yes, Judge.
Okay. I need your phone numbers as well.
Your Honor, one thing I raised prior is whether we have to take an explicit waiver from Mr. Hildabrand about the concession of counts 3 and 4. I think you have to take an explicit waiver.
It's a little late at this point.
But I raised it earlier, and I didn't know what she was going to say in closing. I assume they've
Defense
talked.
counsel assured me that that was not the case, that their argument was that there's no crime, and so because there's no crime, he can't be convicted of covering up a crime that didn't exist, and that's still your position, correct?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, so your position is there needs to be no waiver.
Yes, Judge.
So an accidental death
Would still
generates an official proceeding for which evidence needs to exist for. I think that there does. I think we can take it after the fact. Clearly, they've talked about this, but...
Mr. Hildebrand, do you understand the discussion?
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
Okay, so in other words, your attorney presented a defense in which she is saying that you committed no crime at all. No crime, in fact, was committed. You're also charged with tampering with evidence, essentially. And that tampering doesn't necessarily have to accompany a criminal investigation, but some sort of official proceeding. And the state is saying that even an accidental death, there would have been an investigation into that death, and that investigation in and of itself, you could be found guilty of interfering with that investigation. Do you understand that?
I do, Your Honor.
Now, your attorney disagrees with that analysis. I'm not making a decision one way or the other on that analysis, but there is some case law that if an attorney is going to waive and concede one of the counts, that the defendant needs to be a part of that decision. Do you need to talk to him?
Judge, I don't feel comfortable with this at all. I did not concede a single thing. I asked the jury.
I just explained to him that you did not concede that. And that's your position that you haven't conceded anything, and I understand that. I'm explaining their position that you have. And I think this is too late, too little too late if there is an issue here. I trusted that you had this conversation with him and that he understood what you were doing and that you have made an evaluation of the law and that was your decision. Correct? So that he's not waiving anything from your
There's no
perspective?
waiver, Judge.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Anything else?
No.
Okay. Make sure you leave phone numbers with Madam Clerk. And I said I don't want you leaving the courthouse. I don't want you to leave any further than the PD's office.
Understood.
You need to be within 15 minutes coming back if we're going to come back for playbacks.
Understood.
All right. Do you want me to sit in here for playbacks? I guess I will be sitting in for playbacks.
Only if you want to be here, Judge.
I don't want to be here for playbacks. I've never had anyone ask to be here for playbacks.
I have done it in the past, Your Honor.
Okay. Are you going to be here for playbacks?
If the defense is here, the state will be here, Judge. I do think that if they ask to, they might ask to handle the gun, and I assume we'll all be here for that.
They're not going to be handling the gun. They can take a look at the gun.
Yeah.
We're not going to take the gun out of the package and let them handle the gun.
No, that's what I'm saying, but they might ask to handle the package.
All of those things, any questions, yes, I would obviously, well, depending on the nature of the question, I leave it up to defense counsel as to whether, and to her client, as to whether they want to be there. That's very different. That's,
Yeah.
yes.
No, but they
you
would have
be
to
here.
do that
Just let me finish. That you would all be given notice of, given the opportunity to come over. We'll have a discussion about it. If they want to see some piece of physical evidence that was not sent back to them, in this case the gun, we would have you folks here. We would set up the gun. They could do a walk by. There wouldn't be any discussion. There's not going to be any involvement with you folks other than observing that.
Right.
Okay. So yes, I never will take a question from the jury without letting you know what that question is and calling you and getting you over here and conferring with you folks. The playback, it's a waste of time, frankly, but it's your right. All right, thank you. Off record.
Wow, Judge is definitely, I don't know if he's upset at, I'm not sure what's going on with the judge. He is, well, it's the playback. He's like, he's never had to deal with a playback before. All right, Honey Badger, you were asking about the defense's theory that this was an accident. So the defense now is saying that Saria mishandled this firearm, this Sig Sauer. I just don't see that happening. I don't see how they think that she finds. Well, first of all, it was self-deletion, right? I think wasn't. Let me see. I want to play openings again. Let's listen to openings again, because I want to think at the beginning of all this they said that she took her own life. It was a self-inflicted accident. Okay, that's what they were saying. Tragic self-inflicted accident. Okay, I don't think they actually said she did it she did it because she was distraught. But I want to listen to openings again. Let's go to openings. That's what I want to hear. And I'm going to play Newton Ward's version. And I want to ask him the makeup of the jury. Let me see if I can get him to give us the makeup of the jury. All right. Newton, if you can hear me, I just texted you, just asking about the makeup of the jury. All right. So I started it officially at 3:30. That's our clock countdown, or count. I guess verdict clock is going at 3:30. I started at 3:30 our time, which is 11:30 local time. Remember, they're 4 hours behind us here on the East Coast. So, all right, let's listen to. Let me get to openings again, and I'm going to play it from a different from Newton's camera, so we can hear it a little bit better. Let's do that. Excuse me. All right, let's get to openings. Here are openings. Sorry, didn't mean to make that noise. All right, here we go. That's scrolling through to get to openings. All right, here's opening statements. All right. Now here's opening statements. Now that we just heard closings, let's get to openings. Honey Badger was so confusing how she was explaining it. Yeah, I think she was saying that Saria picked up this firearm, she was handling it, and it accidentally went off. That's their theory. It makes no sense. It makes no sense whatsoever. All right, be sure that you hit the like button if you guys don't mind. 230 likes, appreciate that, you guys. Take the poll. We have a poll going. How long do you think the jury will take to deliberate today? All right. Let me see what we got here. All right. All right, this is going to be openings. Let me see how, see if I can sort this out. Yeah, I was afraid of that. I'm going to have to create a new thing. All right, hold on a sec. Just give me a moment. Called feed. Sorry guys, I have to do just a little back end work here before we can get this sorted. Just give me a moment. All right. Okay. Move that up there. Okay, so this is going to be openings. It's going to be openings, since we don't have a live, yeah, we've got that, unfortunately. All right. I'll just have to keep an eye on that when they come back. All right, so this is going to be openings from, obviously from day one. This is from June 10th. So this is June 10th, some openings. Can you guys hear that? Did I get that sorted out? Can you guys hear that? All right, you can't hear that. All right, hold on. Let me get my... why is that not working? All right, hold on a sec. Yeah, no sound. I know. I gotcha. Hold on. Why is it not... Why is that not working? All right, give me a second. I had to create another thing here, and it's not didn't come through. Why didn't it come through? All right, hold on a sec. Oh, control. Okay, hold on. I gotcha. Give me a second, guys. All right, here we go. All right, this should work. All right, this should work. Let me know if this. If you hear this sound.
Where is she? What happened? When will we find her? Those are the questions that everyone else in Saria Hildabrand's life was asking. except for the defendant, Zarrius Hildabrand, as he already knew all those answers. On Sunday, August 5th, 2023, Saria had planned some events and presents as it was the defendant's 21st birthday. She had planned for some friends to go out. A few came over. She made him a present in the form of a beer cake, and she was excited to celebrate him. One of those friends that came over was Marie Wentz, to their apartment at 5210 Mockingbird Drive, Unit 13. Marie had become friends with Saria since she moved to Alaska. They were inseparable, texting constantly. They were together that day. That morning, they had gone to the gym, as they frequently did, and then ran some errands in preparation for his birthday. Later that evening, the group went to Dave & Buster's. They were winning prizes and playing games and having a good time. Saria was extremely excited to win a Pickle Rick plushie. She was texting her mom about it. She was even Googling how to win the most points at Dave & Buster's. And she did win it. And she took a photo with her husband to celebrate that. After Dave & Buster's, they left. At Dave & Buster's, there was a much larger group, and then some of them went downtown. The people that went downtown are Logan Calhoun and Zachary Farrar, who were friends with the defendant, as well as Marie Wentz and her friend, Isaac Mulholland, who were friends more so with Saria. They went out to Willowa. They were dancing and having a good time, drinking, taking photos, celebrating, as they should have. At one point in the night, they decided to walk to Gaslight. One of the defendant's friends, Logan, was a little nervous to walk downtown. Everybody was kind of giving him grief for that, making fun of him. When they got to Gaslight, the defendant was declined entry. He was a little bummed, but eventually Saria ordered them an Uber home, where she took the defendant, Marie and Isaac, back to 5210 Mockingbird Drive. Marie and Isaac went their separate way in the parking lot, as Saria walked inside with the defendant, helping him along, but he was walking fine. They get inside alone, and that was the last time Saria Hildabrand was ever seen alive. In that apartment that night, it was the two of them. According to the defendant, at one point, they'd gone inside. She probably took the dogs out. They were even giving each other grief back and forth, making fun of each other before they fell asleep. However, between 2:12 and 2:24 a.m. that day, Saria found evidence of the defendant cheating on her on Snapchat and Instagram, sending photos to girls, offering to fly them out to Alaska, getting photos from them, sending plenty, even offering to kiss and make it better. The last photo that we see on Saria's phone that night was at 2:24. After that, at 2:40, Marie got a call from Saria's phone. Unfortunately, she had been home for a while. She didn't see it. It went unanswered. Just 8 minutes later, at 2:48 a.m., 911 got a call from Taylor Engstrom, a neighbor in the apartment just across the courtyard. He calls in and says, about 30 seconds ago, there was a gunshot. It sounded just outside my window. It was very loud. I don't know where it came from, but he called it in. Saria Hildabrand was shot in the head that night, just above her left temple, and that ended her life. In those early morning hours, officers did respond to that 911 call, but without knowing directly where it's from, they didn't have the opportunity to contact the defendant that night. The next morning, early morning hours of Sunday, August 6th, around 9:10, no one heard from Saria. No messages, no one heard from her. Marie Wentz eventually sent a message, I believe a Snapchat, asking how Saria and the defendant were feeling. She got a response from Saria's phone, but it wasn't from Saria. That response was from the defendant, sending a thumbs up that he felt fine. Marie asked if they would want to go to lunch and get some food, probably to help with some of the feelings they were having that morning. The defendant said, "No, we can't go, we don't want to go." Saria already left and walked to work at 10 that day. Marie found that a little odd, considering the defendant said Saria forgot her phone. Saria was always on her phone. 21-year-old on Instagram, TikTok, Snapchat, texting, all of the above. However, she didn't push it. She also found it odd because the night before, Saria had said she intended on calling out. So she didn't expect Saria to go to work, let alone to walk. But she understood the defendant had her phone and that she would hear from her friend later. At least she hoped. But she didn't. Throughout Sunday, August 6th, Marie wasn't the only one to get messages from Saria's phone. Nadia Jones was Saria's manager at Bread and Brew. At 10:44 a.m., she got a text. "Hey, this is Saria. Can't make it in today, giving an excuse." Nadia took that at face value, and no one else heard from Saria's phone that day. Marie had reached out a few times between the end of Sunday, sending DMs or funny videos, asking, "Where are you? Why haven't you talked to me?" Because this was the longest they had gone in their friendship without talking, so she found it very odd. But Monday, August 7th came. The defendant went to work. You heard from one of his friends that he works with on base at the Army that he seemed a little off. So he asked, "Is everything okay?" He said, "Yeah, just stuff going on. I'll talk to you about it later." That's it. Then about midday, early afternoon, Marie gets a call from Saria's phone again. It's Mr. Hildabrand. He says, "Hey, Saria's been missing since 10 a.m. yesterday." Marie goes, "What do you mean?" It's been 30 hours. She doesn't have her phone. She immediately gets concerned. She tells him, "I'll come over as soon as I can right after work," but she was stuck there for a few more hours. And she did go straight over. She asked, "Have you reported her missing? Where could she be?" She's so concerned for her friend because she's been missing for so long and she doesn't have her phone and she didn't hear from her. Once Marie was with the defendant, that's when calls started being made to hospitals, jails, and even to 911, which hadn't been done yet. Marie made that call.
Please dispatch. Hi, I think my friend is missing. Okay. And why do you think she's missing, or he or she's missing? I haven't spoken to her in 2 days, and her husband hasn't heard from her in over a day, like 30 hours now.
And you'll hear the entirety of that call. He was there, and Marie put it on speaker so he could answer questions that she didn't know. But Marie made that call at 5:34 p.m. While they waited for an APD officer to arrive, they started searching. The apartments at 5210 Mockingbird are at the bottom of your screen. Up in the top right on Tudor is where Saria worked at Bread and Brew. So they started searching that area. Where could she be? Walking around through the woods, getting muddy. During that time, Marie was searching. She had called 911. The defendant was with her, and they're waiting on APD. Marie has to call a few more times to update APD where they are, when they're coming. That's not the only call that was made to inform Saria missing. Meredith Barney, Saria's mother, got a call in Utah at 7:44 p.m. Alaska time, almost 10 p.m. her time, from the defendant, Zarrius Hildabrand. "Hey, Saria's missing. Has been for over 33 hours. And he told that same scripted story. Left for work at 10 a.m. on Sunday. Didn't take her phone. Haven't heard from her. Meredith immediately jumped on a plane. She's coming to find her daughter. On the plane, she's coordinating with her family to make a missing poster, to try to find Saria, to even figure out if she can track a phone, all of those things. But she didn't find her that day. One other thing on Monday, August 7th, is APD Officer Zhang did respond. And he asked the defendant many questions. Has Saria ever gone missing before? No. We get that same scripted answer. Left at 10 a.m. to walk to work. Didn't have her phone. Haven't seen her. Don't know what happened. He asked, has she ever had suicidal tendencies or something that could explain this? He says, no, not at all. I don't know where she is. She was wearing all black when she went to work. Black graphic tee. Don't know where. Forgot her phone. She's gone. Later that evening, one of Marie and the defendant's mutual friends, Dalen Gates, came over. Dalen worked in the Army with the defendant, and he knew Marie through other mutual friends. Marie at that point was covered in mud. It was late in the evening. She had to go let her dog out. So she briefly crossed paths with Dalen. But Dalen was the one who went inside and spent time with him to check on his friend. He was concerned for him. He made him dinner. And then he watched as Zarrius Hildabrand cried. I think it was ugly cried. And said, I'm blaming myself. It's all my fault. But then I should have driven her to work that morning. Crying as his friends trying to console him, thinking his wife is missing. Tuesday, August 8th. Defendant goes to work again. At this point, his chain of command in the Army is now made aware of what's going on. Also, Saria was in the military in the National Guard, so her chain of command has been involved. The Army Criminal Investigation Division, called CID, which is fancy military police, was also investigating this case for the missing person. They started coordinating with APD, doing their own investigation. Then Meredith arrives. Her plane lands. She goes straight to Anchorage Police Department headquarters. Straight there, goes to the front desk. Where is my daughter? What are we doing to find her? What have you found out? Who was with her at headquarters? Her sister, who had flown hundreds of miles to be there to ask that same question. Who wasn't? The defendant. He said, I can't find my wallet, so I don't have my driver's license, so I'm gonna sit this one out. So he didn't go. When Meredith went to headquarters, that's when Detective Troy Clark and other members of the Anchorage Homicide Unit were assigned, as the Homicide Unit also investigates missing persons. Him and other detectives began their investigation. They reviewed the 911 call from Murray. They reviewed the statement to Officer Zhang. They coordinated with CID, trying to catch up on what's going on. And then, that evening, they went to 5210 Mockingbird Drive. They coordinated with the Army, who sent his entire battalion, over 70 soldiers, to do a search of that area, trying to find Saria. Didn't find her that day. When Detective Clark, and with him Detective Jeff Elby, went to unit number 13, or just outside the apartment building, they went with Zarrius Hildabrand, the defendant, to his apartment that he shared with Saria. He let them in. He talked to them. He gave that same scripted story. Left for work at 10 a.m. Forgot her phone. Don't know what happened. He told them, I was home all Sunday, just vegetating, kind of recovering. Didn't leave the house. So they start asking him, okay, what happened Sunday morning? He says they woke up at 8:30 or 9 after sleeping in the same bed together, and that she, at 10 o'clock, went to work. 10 o'clock, walked to work, which was her first time doing that, as she had never walked before. He explained that they may have still been a little buzzed, so she was hesitant about driving. However, when he was asked what time she was expected home, he said 7 p.m. on Sunday, August 6th. He didn't see her at 7 p.m. So he decided to wait according to what he told detectives, until 9 p.m. to make sure she wasn't lost or something. And then he said that he went out searching, drove in the parking lot of Bread and Brew, looked all over. And we'll get to what he did that day and evening in a moment. When asked, why did you wait so long? Over 30 hours to report her missing, he said, I didn't know if it was serious. I didn't want to waste anybody's time. When Detective Clark asked, where do you think we're going to find Saria? He paused, hesitated, took a breath. You hear many of those statements. It says, I think she'll be within a 2 to 3 mile radius of here. We'll later find out that was correct. While officers were speaking with him, Detective Clark and Detective Elby, they were looking around the apartment when they were in the living room with him. They saw a set of brand new sheets on the table. They asked him about it. He said, I didn't buy those. I've never even been at the sheet aisle in Fred Meyer. She must have bought them when I was on field training the week before. Okay. Officers ask if they can take a look around the apartment, just make sure she's not there in one of the rooms they can't see. He allows them. He says, go ahead, take a look. Officers do. They don't find Saria. At one point, they notice that on his bed that he shared with Saria is a mattress pad, like a mattress topper cover. And they ask, hey, why don't you have sheets on the bed? He says, I do. They're under the mattress topper. Detectives go, why would you put them under the mattress topper? He says, oh, we got the mattress from someone crummy, that's why. Here, I'll show you. And he lifts the edge of the mattress topper, showing the sheets. However, when he does that, detectives can see that there's a space under the bed. There's not a box spring. They ask, hey, can we take a look under there? Mr. Hildabrand gives an alternative offer. I have embarrassing stuff under there. It's inappropriate. Detectives just point out they want to make sure she's not under there. He says, no, she's not. She wouldn't fit. Detectives accept that answer at that time and leave. But before they did, they asked a few more questions, including, hey, you have her phone right now. We just saw her mom grab it with her laptop. Can you explain to me how, if she left at 10 a.m. on Sunday, how did Nadia Jones get a text at 10:44 if you had her phone? I don't have an explanation for that, sir. That was his response. I don't have an explanation for that. That night, or in that evening, the defendant also stopped by her work for the first time. Went inside on Tuesday, August 8th. One of the employees he had contact with was Kaylani Thompson. She wasn't super close with Saria, but worked with her. Knew her fairly well. Knew that she had gone out on Saturday. Wasn't shocked that she didn't come in on Sunday. But when he came in, Kaylani will tell you about how weird his vibe was. He was nervous, kept scratching, wouldn't look her in the eye, looked anywhere else. So she thought that was odd, and she started asking him questions. He wouldn't answer. She was told by some people, don't push him. His wife's missing. However, when she saw the defendant outside with some of that Army search crew that we talked about, he was laughing and smiling and joking around. I think she described it as they were hee-hee-ha-haing, which she found very concerning because Saria's missing. But that's what the defendant did. Now, Wednesday, August 9th. Throughout this investigation, actually, I want to back up to one more point. When he spoke to detectives on the 8th, originally he said I was home vegetating all day. When they said, hey, we'll check cameras, is there anything else? He goes, oh, actually, I ran some errands. I went to Fred Meyer's and got stuff for guacamole salsa, and I also went to Brown Jug. So he changed that from being home all day. Now, on to August 9th, August 9th, the Wednesday. Police at that point had applied for and been granted a search warrant to search 5210 Mockingbird Drive, Unit 13, for evidence of what happened to Saria. Originally, on the surface, just as they were there wasn't anything obviously out of the concern. Pickle Rick made it back on the bed. But when they began to look more closely, they were able to start seeing reddish-brown stains. When they began to look more closely, they could see those reddish-brown stains, multiple places all over the apartment. And that's what they saw when they lifted the bed. Not embarrassing sex stuff, but a mattress so soaked through it with blood that when it was flipped, the framing it was on actually imprinted into the blood. They also observed mop buckets and disinfecting wipes, multiple things throughout the apartment. Will be ample evidence as to what crime scene found in his apartment. Another thing they found is in the living room, in between the couch cushions, tan Sig Sauer handgun tucked in between the things. Just near there on a table, they found letters authored by the defendant, where he says, "I don't know where you are. I hope you're found alive. If not, if she's found alive or dead, please bury her with me." But one thing he says is, "I loved her," in the past tense. Saria's still missing. He also drafts one to APD. For all the people working the case, I'm sorry the information I gave you wasn't the best. Signed, Zarrius Hildabrand. Please continue their investigation into Thursday, August 10th. On Thursday, August 10th, they're again searching that area between her apartment and Bread and Brew. And you'll see on maps and photos throughout this trial that there's a frontage road, less than 100 yards, maybe a couple hundred yards from the apartment building. As they're searching, they end up finding a trash can, 96-gallon toter trash can with wheels. Stickers still on it. Here's brand new. As there was a landscaping crew that had been contracted by Parks and Rec, and they had been cleaning the area, and they found it and had put it in their truck. May have been a little excited to get a brand new trash can. But officers in the area saw it and said, "Wait," because it was relevant to the case. And they looked in that trash can. There was red-brown staining. There was organic material. And they did a full crime scene analysis on this trash can, using forensic techniques, photographs, and other things you'll hear throughout this trial. The next thing they found was just a couple hundred yards, less than a quarter mile from that apartment, 5210 Mockingbird, on that same frontage road, in that same area as the trash can. We found the storm drain.
Counsel, could you approach, please?
Yeah, guys, so this is opening statements. We're replaying opening statements while we're waiting. Anytime you see this camera angle, this is from Newton Ward's camera angle.
They found this storm drain. When Officer Muma and Detective C were doing drone and searches in the area.
Let me just rewind it for a second. Stop it. Whenever you see this camera angle, this is from Newton Ward. He's actually in the courtroom, and he's recording this. The judge didn't want this angle because there's the jury box. You catch the actual jury. You catch, I think, juror number 1. So what they have to do is they have to wait until after trial is over, the day is over, and then they upload that to their website. So that's your clue. If you see this camera angle, it's just a rerun. If you see the Zoom boxes where you have multiple boxes, that's when it's live. So that would be your clue as to whether we're playing, whether it's live or we're playing reruns. So right now we're just replaying opening statements because we have this better camera angle. We can actually see their exhibits, and we're in verdict watch. As you can see the clock there, we're at 34 minutes, coming up on 35 minutes of them deliberating. So that's a really good. I really wanted to see this. I wanted to see this drain pipe, because we have a picture of it, but I want to actually see it in the wild, if you will. And I want to see, like, I would love to see somebody standing next to that, because I think they said it's about 3 or 4 feet tall. And then, of course, it goes down 15 feet. So I also, I was talking with Newton there for a little bit. He says the jury makeup is, he says mostly white, 7 female, 5 men. Now, I don't know, remember there was 2 alternates, so I'm not sure who's actually deliberating. But at the beginning, oh no, wait, I'm sorry. There were 14. So now this is who actually is deliberating. 7 female, 5 men. There's 1 black lady, maybe 1 mixed Asian, but so you got 1 African American, 1 Asian, and then the rest are Caucasian. So you've got 7 female and 5 male. That's the breakdown. Don't know the age yet, but 7 female, 5 male. So, so there we go.
They saw this. The cover was on. Shone a flashlight through the hole and they saw something down there. It's about 15 feet down with a culvert running side to side. This was the place that Saria was found. This was the place where her body was found. With a bullet wound above her left eyebrow. She had been for likely days in that water. In there was a blanket, a pillow, a sheet, as well as some tan, military-looking gloves. Those were also in there with her. Throughout this case, you'll hear many pieces of evidence. Before I get there, I want to inform you of the counts against the defendant, as he's charged with count 1, murder in the first degree. You'll get ample instructions on this. However, to prove murder in the first degree, the state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt, which state happily accepts that burden, that the defendant intended to cause the death of another person, being Saria Hildabrand, and the defendant caused that death of any person. As to count 2, this is an alternate theory. So a different theory from count 1. It has an argument.
Can you approach, please?
Arwen asked, how did they find her? It was just kind of dumb luck, I guess, blind luck, however you want to say it. They were searching, Arwen, and one of the detectives just said, let me just check there. They literally, the search team was going back and forth. Her mom was within feet of that. Everybody searching, and the whole...
As count 2, an alternate theory.
The whole search team was within feet of that. They're walking back and forth, and I think it was just, they just said, hey, let's just check that, just literally for, the saying, and they found her. So they just happened to, I think one of the detectives, I think maybe he smelled, or he just kind of opened it up a little bit and he smelled, and it's going to smell, and he said, yeah, it smelled. So, just terrible. And that's where it's like, I mean, the lack of respect is just appalling. I mean, it's just appalling. I'm like, I don't know what I find more horrific, is him shooting her or him just literally dumping her body. I'm just like, it's just beyond. Because even if she did this accidentally and you're freaking out and you're like, at least have enough respect to be like, all right, I'm going to at least dig a grave for you. I'm going to put you in the ground. I'm going to wrap you up and put you in the ground. Have a little bit of respect. There's just like, I don't understand. There's nothing I don't think there's anything anybody can tell me that would justify, oh, I was afraid. I was afraid. I was freaked out. I was in shock. I was this, I was that. You're just, Lori, he just threw her away like trash. Absolutely. Just threw her away like trash. It's just unbelievable. And the gasoline, that is true. Yep, Nether, that is true. He smelled gasoline as well. So I think he said he was going to set something on fire. Well, he's going to set her on fire, or at least the bedding on fire. But it would have he didn't admit this, but there would have been smoke. But again, this just shows you, the lack of thinking. They were 2 feet of water, right? I think they said there was 2 feet of water. So even if he had set everything on fire, including Saria, we know she's not going to burn, but the bedding, he drops her in 2 feet of water. I mean, she's going to go out. It's not going to work. So anyway. Yeah, that's the understatement, Hellrider. It's overkill. It's overkill. Yeah, cold-hearted, just pure evil. I agree. He talked about respect. He shows his wife no respect at all. No respect at all. Iodine, and the confession about what he looked up on his phone, I know, to find comfort. Arwen, an innocent person would never hide the body like that. Also no respect. Well, that's what the state was saying, conscious of guilt. If that truly was an accident, truly was an accident, he would have called 911. He would have been like, oh my God, my and the firearm would be in her hand. When you pull the trigger, that the firearm would have been in her hand, and it wasn't. And he said when he went into the, he got up, he went to find his phones or whatever, and then he came back to the bedroom, and she was covered or partially covered. Like who shoots themselves and then covers themselves up, or covers themselves up and then shoots himself? I mean, it's just, his story makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. And then on top of that, for him to just throw her in a 15 feet down into a drain pipe, I have a lot of emotion for that.
The elements here are: the defendant's conduct caused the death of another person. The defendant knowingly engaged in that conduct, so a different mental state. And the defendant's conduct was performed under circumstances manifesting an extreme indifference to the value of human life. Extreme indifference to the value of human life means extreme recklessness. You'll be provided an instruction with the factors to consider for that. As to count 3 and 4, they're for tampering with physical evidence. Tampering with her body for 1 count, and tampering with the crime scene at 5210 Mockingbird Drive, Unit 13 for the other. Throughout this case, evidence will be shown to prove these beyond a reasonable doubt. Some of those will be on August 6th. He did go to Fred Meyer. However, there was no guacamole supplies when he went the first time at 12:26 p.m. He purchased Gatorade, marinara sauce, and brand new sheets. You'll watch a video of him making that purchase. He put in his loyalty member number, points. He went again at 6:12, where he purchased hydrogen peroxide, their cleaning supplies, Q-tips. Then he went to Lowe's, 8 p.m. and bought a 96-gallon toter trash can. And then he went back to Fred Meyer, when apparently he was in the Bread and Brew parking lot or searching the woods. But back to Fred Meyer and bought a new mattress pad and a Red Bull. All of this evidence will be presented in the coming weeks. Also found during the crime scene, carpet cleaner. A swab of that carpet cleaner was sent to the statewide crime detection laboratory. DNA analysis was performed by Dr. Emily Matthews on this, as well as other items in this case. The swab of that matched the DNA of Saria Hildabrand. We also found that hydrogen peroxide and many other signs and evidence of cleaning up. We'll hear about the forensic techniques used, the evidence brought, and how they collected it. Some other experts you'll hear in this case besides Dr. Matthews and the DNA. She's an expert in forensic biological analysis. You'll hear from Melanie Wright, who did prints in this case, and the evidence she looked at, the processes she went through, and her findings. You'll hear from firearms expert Samantha Castle, who tested target to distance, and her ultimate finding was that it was unlikely the evidence of stippling and the evidence of the wound, as well as the make and model of the gun, would allow this to be suicide. It would be unlikely You also hear that Samantha Castle tested that gun. She fired a test round and had the stippling and rifling that she can compare. She did compare that to what medical examiner Dr. Kenneth Gallagher found when he performed the autopsy on Saria Hildabrand on Friday, August 11th, where he found multiple fragments of bullets left in her skull from the damage they had done. Samantha Castle was able to match one of those fragments with certainty and one with a little less certainty. They came from that gun. The less certainty was due to the size of the fragments, but the biggest fragment matched. You'll hear from many witnesses in this case. You'll hear from Meredith Barney, what happened when she spoke with the defendant. You'll hear from Marie once about how it went that night and what she found. And when the defendant asked her before Saria's body was found, what property should I give to her family? I was thinking her baby blanket from her childhood and her wedding ring. Saria hadn't been found yet. That was on Wednesday or Thursday at the latest. You'll hear from patrol officers who helped investigate this case and how evidence was collected, presented, and sent to the lab. And you'll hear from many detectives who worked with Detective Clark on their ample interviews with Zarrius Hildabrand and the inconsistencies they found. And you'll even hear Mr. Hildabrand tell his mom, after he was arrested in this case, "I've tangled myself in lies, probably can't be undone." For all of those reasons, after evidence is presented in the coming weeks, the state will be before you in closing. Apply those factors to the elements that I've put up, showing how the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of murder in the first degree, murder in the second degree, and tampering with physical evidence. And we will ask you to find him guilty at that time. Thank you.
This is a case that involves the tragedy of a young woman who lost her life to an accident and the story of a scared young man. The evidence in this case will show that Zarrius Hildabrand made a lot of poor choices, a lot of mistakes, after he discovered that his wife was deceased in their apartment on the morning of August 6, 2023. He discovered his wife had died from a single gunshot wound to her head. The evidence will show that the gunshot that killed Saria was the result of a tragic self-inflicted accident. The evidence will show that Zarrius did not cause the death of Saria, which is why, at the conclusion of this trial, we will be asking you, the jury, to return a verdict of not guilty. I want to talk a little about what the evidence will show about Zarrius. Zarrius was born in Kentucky. He was born to his mother. He had an older sister. He'd have an older brother. He would have a younger brother and a younger sister. And around the age of 5, Zarrius was taken into the foster care system. He would be adopted out of foster care by his adoptive family. With his adoptive family, he was with his mother, his father, his older brother, his younger brother MJ, and his little sister. And Zarrius grew up in Kentucky. He'd graduate from high school. His oldest brother would get in some trouble. And Zarrius wanted to be a role model for his little brother MJ. Zarrius joined the military after he graduated from high school. And that's where he met Saria. Eventually, Zarrius would be stationed in Alaska. He and Saria were married in Utah. And he and Saria were living in Alaska together on his 21st birthday. Zarrius made some poor choices in the relationship. He would get caught Snapchatting with women that weren't Saria. But on his 21st birthday, he was happy. Saria wanted to celebrate with him, and so they went out for a celebration. Zarrius didn't know on August 5th, 2023, the horror he would wake up to the morning of August 6th, 2023. Like many 21-year-olds, he went out and he partied. What do we know about Zarrius? We know he likes to drink. He drank before he was 21. He liked whiskey. In fact, he would drink so much that he would fall asleep. And when he turned 21, he was able to do this legally in a bar. He was excited. He started at Dave & Buster's with Saria, some other friends. Eventually, the party would move to the Willowa, where he continued to drink. Zarrius became highly intoxicated. The party decided to move from the Willowa to the Gaslight. Zarrius was so intoxicated, the Gaslight would not let him in. So the party, it's time to end. This is around 1 in the morning on August 6th. Zarrius gets in an Uber with his wife, Saria, their friend, Marie. He throws up in the Uber. They get back to their apartment. He throws up again. Saria has to help him get into the apartment. Zarrius is sleepy. So, what happened between the time Zarrius got home with Saria and the time that he woke up? Well, in his intoxicated state, Zarrius's memory isn't fully functioning. He wakes up on August 6th in the morning, and he discovers that his wife is deceased in the bed. She has one gunshot wound to her head, a gunshot wound that you'll hear from an expert in this case, Samantha Castle, that while we don't know the exact range, the gun was fired from not contact to up to 12 inches. Zarrius is 21 years old and he's afraid. What am I going to do? What are people going to say about me? My brother, I'm going to be a disappointment to him. Zarrius is scared. And when he's scared, he does some stupid things. He does some offensive things. He does some things he regrets. And you'll hear about those things in this trial. You'll hear about what he did out of fear after he found his wife deceased. Fear is the motivation behind the reason that Zarrius did what he did, what you'll hear about. You'll hear how he pretends that she's missing. You'll hear how he went to Lowe's. You'll hear how he purchased a garbage can. You'll hear where his wife was discovered. You will hear those things. What you won't hear is who you won't hear from a single witness who was there when the gun was fired. And so while you will not like what you hear that Zarrius did after the fact, while you will see graphic pictures, and you will likely be angry at what Mr. Hildabrand did after he discovered his wife deceased. The evidence simply will not show that Zarrius pulled the trigger. That will not be shown. This case is about a young man who made a horrible mistake. This is about the fear that happens and the choices people make when they're put in unthinkable circumstances. This case is a tragedy. It is heartbreaking. But it's not murder. That is why, at the conclusion of this trial, we'll be asking you as a jury to find that Mr. Hildabrand is not guilty of the accusations in this case. Thank you.
I had no idea about vocal fry. I'm like, I mean, I know what it is, but I'm like, what? So apparently in 1937, linguist John Firth observed creaky voice among men speaking with received pronunciation, the standard accent of the British elite and the BBC. Characters like James Bond, played by Sean Connery, and radio broadcasters of the era frequently utilized it. Oh, wow. And then American influence. In the U.S., it first gained traction in country music to hit low bass notes and was formally researched in American speech rehabilitation starting in the 70s. Now, well, here you go. In the early 21st century, vocal fry became associated with young American women, Valley Girl accents, and reality TV stars like the Kardashians. Sociolinguists note that while everyone drops their vocal fry naturally at the end of a sentence, its exaggerated use in younger generations is often adapted as an expression of relaxation, informality, and or casual authority. Why you can't stand vocal fry? That's a YouTube by Dr. Jeff Lindsay. So I mean, I know what it is. I hear it. It doesn't really bother me. But okay, I gotta watch some old James Bond and listen to Sean Connery give his vocal fry. I don't even think I can do it if I tried. British origin. Is that vocal fry? Creaky voice. Yes, my name's Bond. James Bond. It's very annoying and ruins your vocal cords. I don't even know if I could do it if I tried to. I had no idea that. I've never. Does Billie Eilish use vocal fry? Ariana Grande. Who is famous for vocal fry? Kim Kardashian. A low, creaky, or gravelly vocal register is most famously associated with the Kardashian family, particularly Kim Kardashian. Other prominent female celebrities widely known for using it include Zooey Deschanel, Britney Spears, and Ariana Grande. All right. So well-known male figures like Ira Glass, Rami Malek, and Lil Wayne. All right, there you go. Nether, you think you have it naturally? Now you're paranoid? That's it, the raspy voice. I feel like my nose, instead of vocal fry, I have nose plug or something. I don't know what's going on with my voice right now. All right. All right, we're still in verdict watch. We're over an hour. So for those that said 0 to 1 hours, you're wrong. Sorry. I swear to God, I'm not on any medications. Oh, Captain Janeway has it from Star Trek Voyager. I guess if it's creaky or raspy. I guess if it's creaky or raspy, then you would consider that. Paris Hilton, Moon Unit. Well, Valley Girl, yeah, that's where Moon Unit would fall in under that. Kaylee says, makes me want to clear my throat when I hear it. All right. You got the time right once? Well, wait a minute. So jury hasn't come back yet. So how do you know if you got it right? Camilla, how do you know if you got it right if the jury hasn't come back yet? Unless you did not pick 0 to 1 hours. Are you jumping the gun, saying that you got it right? Do you know something we don't? All right. I want to play. I've got another thing. Some more. Oh, here's Marie. I want to play Marie. Marie Wend. She was the best friend. Oh, the last trial, Camilla. You got it. Oh, you got it right the last time. Last trial, you got it right. That would be. That would be the Rosh, Zachariah Rosh. Nether, I'm sitting here talking to myself to see if I have it. Katharine Hepburn, Gracie says yes, yeah. Katharine Hepburn, she definitely has vocal fry for sure. Punch drunk squeegee, right? Totally Katharine Hepburn. Yeah, didn't even think about that with old Kate there. Katharine Hepburn. Yeah, she's got some serious vocal fry. Good one. All right. I want to play. This is Marie Wend. I think Went or Wend. Marie Wend. Yeah, Marie Wend. So she was right after, she was witness number 2. The 911 dispatch clerk came in first, and then Marie was second. So let's listen to her testimony.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in this case now before this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you. You can be seated. And if you can please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Marie Wenz, MarieWenz. Spence, how are you today? Good. How long have you lived in Alaska?
5 years this September.
And did you live in Anchorage that entire time?
Yes.
What do you do for work?
I'm an administrative assistant for a sewer company.
And do you know Saria Hildabrand?
Yes.
How did you know her?
She was my best friend.
When did you meet Saria?
January, February of 2023.
How did you meet her?
Through mutual friends.
What was it like when you met her? What was it like when you met her?
I'm sorry, can you pull the microphone up a little bit? And Ms. Brewster, you're going to have to speak up.
Should we approach?
No need to approach. I'm just asking that you please speak up when you raise an objection. And approach.
Yikes, sorry for that. All right, so Wenz. Her last name is Wenz. I had it wrong. I thought it was Wend, but it's Wenz. Marie Wenz. Yikes. That's brutal. Sorry for that, you guys. Let's see if I can fast forward here. Good Lord. Yikes.
She was kind of reserved and then really, really nice to me.
And did you guys get close after that?
Yes.
And Your Honor, if I may approach with State's Exhibits 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15.
Yes.
Ms. Buns, can you take a look at those and tell me if you recognize those photographs?
Yes, they're photos that I took of her and I.
Okay, let's go exhibit by exhibit.
Okay.
So looking at Exhibit 5, you took that photograph of you and Saria?
Yes.
Is that true and accurate when you took it?
Yes.
Exhibit 6?
A photo I took of her.
And what was the kind of environment of that photo?
We had gone to the lake with my dog and we were taking photos.
Are you able to, is that true and accurate to when you went that day?
Yes.
Are you able to see pretty big tattoos on Saraya's back in that photo?
Yeah, the photos of her wings.
And can we keep going? So Exhibit 7, is that a true and accurate photo?
Yes.
And where were you guys?
We were at the gym.
Is that, can you all see more of her tattoos in those photos?
Yeah, the photos on, or the tattoos on her arms.
Exhibit 8?
A photo of her and Zarrius.
Did you take that the night of August 5th, 2023?
I don't believe I took that photo. One of our friends did.
Were you present when it was taken?
Yes.
Is it true and accurate to when they had the pickle rick?
Yes.
The next exhibit, which one is that?
A photo of Saria and Hannah, I believe her name is.
Is that Exhibit 9?
Yes.
Is that also from that night?
Yes.
Were you present for around that time of that photo?
That was in the car, yeah.
Is it true and accurate?
Yes.
Exhibit 10?
A photo of Zarrius and Hannah's husband.
Is that true and accurate? Were you also present for that?
Yes.
Exhibit 11?
A photo of me with Saria in the corner.
Was that when you guys were at Willowa on August 6th?
Yes.
Is that true and accurate?
Yes.
And Exhibit 12?
A photo of Saria and me at Willowa.
True and accurate?
Yes.
Exhibit 13?
Another photo of Saria and me at Willowa.
Is that true and accurate?
Yep.
Exhibit 14?
It is a screenshot of my call log from Saria.
And did you take that screenshot?
Yes.
Is it true and accurate?
Yes.
And finally, Exhibit 15?
Another screenshot of a phone call from Saria.
And is that true and accurate?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would move to admit States Exhibit 5 through 15 at this time.
Counsel, subject to your objection. Okay. They're admitted?
Permission to publish,
They
Judge.
may publish.
So, before I put Exhibit 5 up on the screen, did you guys talk frequently after you became friends?
Yes.
How would you communicate with her?
Through Snapchat and Instagram.
Up on the screen, I have States Exhibit 5. You previously described that's a previous photo of you and her.
Yes.
Would you guys take a lot of photos together?
Yeah.
On the screen is Exhibit 6. Is that lake day you were talking about?
Yes.
And in that, what tattoos of hers are visible again?
The wings on her back, the skeleton wings.
How do you know the defendant, Zarrius Hildabrand?
Saraya's husband. I met them at the same time.
Were you friends with him?
Friendly with him.
Can you explain that a little more? What do you mean?
Like I was friends with Saria and then he would be around and we would do things together because he was her husband.
How was their relationship from what you observed?
looked amicable to me. They were nice to each other. They were pretty sweet. They didn't really fight in public.
And then, what was Saraya's demeanor in the weeks around and coming up to August 6th, 2023?
It's her same demeanor. She was happy. Nothing really out of the ordinary. She was excited for Zarrius' birthday coming up and planning for it the week before.
When you knew her in Alaska, did she ever express any suicidal ideations in any way?
No.
So, on the screen I have Exhibit 7. And that's the photo where you can see the tattoos on her arm, is that correct?
Yes.
On the screen is Exhibit 8. Can you tell me about that?
That was at Dave & Buster's, kind of towards the end before we left. They had won a pickle Rick, which is like the one thing that Saria wanted that night.
Okay. And I'll come back to Dave & Buster's just a bit. Were you with Saria that morning?
Yes.
What were you guys doing?
We went to the gym, we went to the store, then we went to I dropped her off at the apartment, and then I left.
And why'd you guys go to the store that day? For anything in particular?
She wanted to get stuff for Zarrius' birthday.
Did you see what she ended up making or giving him?
It was like a beer cake and streamers.
Did you go, you said you had taken her back to her apartment and then you left?
Yeah.
Did you end up at her apartment again later that evening?
Yes.
Was that at 5210 Mockingbird Drive, Unit 13?
Yes.
And when you got back later that evening, who was there?
It was me, Saria, and Zarrius.
Was Isaac Mahonen also there?
He met us at Dave & Buster's.
Okay. What was the environment like at the apartment before you went to Dave & Buster's?
It was a little bit awkward at first, and then it got more relaxed. We were having more fun and drinking a little bit.
How was it awkward?
They had just had like a disagreement about her decorating for his birthday.
Can you tell us more about that?
She said that he didn't like that she had like put up decorations and made an effort to decorate the apartment for his birthday.
Did you hear him say anything when you got there about how he was feeling?
Not that I remember.
Do you remember anything about his demeanor when you got there?
It was like reserved, and then he started drinking, so he was happier.
And then you said you went to Dave & Buster's after that, is that correct?
Yes.
Was that a little later in the evening?
Yeah.
And how was Dave & Buster's?
It was good. I played pool with Isaac Mulholland, and they walked around the arcade area playing games and winning tickets.
And is that when she was going for the pickle Rick? Was there a large group of people there?
It was like 6 or 7 people, I think.
Okay. Do you recall who that was?
Saria, Zarrius, Hannah's husband, Toby, Kelly, and Farrar.
You said Toby, Kelly, and Farrar. Yeah. Is Farrar's first name, do you know it?
I don't.
Okay. Was there anyone named Logan Calhoun there that you recall?
I don't remember Calhoun being there.
Okay. So at Dave & Buster's, how was Saria and the defendant from what you were observing?
They were having fun. They were laughing, smiling, kind of just enjoying the moment.
Up on the screen, I have States Exhibit 9. Did you ultimately all leave Dave & Buster's?
Yeah.
Did some of you go back to the Mockingbird apartment?
Yeah. Hannah, me, Hannah's husband, Saria, Zarrius, and Isaac.
Up on the screen is Exhibit 10. Who is that proposing possibly a hat to the defendant?
Hannah's husband. I think his name is Zach.
And then, before I get to Exhibit 11, after the apartment, where did you guys go?
We went to Willowa.
And who all went to Willowa?
Me, Isaac, Saria and Zarrius, and Farrar met us there.
Was Calhoun there at that point that you recall?
I don't remember.
Okay. How was Willowa? What was everybody doing?
Clubbing. We were there to celebrate a birthday party, so we got drinks, we were dancing, having fun, and drinking more.
Where was Saria?
She was with me.
Where was the defendant?
He was hanging out with Farrar more than anything, and then like meeting us up meeting up with us again.
How was the vibe between the group at Willowa?
Good. Everyone was being nice and having fun.
On the screen, I have Exhibit 11. Is that a photo with you?
Yes.
Is that corner of the face, who is that?
Saria.
Exhibit 12, it's a little dark. Are you able to see who that is?
Yeah, Saria and me.
Exhibit 13.
Saria and me.
And were you guys dancing?
Yes.
And were all of these photos that we just talked about taken at Willowa at this point? And then Exhibit 13 is up on the screen. What ultimately made you guys leave Willowa?
It was kind of getting like towards the end of the night, and Zarrius wanted to go to Gaslight.
And did the group go?
Yeah.
How did you guys get there?
We walked.
And what happened when you got to Gaslight?
Isaac and I got into Gaslight, and then I got a call from Saria that said that Zarrius was too drunk to get in.
Okay. And when he walked over, what did you observe about him?
He was kind of behind me, but he was like stumbling a little bit and leaning on Saria a little bit.
Was he still talking to everybody in the group?
Yeah, he was slurring his words, but yeah.
Did he know who you were?
Yeah.
Did he know who his friends were?
Yes.
And did he know who Saria was?
Yes.
Did you go back out when you got that call from Saria?
Yeah.
Do you recall when you got back outside when the defendant wasn't let in, did he say anything?
Not that I remember.
So after he wasn't let in, what did you guys do next?
We called an Uber to go back to the apartment.
The Mockingbird apartment?
Yes.
Who was in the Uber?
Me, Isaac, Saria, and Zarrius.
And how was the Uber ride?
Kind of silent, like we were talking, but Zarrius was getting a little sick while still talking.
Okay. How did you said he was still talking?
Yeah.
Did he end up getting sick in the Uber?
Yes.
What did he say after he did that?
He said sorry.
Did he apologize to you?
Kind of just like everyone in the car, I guess.
Do you guys ultimately make it back to the Mockingbird apartment?
Yes.
Was that after 1 a.m.?
Yeah.
And where did you go inside?
No.
Where did Saria and the defendant go?
They went into the apartment.
Was he walking on his own 2 feet?
Yeah. I mean, he was leaning against Saria, but he was walking.
She wasn't having to like carry him like a wedding?
No.
Okay. Where did you and Isaac go?
We went back to my apartment.
Did you send any messages to Saria when you got home?
I sent a message saying that we had made it back to my apartment.
Was that in text or something else?
A Snapchat.
When is the next time you reached out to Saria?
I Snapchatted her the next morning around 10, I think, asking how Zarrius felt.
Did you see any missed calls or anything?
I didn't at that time.
Okay, we'll come back to that. So around 10 that morning, kind of late morning, what did you send the snap to Saria, I'm sorry.
I sent a snap saying, how is Z feeling? And I got a snap back of his face with a thumbs up.
And that was to her phone on her Snap account?
Her Snapchat account, yes.
What did you send next?
About an hour later, I sent them a Snapchat asking if they wanted to get brunch.
And did you get a response?
I got a response from him on her account saying that she had gone to work and forgot her phone.
And just to clarify one more time, the thumbs up, you said whose face was in that picture?
Zarrius' face.
And did it have any text on it?
It was just a thumbs up.
Okay, so his face from her account with a thumbs up?
Yeah.
Okay. And then, I apologize, I asked you, you reached out about lunch. What did he say?
He responded on her account saying that she had gone to work and had forgotten her phone.
And at that point, what did you think?
I thought it was weird because she told me she was going to call out, but wasn't really thinking about it too much in the moment.
Did you ever know Saria to forget her phone?
No.
Can you explain that a little more?
We're attached to our phones. She was really no exception, especially because she had family not in Alaska, and also just talking to people through social media all the time.
Were you guys constantly talking on socials?
Yes.
Would that be Instagram, Snapchat?
Yeah.
Things like that. Was it normally text or no?
Between her and I?
Yes.
Just Snapchat and Instagram.
So after lunch was declined, saying that she forgot her phone, what was the next time you reached out to Saria?
I Snapchatted her around 7:30 asking when she wanted to go to the gym.
And why did you wait until 7:30?
Because that's the normal time that we went to the gym.
And did you guys normally coordinate?
Yes.
Did you hear back from her?
I heard back from Zarrius from her account saying that he had not picked her up from work yet.
What did you think when you got that response?
I thought it was weird because she usually got off work around 7:30.
Did you hear back from Saria or the defendant on Saria's phone again that night?
Not that night.
Did you reach out again?
The next morning.
And what did you say?
I sent her a message on Instagram.
And what was the general question or vibe of that message?
I used crude words, but it was basically just like, why are you not responding?
And why would you reach out and ask her that?
Because we'd never gone more than probably like 12 hours without talking to each other.
Did you hear back from her then?
Zarrius called me then.
And approximately, do you remember what time that was?
I want to say around 11 o'clock.
Okay. About midday?
Yeah.
And was that Monday, August 7th?
Yes.
Were you at work?
Yes.
What did he say to you when he called you? Let me back up. Whose phone did he call you from?
Saria's.
And what did he say?
He said that he'd not seen her since the morning before. Sunday morning.
What went through your head when you heard that?
Why would you not tell me last night when I asked when she wanted to go to the gym? Why would you not tell me at all yesterday? Why would you wait so long to tell me?
And did you ask him any of those questions?
I asked why he waited so long to tell me. He said he didn't want to worry me.
What did you do when you got that information?
I told him to call the police. I said I couldn't leave work right now because of my boss, but I would come over right after work to try to help look for her.
And did you end up doing that?
I did go over after work to try to look for her, yes.
Where did you meet the defendant?
At the park behind her job. It's like Campbell Airstrip Park or something like that.
What did he say to you when you arrived?
He said that he'd spent a couple hours looking and he didn't know what happened to her.
Do you remember what was his demeanor or actions?
Very calm. It was weird behavior for what was going on.
What was your demeanor?
Worried, stressed.
And what did you ask him? You said earlier on the phone call you told him to call the police.
Yes.
Did you ask him if he had done that?
I did.
What did he say?
He said no.
What steps did you take that night? Did you call hospitals or something else?
Yeah, I called 911. They said that I needed to call the morgues and the hospitals and see if a Jane Doe was reported. We called the morgues and hospitals, and then I called 911 again after everyone said they hadn't had any Jane Does to report her missing.
I'm sorry, who made those calls, you or the defendant?
I made the calls.
And ultimately, you said you didn't find anything about her. What did you and the defendant do next?
We reported her missing, and then they told us that they would be sending police officers to the apartment to take the report, so we went back to the apartment to wait for them.
Did you have to call 911 again?
Yes.
And did you call twice?
Yeah.
Twice more. And why was that?
Because it'd been like 40 minutes to an hour and police officers hadn't arrived yet.
While you were waiting on officers, what were you and the defendant doing?
We were like looking around a little bit more, and then we were in the apartment. I was in the apartment with him trying to see if any of her stuff was missing.
And was anything missing?
I believe her like fanny pack purse thing was missing and her wallet.
So the fanny pack, is that what she used as like a wallet or a purse?
Yeah.
Do you remember the color of it?
Black.
And what was the defendant saying to you when you guys were there?
A lot of nonsense, like he didn't know what happened to her. He kept looking. He was looking all night the night before. He's sure that nothing bad happened. She probably just like fell or something.
Did an APD officer eventually arrive that night?
Yes.
Do you recall if that was Officer Zhang?
Yes.
And did you and the defendant both speak with that officer?
Yes.
That night on Monday night, were you the only one at the defendant's apartment, or did someone else come over?
Dalen Gates came over a little bit later.
And who's Dalen?
He was Zarrius's NCO.
What's NCO?
Non-commissioned officer.
And how did you know Dalen?
I had met him years prior through a friend group.
Did you, Dalen, and Zarrius hang out in the apartment?
Yeah.
Was that a long period, a short period, or something else?
It wasn't a long period for me. I was there for maybe half an hour and then I left.
So when you left, Dalen Gates was in the apartment with the defendant?
Yes.
When's the next time you spoke with the defendant?
The next morning. Yeah, the next morning.
And at this point, have you checked to see if there was any calls from Saria?
I did, yes.
Up on the screen, I have States Exhibit 14. Do you reckon, and Madam Clerk, could we lower the lights a little bit? And did you take this screenshot?
Yes.
And what is the call date and time on that?
That's August 6, 2023 at 2:40 a.m.
And then up on the screen, I have States Exhibit 15. Do you recall what the date of that call log was? Was that on Monday?
Yeah, August 7th.
And what's the time on that?
11:58 a.m.
And do you recall what was that call?
That was the call with Zarrius when he said that he'd not seen her since the day before.
And Madam Clerk, we can take the lights back up. Thank you. So after Monday night, and you left Dalen there with the defendant, when's the next time you talked to him?
Tuesday morning, I believe.
And what was the nature of that conversation?
It was about creating missing persons posters.
Were you aware at that time that her family had created one?
Yes.
And what were you doing to make a poster?
I had sent Zarrius photos of her and I had a crop, and then I had put like my phone number and gave like a brief description of her and when she was last seen and put it on my socials.
Okay. Did the defendant make a poster?
I can't remember.
But you made one poster?
Yes.
What did he say when you sent him that?
He said thank you and that he would put it up on his socials.
When's the next time you spoke to him? On Tuesday, August 8th?
Tuesday afternoon, I believe.
And what was the nature of that contact?
I got off work and I said that I would come over to try to help look for her again.
And did you do that?
Yeah.
And what were you doing to look for her?
There was like areas behind the apartment that people were searching for, and then I believe I spoke to the detectives that day as well.
And do you recall who was searching?
A bunch of people from the military, like her battalion and his battalion.
And you said you spoke with detectives that day?
I believe so, yes.
Did you provide them photos of Saria?
Yeah.
Is that what we saw in States Exhibit 5, 6, 7, and 8?
Yes.
What was the defendant's demeanor that day with you?
He was very calm. He didn't seem too worried about what was going on.
Was he saying anything to you, thanking you, something else?
He was repeatedly saying that he was grateful for me being there.
Was that out of the norm for him?
Yes.
In what way?
It's just never happened before. Like, we were friendly, but he was never like, I'm so glad you're here, or whatever.
So was that after searching, did you end up going home?
Yes.
Did you talk to the defendant again that day?
I did have a phone call with him, yes, where he was saying that more people were searching and they were bringing in like search and rescue.
So now on to August 9th, Wednesday. Did you talk to him that day?
Yes. He had said that his apartment was being seized and he asked me to take the dogs.
How many dogs did they have?
2 dogs, Lily and Cope.
Did you end up taking the dogs?
Yes.
Did you do that with detectives present?
Yes.
And did you also point out anything for you said he talked about search and rescue dogs?
Yeah.
Did you point out clothing or anything like that?
They had asked me to point out the shoes that she was wearing and the shirt that she was wearing the night that she went missing.
Did you do that?
Yes.
What happened next?
I got the dogs from the apartment and then I took them to my apartment.
Did you talk to the defendant again that day?
Yes, he called me when I got back to the apartment to talk about the dogs and thank me again for being there for him.
Did you talk to him on Thursday, the 10th?
I think so, yeah.
Did he ever talk to you about Saria's personal belongings?
He had called me to ask my opinion on which belongings should be going to her mom. He had said her wedding ring and a blanket that she kept in her closet.
Was that a normal blanket, a baby blanket, or something else?
It was like a baby blanket.
Okay. What went through your head when he asked you that?
I had started crying and I said, why would you be giving her belongings when we haven't even found her?
And what did he say to that?
He said that he was just thinking about like what her mom deserves in case something happened.
And how did you take that? Its effect on the listener, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Sorry, what was the question?
How did you take him saying he was thinking about what her mom would want at that point?
I kind of thought that he knew something more than he was telling me at that point.
Did you speak with the defendant again that day? On the 10th, so Thursday?
Later that day, I believe.
What was that contact about?
The same stuff. He kept saying he was thankful and that people were still searching for her.
And did you ever speak with the defendant again after that?
No.
When's the next time you heard something about this case?
Objection, close to hearsay.
Sorry, Ms. Brewster, I'm being told by Madam Clerk that we're having a hard time picking up what you're saying. I heard what you said. And I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
When was the next time you heard something about Saria?
Friday morning, I went to work and my boss was sent an article.
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Did you ultimately find out that Saria's body was found?
From the article, yes.
And what was your reaction to that?
I broke down in my office and had to be driven home.
Have you ever spoken to the defendant again?
No.
Have you ever seen him again?
No.
Is he here in court?
Yes.
Can you point him out?
The defendant in the second chair.
For the record, can it please reflect that she identified Zarrius Hildabrand?
So reflects.
Thank you. Those are all my questions at this time. Thank you, Your Honor.
Counsel? Yes.
All right. So that was Marie Wenz. Wenz was her last name, Marie Wenz. What else can we listen to? I mean, there's plenty that we can listen to. Oh, let's listen to her mom. I want to watch her mom again. All right, so it's 5 o'clock here on the East Coast, 1 o'clock in Alaska. They have until 4:30. But as we were talking in chat, the judge yesterday said they can go past 4:30. So we'll see if they need to, if they actually need to go past 4:30. We're not sure yet. Still plenty of time. Still plenty of time. We just passed 1 hour and 34 minutes.
Good morning. We left off yesterday talking.
Let me see if I can find. Did they upload her first? This is her mom, Meredith. Let me see if they had. I don't think they've uploaded Meredith's first, day one. She was right after Taylor. Yeah, I don't think they uploaded day one. Let me see. She was Meredith was right after the 911 call. That was Taylor. He was the one that was saying negatory. I like Taylor. He was pretty funny. He was the one that kept saying negatory. Oh, here it is. Hold on a sec. All right, so this is mom's. All right, so here's. Let me grab this. So they did upload this. This is Meredith. I know it'll be sad, but I wanted to watch this.
Now, if you please remain standing and raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in this case now before this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You can be seated. And if you can please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Meredith Barney, E-M-E-R-D-I-T-H, B-A-R-N-E-Y, M-E-R-E. That's how I spell my name, sorry.
Good afternoon, Ms. Barney. Can you first introduce yourself to the jury? Tell them who you are in relation to this case.
I'm Saria's mom.
Okay. And can you tell them a little bit about your daughter? What's her birthday?
September 6, 2001.
Okay. And where was she born?
She was born in Ketchum, Idaho.
Okay. And how many kids or how many siblings does she have?
She has 5.
And where is she in the birth order in your family?
She's the oldest.
Okay. And where did you said she was born in Idaho, but where did she live through her like teenage years?
Utah. We had moved to Utah.
Okay. And after high school, what did Saria want to do with her life?
She wanted to work in the medical field, and so she joined the National Guard so that she could get her school paid for. And she started out as some really fancy thing. I can never remember exactly what it's called, but ultimately she decided she wanted to be a nurse. So she decided to do combat medic, which in Utah there's a 2-year wait to become a combat medic. So she, Zarrius was up in Alaska, so she decided to go there because there's no wait time to become a combat.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but if you could pull that microphone up a little closer to you. We can hear you, but I'm being told that the recording isn't there.
Or speak into it as best as you can. So there was going to be a 2-year wait for her to do combat medic stuff in Utah.
Yeah.
So what was her plan from there?
To go to Alaska because there was no wait time to become a combat medic.
Okay. Can you describe for the jury a little bit of your relationship with your daughter? Were you all close?
Yes, Saria and I were really close. She was really close with our whole family. I had her when I was really young, and so she had a really special place in my family because my family all got to really grow up with her. So she was really close with her grandparents and her aunts and uncles.
I don't know if there's tissues up there, Miss Barney. I think there is. Behind the water there. There's something. And when you say really close, did you speak with her most days?
Yes.
Even after she moved to Alaska?
Yes.
Okay. And when you would talk with her, what was her state of mind about Alaska, about her marriage? How did she seem to you?
She really liked Alaska. She was really excited. She was excited for Zaria's 21st birthday. She was super excited because we were coming up 2 weeks later for my 40th birthday, so we had all these plans. She was doing all this research for things she wanted to do when we were up there. She loved up there. She was getting into paddleboarding and getting more into nature, and so she really had taken to Alaska really well.
Did you sense anything wrong with her leading up to her death?
No.
I want to talk about her relationship with the defendant. When did she meet Zarrius?
They met in boot camp.
Okay, and when was that?
I don't remember right in this second.
Okay. Had they been together a terribly long time?
No, less than a year.
Okay. They were together less than a year before they decided to get married?
Yeah.
Okay, and when did they get married?
In December of 2022.
Okay. So at the point that this happened, they had only been married less than 8 months?
Yeah.
Okay. And then only dating before that?
Yeah.
Less than a year?
Yeah.
Okay. And if they met in boot camp, did he get sent to Alaska immediately after that?
I don't know.
Okay. Was there a period of time where they were dating but not in the same state?
Yeah, I'd say the majority of it.
Okay. So the majority of those 8 months, they're not even physically together?
Yeah.
Okay. And then she comes up, they get married, and she comes up here in December of 2020. Okay. So they're married in December. She comes up late January, early February.
Yeah.
And it sounds like your family was planning a trip in August.
Yeah, me and my husband at the time and my son were going up.
Okay. And did you ever spend time with Saria and Zarrius together, like before she moved up here?
Yeah, they came and stayed with us for 2 weeks for Christmas, 1 week with us, and then 1 week with her dad in Utah.
Okay. And did you have any impressions about their young relationship?
That they just liked each other.
Okay. Did they have any pets?
They had a dog. She took one of my dogs up to Alaska, and we didn't know when she went that dog was pregnant. So she had a dog, and then that dog had puppies.
Okay. Ultimately, did they end up with 2 dogs living at their apartment in Anchorage?
Yes, they ended up keeping one of the puppies.
When you would talk with Saria on the phone, is walking the dog something she would do regularly?
Yeah, she had a park she really liked. She would FaceTime me from a lot.
Okay. And do you remember what that park was called now?
University Lake Park. It's the big dog park with the lake in the middle.
Okay. University Lake Park. As she's up here, what kinds of things would she tell you she was doing for fun or to get out?
She really liked her job. She sent me a bunch of pictures of paddleboarding. I knew she had going and doing bonfires because that's something she wanted to do when we came up here. She had gone to some she'd gone on road trips with Marie, and she went and got a salty dog hoodie from some, I don't know where it is, but she was super stoked for it. So she would work out, she was a very active, very social person.
Okay. On the Saturday night, August 5th, did you know what she planned to do that night?
Yeah, we talked right before they went out.
Okay. And what did you understand her plan to be for the evening?
They were going to Dave & Buster's. She had a plan to get Pickle Rick, and then they were just going to go out to the bar after that.
Okay. And did she tell you who was going?
I knew Zarrius and I knew Marie were going, and just some of her other friends. I don't know. She told me, but I don't remember. I don't recall.
You knew she was going out with a group?
Yeah.
Did you know what the occasion was?
Yeah, I knew it was his birthday.
Okay. How was her mood?
She was excited. She was really excited because she wanted to take her brother to Dave & Buster's when we were coming up, in a couple of weeks after that. So she was really excited to go there.
Did she text you at all that night?
Yeah.
While they were out?
Yeah, she sent me a picture after they won Pickle Rig of her and Zarrius.
I'm going to show you what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit 8. Is State's Exhibit 8 the picture that she texted you that night?
Yeah, that's what she sent me.
And was that the last time that you heard from Saria?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. Did you call her the next day?
I did not. I figured she'd be hungover, so I was not gonna bug her.
Okay. When is the next time you heard about Saria?
It was Monday. Zarrius called me from her cell phone.
Okay. And what time was that?
It was pretty, I'm gonna say late because I'm old, but it was like late 9, early 10. I don't know the exact time, but it was later in the evening for us.
Maybe after 9, before 10,
Yes.
where you were?
Yeah.
And where were you living?
I live in Mount Pleasant, Utah.
Okay. So in Utah, it was after 9, before 10 p.m.
Yeah.
And what did he tell you in that phone call?
He told me that he had just reported her missing and that he told me just kind of like the story. She left for work. She was hungover. She left for work, left her phone at home, didn't come back, and then I tried to ask him like questions, like follow-up questions, like curious questions to try to get more information, and it all pulled back to the same story, and he wouldn't waver from those exact facts, even though I tried to get more.
And the exact facts were she left to walk to work?
Yes.
And what about her phone?
That she had left her phone because he was calling me from her phone.
Okay. And that he hadn't seen her since what time?
Since Sunday morning at 10.
And you're hearing this late Monday night?
Yes.
As a mom, what do you do?
Go to Alaska and look for my kid.
Okay. And did you do that immediately?
As soon as I could get a plane ticket up.
Okay. And when did you arrive in Alaska?
Tuesday morning, around like midday.
Okay. And did anybody go with you?
I met my sister in Seattle and we flew up the rest of the way together.
Okay. And your sister's name?
Brittany Barney.
Okay. And did she travel with you for this trial as well?
Yeah.
Okay. And so you and her meet in Seattle and then you arrive in Anchorage Tuesday early afternoon?
Yeah.
Okay. What's while you're coming up here or while you're getting ready to come up here, do you take any steps to help find Saria?
Yeah, my mom started making a missing persons poster. Okay. And I think, I wasn't personally a part of this, but I think my mom and my sister were working on it together. But yeah, we were doing that while we were on the plane. That was happening.
Okay. Did you have any contact with Zarrius about that process? The making of the missing persons poster?
Not until after we made it.
Okay. So what do you mean? Your sister and your mom make it, and does it get sent to him or transmitted to him somehow?
Yes.
Okay, and then what happened?
Then he wanted to take my phone number off of it and put his phone number on it, okay, which I was not going to do.
Okay. And did he question the name that was on the poster?
Yeah, because we had Saria Barney on it and he wanted Saria Hildabrand on it.
Okay. Had she formally changed her name yet at that point, or do you know?
I think she had just barely done a lot of stuff in regards to that.
Okay. So he wanted his phone number and his last name on the missing persons poster? Okay. So he knew that you were coming up?
Yeah.
Okay. And when you land in Anchorage, what do you and your sister do?
Well, we were supposed to meet Zarrius at the police station.
Okay. You say you were supposed to. What happened?
He didn't come.
Okay. Did you two go to the police station on your own?
Yes.
Okay. Did Zarrius give you a reason for not coming to the police station?
He couldn't find his driver's license, so he couldn't meet us at the police station.
Okay. And when you got to the police station, what did you do?
Waited to get the detective's name for the case.
Okay. Were you ultimately later that day connected with Detective Troy Clark, who's sitting here with us today?
Yes.
Okay. And
Ms. Dunlop, we're just about out of time. Is this a good stopping point, or?
pretty
A couple
close,
more
Judge.
questions.
A couple more questions. Before I get to your discussion with Detective Clark, throughout this time when Zarrius is telling you what has happened, how would you describe his demeanor?
It was weird.
Okay, explain.
Just very paranoid. Very paranoid and very rigid. Like, he kept making excuses of why he couldn't meet with us to do things like hang up posters or, like, go to the police station. Or when we went searching, he was really didn't want me and my sister out of his sight. And when we separated from him, he was calling and texting, where are you guys at? What are you guys doing? Repeatedly. And just really uncomfortable.
Okay. And we'll talk more about that search tomorrow. Thank you for your time this afternoon.
All right, thank you. We can sit down. We're done for the day. Tomorrow morning at 8:30, if you could be back in the same process, you'll come up, we'll let you in. Please do not, as you understand, there's media here.
All right, I want to play then, just to carry it over. This is the following day. So we're at 1 hour and 50 minutes, coming up on 2 hours that the jury has been deliberating. And again, it's not 100% accurate because they send them back and then the judge said, wait for the alternates to leave before you start to deliberate, wait for the evidence to get back. So I gave him about 5 minutes when the judge said that. So we're within, a few minutes of when they started to deliberate. But I went with starting at 3:30 just because it's easy for my mind, when it's 3:30 versus, 3:37 or something like that. So they've been deliberating since 3:30 East Coast time because we're on the East Coast. Right now it is 1:30. It's almost 1:30 in Alaska local time. 5:30 if it's 5:22, so it's 1:22 on the East Coast. Sinbad, yeah, I'm sorry. It's nice to see you, but I understand. But I'm glad to see you being able to come back into chat and just say hello. Let us know that you're still okay. So sorry about that. All right, so this is Meredith again, Meredith Barney. Right, Barney is her last name. Yeah, Meredith Barney. She went from day 1 into day 2. This is Saria's mother, and this is the continuation of her testimony.
We left off yesterday talking about essentially when you arrived in Anchorage, what was going on. And one thing we talked about just briefly was what I have numbered State's Exhibit 52. I've given counsel a courtesy copy. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 52?
Yes.
Is that a copy of the missing persons flyer that your family made?
Yes.
Okay. And did you ultimately give that to the police department and to CID?
Yeah.
Okay. And except for the number being the Anchorage Police Department number on the bottom, is it true and accurate to the missing persons poster that you all created?
Yes.
Okay, I'd move at this point for the admission of 52.
Objection.
May I publish?
52 is admitted, you may publish. Do I have an updated exhibit list?
That page I'll get.
Okay.
We won't go past page 2 today otherwise.
All right, thank you.
So I want to talk with you just a little bit about the photos in this exhibit and how you all selected them, just to talk about Saria's time in Alaska. Are those all photos that you received from her from Alaska?
Yes. I think the one on the left was one we got from her friend.
And when you say her friend Marie?
Yeah.
And you talked a little bit about the Alaskan type things that Saria was doing, and you all had a family trip planned?
Yeah.
Okay. When were you supposed to be coming to Alaska?
I don't remember the exact day, but my birthday's August 26th, so it was going to be before that. We were supposed to come up for a week.
Okay. And who was going to join you?
My husband at the time and my son.
And was Saria looking forward to that trip?
Very much so.
And I think you talked yesterday, so I won't reiterate, but she was planning things to do with you all.
Yes, tons of stuff.
And then we talked yesterday that you met with the Anchorage Police immediately upon coming to town. Did you then go to Saria and Zarrius' residence?
Yes.
Okay. Is that the first time that you saw Mr. Hildabrand since, arriving in town?
Yeah.
Okay. And what was his demeanor? How did you perceive him then during that interaction?
Like nervous, but not like upset. Like I wouldn't, it's not, if my partner was missing, I would have been very emotional, and it was more nervous, anxious.
Did he have some belongings of Saria's that you thought were important?
Her phone and her computer.
Why did you think that those were important?
I mean, it's her stuff, so I wanted the information, all the information I could get off of them.
Okay. Did you end up taking those from the residence that day?
Yes.
How did that go?
Her phone was sitting on the couch, so I just kind of snagged it and then got the computer as well because it was sitting on the table.
Okay. Did you tell Mr. Hildabrand you were doing that?
I can't remember exactly. I'm sure that I said I'm taking those.
Did you ultimately provide those to anybody else?
Yeah, I gave them to CID.
Okay. And so is it fair to say that day that you went and saw him at the residence after you'd been to APD, did you also make contact with her commanding officer or his commanding officer or both?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember having some fairly extensive contact with the military?
Yes, we drove out to base and I did an interview with them.
Did you talk with them about coordinating a search effort?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you suggest that search effort happen?
So we did a search the woods behind the house, and then we also did a search at Saria's favorite park here.
And that's what you said was University Lake Park?
Yeah.
Okay, and that was your idea?
Yeah.
Okay, and then behind her house we'll have more testimony, but was that the Tuesday? So.
I believe so.
Okay. And when you do that search, who was leading it?
It was the commander of the battalion.
Okay. And about how many folks were out doing that search?
There was a lot. I don't know an exact number, but there was a lot of people there.
Okay. Were there military folks?
Yeah, it was mostly military people, and then me and my sister.
Were there some, canines assisting?
Not that I recall at that time.
Okay. And this is right behind Saria and Mr. Hildabrand's home. And you said you were with your sister, and you started describing kind of quickly yesterday Mr. Hildabrand's demeanor during that time. Can you walk the jury through that a little more slowly?
Yeah, so there's like an access road that we all lined up on. It was like a long line, and then we all just walked out into the woods, and me and my sister were on the end of it, and then Zarrius stayed by us, and then we wanted to get away from him, and so we were just kind of veering off, just looking, and then when we got separated from him, he was texting me a lot. Where are you guys at? What are you guys doing? Wait there, let me find you. Very intensive wanting to know exactly where we were.
And that area that you were searching, are you familiar with where she was ultimately recovered from?
Now, yes.
Were you close to that?
Incredibly close to it.
And it sounds like you found his conduct off-putting that day.
Very much. There was a point where we decided to meet up with him and then let him. We wanted to see where he wanted to take us and where he was not wanting us to go so that we could go back later without him and search without him present.
When it was decided that the search was going to happen, did he have a lot of questions for you about it?
No.
Do you recall testifying at the grand jury in this case?
Yes.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of that transcript?
For sure.
I'm going to show you just 2 pages of your testimony, starting kind of at the bottom of page 23 and page 24. Read that to yourself and then tell me if it refreshes your recollection.
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yeah.
Okay. So when he, I have that from you. When you initially informed him that there was going to be a search, how did he respond?
Confused.
Clarify.
Just like, why are you doing that? Why would you search somewhere else?
Did he have questions about who organized it?
Yes. He asked me who organized it, and I said, me, I did.
And was your daughter ultimately recovered and found the next day?
I'm going to say that's a really blurry timeline for me, and I can't in this moment be like, yes, for sure, it was that day. I know it was very close, but it's...
And I think a blurry timeline is understanding. Were you incredibly stressed during that time?
Yes.
Did Alaska in the summer contribute to your sense of time?
100%. Yes.
Are you used to it getting dark at night?
Yes.
Okay. Was there a lot of sleeping happening between the 6th and the 10th for you?
No. No.
Were you here when she was recovered?
Yes.
After her body was recovered, after the search, before her body was recovered, did you have any more memorable interactions with Mr. Hildabrand?
It's more of the lack of interactions with him. I feel like he avoided us at all costs. I think between the time we got here and the time that they found her body, we were only in his presence like 2 times. Like after the searches, only 1 time was he around us at all.
Okay. And after Saria was found, did you fly back home?
After a few days, yes.
And did you relay the news of what had happened to her siblings?
Yes, I had to tell her sisters.
And then inside of another 24 hours of getting home, did you fly back to testify at the grand jury in this case?
Yes.
Okay. Just one moment. That's all the questions I have for you, Ms. Barney. Thank you. The defense has some, I'm sure.
We don't have any questions right now, thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, the jury is still deliberating. 2 hours and 5 minutes. We're at 5:35 here on the East Coast, 1:35 local time. I'm going to play the neighbor. This is Taylor Engstrom, I believe his last name is. Yeah, Taylor Engstrom. He's the 911 caller. And I'm going to step away and feed the kittens with Aaron. So, of course, when I do this, that probably means that a verdict is going to come in. Right? Is that how it usually works? I'm going to step away. I'm going to feed the kittens with Aaron. And hopefully we'll have a verdict. And then, yes, nothing from Newton. Newton's not saying anything. So I think I have at least 15 minutes. All right. So here's Taylor Engstrom. He was. I thought he was interesting to listen to. He's the negatory. He's the neighbor who called 911. Heard the gunshots. Called 911. Yes, the Lucifer binge watcher. Okay.
Your Honor, if I may approach with a courtesy copy.
Sure.
Thank you.
Before you have a seat, if you please raise your right hand, Madam Clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you'll give in this case now before this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do swear.
Thank you. You can be seated. And if you can state and spell your first and last name for the record.
TaylorEngstrom. My apologies. Hold on.
And Mr. Engstrom, how long have you lived in Alaska?
Since I was 6 years old.
And what city and towns have you lived in?
Initially, when I moved up here, I was in Wasilla with my mom. Then we moved to Anchorage shortly after so she could work.
And when did you end up moving to Anchorage?
I honestly don't recall. I was too young.
And have you lived in Anchorage ever since?
Yes.
At one point, did you live at the Alpine Apartments?
Yes, I did.
What time period was that?
It was about a couple years back now. So 2022 to 2023 approximately.
Were you living there in August of 2023?
Yes.
And do you recognize the defendant, Zarrius Hildabrand?
Where is the defendant sitting?
Let me back up. Do you know who Zarrius Hildabrand is?
Yes.
And before I get there, did you have to call 911 in August of 2023?
I did.
Do you recall the date of that?
I do not.
Your Honor, if I may approach with something to refresh the witness's recollection.
Yes.
Apologies, and I shouldn't have approached with this. Thank you. And Mr. Engstrom, I approached and handed you a copy of a CAD involved in this case. Are you able to refresh your recollection and see if you can remember a date based on that?
Yes. According to this CAD, it was on August 8th of 2023.
Okay, can you go ahead and flip that over for me?
Yes, like so.
And I apologize. Did you say August 8th or August 6th?
Sorry, my apologies. I meant to say August 6th. I was thinking of the month.
Ultimately, you had to call 911 many times in August of 2023?
Not really.
Was it just this once?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall what time of day that was?
It was around 2:45 a.m.
And what were you doing that night?
I was watching Lucifer.
And what was your address?
It was 5210 Mockingbird Drive, apartment 121.
And what kind of building was that?
A U-shaped apartment building with a little courtyard in the middle of it.
And why did you call 911 that night?
Well, I had heard a shot that was pretty loud, sounded like it was in the middle of the courtyard, and I was very concerned, so I felt calling 911 was my best approach.
And when you say in the middle of the courtyard, Your Honor, if I could approach the witness with with State's Exhibit 17.
Yes.
Mr. Engstrom, do you recognize that aerial photo?
Yes, I do.
And what is that photo of?
That's a photo of 5210 Mockingbird Drive.
And generally, so we can have an idea, where is that in Anchorage?
Approximately off of Brayton Drive, right off of Tudor, or right near Tudor. So I would say between Midtown and Southside.
Is it between Tudor and Dowling?
Yes.
And is that photo in front of you true and accurate to what you know 5210 Mockingbird Drive to look like?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time the State would ask to admit Exhibit 17.
17's admitted.
Permission to publish.
May it publish.
And Mr. Engstrom, looking at this photo, if I were to approach you with a Sharpie, would you be able to mark on Exhibit 17 where your unit was?
Yes, I can.
Your Honor, permission to approach?
Yes.
Would you like me to mark it now?
Yes, please. Thank you. And could you also stand up and point for the grand jurors on the digital exhibit where your apartment was?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. So in the U-shaped building, what area would you consider the courtyard?
I would consider the courtyard that middle section between the elongated side and the short side.
And on the other side of the courtyard, are there other apartment units?
Yes, there is.
To your knowledge, did you know before you called 911 Zarrius Hildabrand?
No, I did not.
Did you know Saria Hildabrand?
No, I did not.
After you called 911, do you recognize the man sitting at this table?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize him?
From an interaction after speaking with the detectives.
Can you tell me about that? What day was that?
That was, let's see, he called Sunday, so it was Tuesday, which would be the 8th.
Okay. And where was that interaction?
It was right here. May I stand up to?
You may.
It's right here, right approximately in this area, after I came around the building.
So you said right there, and you were pointing to the middle of the U space. I'm just
Yes.
repeating for the record.
Just right about here, yes.
And about the middle of the long side of the U?
Correct.
What were you doing outside that day?
I had gotten a call from the detectives to come down and speak with them, so I proceeded to go speak with them. Once I was done, I came around the building to go back inside, and I had run into Zarrius.
And did you know his name at the time?
No, I did not.
But you ran into this man sitting at council table?
Yes, I did.
For the record, Your Honor, the state would request that it reflect that he identified Zarrius Hildabrand.
So it's a reflex.
Thank you, Your Honor. What was that interaction like?
Well, Zarrius had approached me and asked me about why I was talking with the detectives. All I had stated at the time was I had called a shot in, and his body language got really tense and alert after I had said I called a shot in, then he proceeded to ask me, did they do any research on that or digging on that? And I told him I don't know, and escaped the interaction as I was not comfortable.
And by escape, did you walk away from
Walk away, yeah, my apologies. I should have used better wording.
And did you have any contact with him after that?
Negatory.
And the only thing you did on August 6th was call in the shot that you heard from the courtyard area by your apartment.
That is correct.
Those are all my questions at this time. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. No, I'm.
Did you want me to flip this exhibit over, Your Honor?
That's fine, you can leave that there.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Lacey Jane Brewster. I am Mr. Hildabrand's attorney. So I just have some follow-up questions with you. So you said on August 6th, 2023, around 2:45 in the morning, you were in your apartment, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you recall it was dark outside?
Yes.
Okay. And you were watching Lucifer?
Correct.
And just so the jury knows, what's Lucifer about?
It's a show about the devil's life, per se, I suppose.
Okay. Are you usually up that late?
Not typically, but not anymore nowadays. Back then, I like to binge watch shows, so.
Okay. So back in August of 2023, were you a late nighter type person?
I would say most nights.
Okay. And you say you heard a gunshot around 2:45 in the morning on August 6th, 2023?
I called in the shot at 2:45. I had heard the shot a little bit before I called that in, so I could say, if we're going to put a time frame on it, between 2:40 and 2:45.
Okay. And do you recall, do you still live in that apartment complex?
Negatory.
Oh. And how long did you live there?
I lived there approximately a year. Yeah, about a year, maybe a year and a half.
And if we look at exhibit number, the state's exhibit 17, this is kind of a weird C shape. Is that fair to say, the apartment complex?
U or C, however you want to describe it, yes.
And do you recall if your windows were open on August 6th?
Negatory.
Okay.
By that, I mean they weren't open.
They were not open, thank you. And do you recall, you lived there for a year, is this courtyard kind of like an echo chamber? Do you hear sounds?
I would say yes, it can be.
Okay. For example, have you ever maybe heard at any point when you lived there, did you ever hear someone in another apartment
From across the way?
from across the way yelling at another person or anything like that?
Nope, not in. The only time I'd hear that if someone below me or above me or next to me on the side to side, as you can see on the short side.
Okay. And then fair to say, on August 6, 2023, you didn't hear any arguing before you heard the gunshot, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't know on August 6, 2023, what apartment or where the gunshot came from?
No, I did not. That's why I told the 911 operator it sounded like it came from my courtyard.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep, no problem.
And then you identified Mr. Hildabrand.
Yes.
You hadn't met him before August 6th, 2023.
Negatory.
Okay. Have you ever been in their apartment?
No, I have not.
Okay, so fair to say you were not in their bedroom at 2:45 a.m. on August 6, 2023?
No.
And you were not in their apartment?
No, I was not. I was in mine, in 121.
And you were in the complex, but not necessarily the same side of the building?
Correct. I lived on the short side of the building.
And you didn't see who pulled the trigger of the gunshot that you heard, correct?
No. That is why I'll say again, I told the 911 operator it sounded like it was in the courtyard. I did not peek my head over the window because it sounded like it was in the courtyard, and I was not going to stick my head over to find out.
Okay. So you didn't even look out the window?
No, I did not.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Hey, Richard.
Yes, Your Honor, just very briefly. Mr. Ingstrom, do you think 911 would be the most accurate to the exact time you called?
Yes.
And then, had you ever...
No, I have not.
And then, can you describe how loud was it?
Like it was right outside my window. Like someone took a 9mm and went bang right next to my window. Of course, I'm on the second floor at the time, so it wouldn't have been that plausible.
Okay.
But
so it sounded close.
really close, yes.
Those are all my questions. Thank you, Your Honor. And thank you, Mr. Ingstrom.
No problem.
Thank you, sir. You're free to step down.
All right.
Thank you.
Did you want me to take the...
They cut it off. So as he was walking out, he's like, "Have a good day," or he said something as he was walking off, but they cut that. Hey, Paulie. Hi, Paulie. You're gonna walk by Super Bowl? That's probably not the wisest. That's not a wise choice there, young lady. You're gonna get smacked. Yeah, as he was walking out, I think he said, "Everybody have a good day." No, I think he said, "Y'all have a good day," or something to that effect. But they cut that off. All right. Kitties are fed. So now, 2 hours and 22 minutes. Wow, this is faster. I'm sorry, this is longer than Zachary Hildabrand. Zach Hildabrand, listen to me. Zach Rosh was 2 hours and 8 minutes. Zachariah Rosh was 2 hours and 8 minutes. This is now 2 hours and 20 minutes for Zarrius Hildabrand. Should we be getting nervous? Sinbad, he was a breath of fresh air. Barry, I love him. He's my favorite witness. We will remember Mr. Ingstrom for a while. We will definitely remember Taylor Ingstrom. We'll remember him for a while. All right. Can we watch the interrogation video again? Of course, yeah, we can. I'm trying to think, did they have that? That audio was so terrible. Let me see if I can find it on... let me see if I can find it. Let me see here. Who brought the interrogation video in? I think it was Detective... Who was it? There were a couple, weren't there? There were a couple. Let me see here. Which video was it? Unable... Let's see, hold on a sec. It said video from outside of scene. Hold on a sec. Store video is played. All right, that's the store video. Which day was that? Well, just bear with me for a second. Was it day 4? Crime scene. May have been day 4. Or was it... I think it was day 4. Let me see if I can find him. Kendall, was it him? Okay. Oh no, he was... Okay, he took photographs. Aldridge, team lead. Was it... Nope, was not day 4. Who was it? Who brought it in? Was it Sorry, was it this guy? Wow, who the heck brought in his video? Okay, wasn't that guy? Was it the digital forensics? Or was it Morgan? Oh, maybe it was Detective Morgan. Was it Detective Morgan? Hey, Stella, how are you? Newton, there you are. Yeah, right? This is crazy, you guys. Crazy. Newton, yeah, definitely shoot us a text or post in here because there's a 15-minute lead. We have a 15-minute lead between when a verdict is announced and they come in. Just got a hot dog waiting the Ford Bronco they rented me. And there you guys, if you please go subscribe to Newton Ward. He's the camera operator for this trial. Definitely go give him a sub if you don't mind. All right, let me see. Yeah, Iowa Backyard saying, Newton loved the cat shorts. And there's Barry saying hello to you. Trial TV Live, Aaron is saying thank you for your amazing talents. Thank you for the nice videos. We all love you here, Newton. All right, let me see if I can find, when was that who brought in the his videos. Let me see if I can that audio was terrible. That audio was absolutely terrible. I have plenty of other videos to show. Definitely have plenty of other. Oh, here, maybe it's this one. Maybe it's this one. That was 2 days ago. Hold on. Let me see if I can find. Those are the searches. Okay, that's all the searches. That's his autopsy. Injuries. All right, this is Detective Morgan. Sorry to ask if something was awful. Oh, I'm just trying to find it. I'm not sure. I don't know if it's this one or not.
Shoplifters, my job.
This is, okay, this is him shopping. All right, it wasn't him shopping. Definitely wasn't him shopping. So maybe it's this one.
Yes, my name is Brendan Lee, Brendanlee. Really appreciate if you would comment on my post. Thank you and have a wonderful evening.
I don't know if it's been uploaded, to be quite honest, Nether. I don't think it's been uploaded. I don't think it's been uploaded. I can't quite find it. I don't think it's been uploaded. So you know what? I want to play. I want to play him on the stand. Let's do this. Let's watch this. Right, hold on, Newton. I see you posted something about the audio. Let me just get that for a second.
I want to talk about
audio on your end of when it's being put up later is better than theirs, but I still can't jack into their actual sound system. Yeah. Oh no question. No question about it. I'm trying to find when his interview. Remember, he had a couple interviews, and it was terrible. That audio was absolutely was horrific. It wasn't your fault. It was, and the detective said, both detectives said it was terrible. Both detectives said it was really, really poor audio. There was things going on in the background. You know, both the detectives said it was really, it was poor. The original audio was bad, so it was nothing on your end. So yeah, I'll keep looking. This one's short. This is a short clip. This is 8 minutes. This is a short clip. Let me keep looking. See if I can find it. But this is a short clip.
States Exhibit 132 and 133. by my approach?
Yes.
Do you recognize Stacy Exhibit 132 and 133?
Yes, ma'am.
What are they?
It's a suicide note.
It's a suicide note.
Yeah,
Did you write that?
I did.
Do you recall when you wrote that?
I want to say it was on the 8th, but I don't remember.
What thoughts were going through your head when you wrote that?
I felt alone. I felt like I just felt really alone, and I just had nowhere else to go. I felt backed into a corner.
Did you... Is every fact in that note true, Zarrius?
I'm not sure there's any facts in this note.
Did you talk about Saria in that letter?
I did.
Is there a reason why where she is not included in that note?
Yeah. Part of me was in denial. I thought that even if I knew where she was, but I just thought that maybe I would just felt a lot of in denial.
Do you remember where you were when you wrote that note?
Yeah, I was sitting on my couch.
I'm going to approach with what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 136. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 136?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the couch you were sitting on when you wrote that note?
Yes, ma'am.
What's in the couch?
It's a gun.
Was that gun next to you when you wrote that suicide note?
Yes, ma'am.
But you didn't go through with that. Why not?
I didn't want to kill myself in my apartment.
Okay. Did you have a plan about what you would do with your dogs?
Yeah.
What was your plan?
I'm gonna drop them off at a vet clinic.
Do you recall everything that you did between the time that you woke up and found your wife deceased in your bed and the time she was found where you left her?
I do not.
I want to talk to you about some of the things we've heard in this trial about what you were doing on your phone.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you at any point in this time looking at pornography on your phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Why were you doing that?
I was attempting to find comfort in things that previously provided it for me.
And is pornography something that you had found comfort in the past?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, when he said that and we were watching it live and they had the Zoom frames, the two state attorneys looked at each other. When he said he finds comfort in things that he's found comfort in the past, both attorneys, females, both looked at each other. I think Gigi called that out. Pretty Lies and Alibis. I think it was her, or maybe it was Kathy Russin. Kathy Russin from Law and Crime posted that. Like, they both looked at each other like.
Is alcohol something you had found comfort in the past?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you drinking in this time period?
Yes, ma'am.
Why were you drinking?
I just did not want to be sober.
Was the drinking in this time period to you the same as the drinking that you did on your 21st birthday?
No.
How is it different?
The drinking I did to celebrate my 21st birthday was celebratory. And this drinking was more to drown.
Zarrius, where was Saria's wedding ring on when you found her in the morning?
It was not.
Where was it?
She took all of her rings off before she went to bed. They were found. They would have been in our bathroom, the main bathroom with the toilet and the sink and the bathtub in it.
Did you move it, or?
Yes.
Why'd you do that?
I didn't feel like I deserved it. Didn't feel like I deserved to have the ring in my possession.
So where'd you take it?
Initially, I was gonna give it to her mom, but I didn't have a chance. I just put both rings in my pocket, and it's where they're at.
All right, yeah, we don't have cross yet, so there's no. It's all his direct. But Nether here, I found this clip, and it does sound a little bit better. The audio sounds a little bit better. This is Detective Jeff Elby. This is Detective Jeff Elby.
Did you?
So I'm not sure when when it kicks in, but this is Detective Jeff Elby. So let's check this out for a little bit. This one's like 30 minutes. Yeah, this clip is 30 minutes. Yeah, Newt. Okay, yeah. How's he come across? He's emotionless and was always writing. I know we're trying to figure out what was he writing. He was always, whenever, because your camera, you're focusing on a lot of different things. The Zoom live, it's like, they always have a camera on him and he's just always writing. Except during, I think, the autopsy, he looked up a couple times, and then during closings, he wasn't writing during closings. Not that his notepad actually mattered. Right? Crazy Mary, the jury has been deliberating 2 hours and 40 minutes. If you look in the lower left-hand corner of your screen, that's how long the jury's been, what did I say, left? Oh, bottom, what did I say? Bottom right. The bottom, I'm in the bottom left, yes. The bottom right corner, your bottom right corner. 2 hours and 40 minutes. 2 hours and 40 minutes. He had possession of her rings even though he felt like he didn't deserve it. Yeah. He wanted to give them to her mom, I think he said. That's what he ended up saying. He wanted to give it to his mom. They had to eat lunch first. Court put in orders for them, so I'm assuming food arrived on time and they started right away. Yeah. Well, I always go back and forth with that. It's like they still can deliberate while they're eating. They can still talk, right? They can still deliberate. Most of the time, just writing. Yeah. Yeah, we noticed that. We noticed that he was very, very active. Well, we've talked to Florida PI Sam about that with Davion, and she says it's a distraction. Sometimes it's just a straight up distraction so that they don't, you don't want to show emotions to the jury, right? A lot of defendants are told don't show emotion to the jury. And so Florida PI Sam said for Davion, just a distraction, just to keep their minds off of the trial, what's going on. A lot of bad things are being said about you generally. So that you don't show emotion, you just doodle, just do something, take your mind off of what's going on, All right. It's they're 4 hours behind East Coast, so 1 hour behind the West Coast. So it's 2:12, quarter after 2 there. They have until 4:30, and the judge said that they can go past 4:30, so they still have 2 solid hours. They still have 2 solid hours. Newton says the only time he cried was when his mother took the stand. He never cried for his wife. We didn't see that. That's a good one. We didn't see that. Oh, I'll play his mom next. He did. He took her. Well, no, he didn't take her rings off. According to him, Molly, he says that every night she takes off her rings. He said every night she takes off her rings, and I think puts them in the bathroom. I know he said every night she takes off her rings. I'm not sure if he said she puts them in the bathroom or not. But yeah, every night she takes off her rings. That's what they said. When they showed pictures of a deceased wife's body, he didn't even look up. Yeah. Honey Badger, I know. I'm getting worried too. All right, hey Newton, if we're in the middle of a clip here, either shoot me an email, a text, or let us know in chat that they're coming back, so I can end this. Because I know we have like a 15-minute warning. So if you don't mind, let us know, one way or the other. Yell squirrel. yell squirrel when they come back. When the verdict is when the verdict is in, yell squirrel, and we'll know. All right. Good vibes. The rule is hour of deliberation for every day of testimony. Divide that in half. Guess 4.5 hours. That's what they say. Wasn't her ring an heirloom of her family? That I don't know. Maybe. I don't know enough to say one way or the other. Oh yeah. Hey Newton, we had the one of the prosecutors. Gosh, I'm so sorry, I forgot her name right now. Aaliyah, is that her name? Her mom was in our chat. Her mom came into our chat, and I'm so sorry I forgot her name right now. Was it Aaliyah or Alicia? I'm so sorry I forgot her name right now. Oh, it's terrible. I apologize. But yeah, her mom was in chat. Was it this week? Today's Wednesday. Or maybe it was last week. He started having twitch eyes and eyebrows were raised when prosecution went at him. Yeah, he was very fidgety. Yeah, straight out of the gates, he was he was combative. He was combative straight out of the gates. All right, let's get to this.
ultimately get those warrants approved?
Yes, ma'am. It was close to, gosh, I don't know, 9 o'clock at night, I think, that those warrants were approved.
Okay. At some point during the day, did APD seize the residence, meaning that Mr. Hildabrand wasn't allowed to go back in?
Yes, ma'am. After discussion with the DA's office, with my fellow detectives, we decided that we had enough probable cause to seize.
Objection.
Overruled.
We determined that we had enough probable cause to seize the residence. So I asked dispatch to send police officers to the residence and seize it.
Okay. And then that's kind of pending the search warrant?
And that's pending the search warrant. The officers didn't go out there and search. They go out there and this now belongs to the police department until we're done with it, or until the search warrant comes in or doesn't come in.
Okay. And I think the jury has heard the contact that Detective Elby and Detective Lee had with Mr. Hildabrand in the outside of the apartment building pending that search warrant.
That's correct.
Did you end up having a phone call with Mr. Hildabrand about the warrant?
Yes, ma'am. So Detective Roberts and I decided to drive down to Alpine Apartments, and we were going to deliver a hard copy of the search warrant, which is normal practice. When we were driving down, they called in from home.
Is my eyes are clerical, just about a 5-minute phone call.
That sounds about right.
Any objection? It's admitted.
Did you guys ever get that search warrant?
Yeah, we actually got it. We just got it. I sent it over to the crime scene team. Most of those guys got to get called in from home. So what's going to happen is they're gathering their, getting dressed and grabbing their gear and stuff, and then they'll head over there. So hopefully, with that in mind, it shouldn't take too long. And when we're all done, that we can give you a call or something if you want. Are you planning on going back to the house tonight, or are you going to just stay over at the dorms tonight?
No, I'm staying somewhere else tonight.
Okay. I can send you a text or something like, hey, we're done, or I can give you a call when we're done, or whatever you prefer.
I'm indifferent, sir. Did the dogs anything come from that?
Did what?
Anything ever come from the dogs?
They're still out there looking, actually.
Okay.
What do you think, now that I got you on the phone, what are we missing here? We've been doing this for about 2 days now.
I gave Detective Elby all the information.
Yeah, I haven't talked to him about it. I've been writing reports all day. I apologize for not being more involved.
Oh, it's okay.
Well, chat with me. Let's figure out what we need to do next. I'm all about getting advice from whoever I can.
I can't really tell you, sir, because I don't really know. You know what I mean?
You know her best, though. Where are we going to find this girl at? She's your wife. She's the love of your life, etc., right?
Yeah, exactly. Like I said, I gave Detective Elby all the information.
But I want it again, bro. Let's chat this up. I like the small details.
Like I said, I can't really think of anything else that I didn't tell him. I said University Dog Lake.
Yeah, where is it?
University Lake Dog Park.
Would she go over there without the dogs, though?
No, she wouldn't.
Okay. What makes you think we should check over that area?
It's just an area she would frequent with the dogs. So
I see. Gotcha. And still nothing with. Did she go out with Marie at all on Sunday, or do you think Marie's trying to hide something, or?
Oh no, Marie's as innocent as there can be. I don't think she has anything to do with it. They're never really violent or any they really don't even go back and forth. It's a pretty good friendship, pretty healthy, I would say. I do have a question about that search warrant though.
Yeah.
What all does it include? Is it whole house, fucking everything?
It's the whole house, yeah. We're just going to check the whole house, make sure we're not missing anything.
Alright, are you guys going to go through bags and stuff like that as well?
Are we going to do what?
Go through bags and stuff like that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to try to go through everything we can. Just make sure we don't have something like, she left a note, hey, I left a note, I'm going to go, I've had enough of this marriage and I'm going to go whatever. You know what I'm saying? Is there something you're concerned about, or is there?
How soon will that search warrant start happening? I didn't really hear what you were saying earlier.
No, it should happen. I don't know. probably within the hour, I would think. To be honest, they're like I say, they're calling all these guys from home, so it kind of depends on when they get up and get a shower, get their pants on, that sort of thing.
Yeah, and then what, you think the search warrant itself will take 2-3 hours as well?
Yeah, maybe. Is there something you're concerned about in the house, or?
No, sir. I was curious of time.
Okay.
That's all.
There's nothing in the house we need to worry about? Just the two guns? Just the two guns in there?
They've already been told about, sir.
Okay.
But unfortunately, my commander, not my commander, someone else is calling me, and I don't know the number, so I'm going to give them a call back real quick.
No, talk to me. I'm more important than they are, because we need to figure out where she's at. I'm going to stay up all night if I have to.
You're on what?
I said I'm going to stay up all night if I have to.
Oh, no, it's fine.
No, that's not fair than me, bro. We're going to stay up all night and find your wife, is what we need to do.
No, I know, but, okay.
Right?
Yep. That is correct, sir. Thank you.
Help me out. What are we going to do to find your wife? There has to be some small piece that we're missing. There's always some small piece of the puzzle that we're, not thinking of, or, and you're always the best person to ask, being the husband of her, because you live with her 24/7, except, when you're at work and she's at work, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
What are we going to find under the bed? Is there,
In like 5 minutes, I have to carry a bunch of stuff inside.
Yeah, call me back in 5 minutes.
All right, thank you. Bye.
Yeah, I'll talk to you soon. Bye.
All right.
Did you have any additional phone contact with Mr. Hildabrand?
No, ma'am, he never called back.
And after that, did you deliver the copy of the search warrant to Officer Keating, who was the crime scene team leader that night?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. And do you all share information with the crime scene team?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Why do you do that?
Well, I mean, if you take this courtroom, for example, you come in here and if you know where maybe the crime happened at, if you during an interview somebody tells you something, there's not a need to go over the entire courtroom with a fine-tooth comb. So if the shooting happened behind that desk, you'd have him concentrate behind that desk. So you want to tell him where to concentrate his efforts at, because I mean, with any household, there's just so much stuff to look through. You don't know what belongs, what doesn't belong, what might be out of place to you may not be out of place to the Hildabrand family. So.
And despite that coordination, is it fair to say they use a fine-tooth comb?
Yes, ma'am. It's very monotonous. I could never do it. They go through there and swab and picture and photograph everything. So.
Okay. And that process takes sometimes over 12 hours?
Absolutely.
Okay. And are you in coordination with them as they are finding things?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do they deliver their photos electronically to the homicide unit?
They do. Those are, now with the iPhones and so forth, all that stuff is pretty much not instantaneous, but all you got to do is hit submit and it goes to a system we call Axon, and then Axon is on all of our desktops, so I can start reviewing photos as they come in, interviews as they come in, etc.
Okay. And the next day, were you reviewing some of those crime scene photos?
I was.
And did you notice anything particular that piqued your attention?
I noticed a mop bucket that seemed out of place to me. I looked it up. I don't remember the brand of it. I'd have to look at my report, but I looked it up on the internet, and it was a brand sold by the Lowe's company.
So what did you do with that information?
I called Detective Lee, who was out doing follow-up on this case, and asked him to go to Lowe's. I was informed that he was already at Lowe's.
Okay, because he had been coordinating with Agent Pempek?
Agent Pempek, yes, ma'am. Yes.
Had information that the defendant had been to Lowe's?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so you gave Detective Lee the information about the mop bucket while he was collecting information about the trash can?
That's correct. And then he gave me information about the trash can.
Okay.
In return.
And based on the information you learned about the trash can from Detective Lee, what did you do?
Well, I thought it was very suspicious that...
Objection.
Overruled. I thought it was very suspicious that somebody who had a missing wife would be out shopping for a 96-gallon toter trash can. So I immediately what went to my mind is what I thought we had to go out and find that trash can.
We approach you, coworkers, please.
Oh dear, the audio was not turned back on. There it is.
Appear to
I don't
be
know if
what
there's
it
any
purports
more,
to be a video from the.
I have to say that audio was fantastic. I don't know if there's any more. Is there any more audio?
It's Exhibit 3-4.
Yeah, I don't know if there's any more audio from his interview. This is just him walking around. Oh, let's watch this. We didn't see this.
So this is 347. Is there any audio on this?
No, ma'am, there's not.
And I'm going to fast forward partway through. Do you see Mr. Hildabrand in this frame?
That's him walking right there.
Okay.
Going towards the back of the store. Of course, the cashier's here.
Is he still in that second aisle there?
Yes, ma'am. He's back toward the back of the store, looking at the selections.
I'm going to move forward a little more. And where is he now?
This is him waiting in line. This brown jug has about 3, I don't know if they're all open, I can't tell. It has 3 or 4 cashiers, so normally a line forms right there, and then you just go to the next available cashier.
So for those of you just joining, we are in Verdict Watch, 3 hours, coming up on 3 hours. We're just playing some previous testimony. We have Newton Ward, who is the camera operator in this trial, with us in chat. So 3 hours 3 hours verdict watch, which surprises me. I quite honestly, I thought this was going to be an hour and a half. I was not anticipating this being 3 hours. This is taking place in Alaska. This is Zarrius Hildabrand after he allegedly took a firearm to his wife's head and did the unthinkable. And now he's buying supplies to clean up and dispose of her. Bought a 96-gallon trash can, put Saria in there, and put her into a storm drain, dumped her 15 feet down into 2 feet of water. So now we're watching him buying cleaning supplies and
as he's
whatnot.
standing now to the right of him, towards the left-hand side of the screen would be the exit. So it's about, from this area right here, it's about a 15-foot to the next camera where he's leaving the store.
Okay, and you testified that you're not sure the bottle of alcohol. Are you familiar with the text message he sent to us?
I mean, I know what it is now. It's Four Roses bourbon.
Okay. And is that based on?
It's based on those text messages and what they found at the apartment. They found a half-drink bottle of Four Roses bourbon that looked just like what he had there.
And then I'm going to go to State's Exhibit 348, which is is this the exit door?
Yes, ma'am, it is. So at about 4:29, 4:30, he walks out right here.
So I'm going to fast forward to 4:29. Sorry, I brought it back.
And I think he's after this guy.
There's 4 counts. One is the actual deed, and then there's 2 tampering with evidence. The second one, I'm not quite sure what the second count is. What's the official second count?
Oh, that was my fault. I apologize.
Second count is extreme indifference.
This is him here.
So the first one is first degree. Second one is extreme difference. Count.
So right at 4:30 and 12 seconds.
Yes, ma'am.
Count 3 is.
Just to kind of put that in the time frame of his day.
So count 3 is him tampering with evidence at the apartment. Count 4 is tampering with evidence of Saria's body, moving her body, and so there's 4 counts. There are lesser includeds. They are second degree manslaughter and criminal negligent homicide. So they did give him 3 lesser includeds, but the first one is first degree. Second one is extreme indifference. I'm not quite sure what. I didn't quite catch that. 3 and 4 are tampering with evidence. 3 is at the apartment, cleaning up the apartment. 4 is dumping her body. So he's admitted to that. He's admitted to 3 and 4. So to me, 3 and 4, that's like a no-brainer. 3 and 4 is he's. Hey, Rihanna, welcome in from South Africa. Appreciate you joining us. All right, Newton, you going to head in? Nearing the end of the day. All right, man. Thanks for joining us. Definitely either text us or drop in chat. That just put in squirrel. Squirrel will be our keyword, our word of that they've reached a verdict. If you can put in squirrel. So he's already admitted to 3 and 4. I mean, he's admitted to cleaning up the apartment. He's admitted to putting her into the trash can. He's admitted to dumping her body into the drain. So he's admitted to that. So to me, those two are like a no-brainer. It's the did he actually pull the trigger? That's the one that's I guess up for debate. Hey, lazy boys. Yeah, we are still in verdict watch. Trial TV Live, Aaron saying thank you, Newton. Appreciate that. Everybody saying thank you, Newton. Good vibes. Ambi, Molly, Green Eyed Cat, Horse Welfare. Everybody saying hello and thank you. Kaylee, appreciate you guys all saying, oh, Camilla, have a good rest. Yes. All right. Let's see. I don't know if there's anything else in here.
I noticed a very strong odor.
Okay, this is when he finds. This is when they find Saria. Let me play this.
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay, and what observations did you make when you went to the location?
I went to a culvert or an entry to basically it would be a sewer or a storm drain in this. It's about this tall, about 3 feet tall. It's a concrete one. I think we saw pictures of it. It has a very heavy manhole cover on it, one of the big metal ones you see in the middle of the street. It was removed when I got there. Her body was still at the bottom of it, which is about a 15-foot drop from the top to the bottom. At the bottom of it, there's water in it running from, it'd be running south, north. It'd be running from the south, the Alpine Apartments, back towards the north, towards Campbell Creek. But at the bottom of it, there's this big tube. So I can only assume that once you go into that tube, then you're just in a big tunnel that comes out of Campbell Creek. But as soon as I stuck my face in there, I noticed a very strong odor of gasoline. I didn't see any indication of burning. I didn't see any indication that the gasoline was started, but there's no doubt in my mind that I smelled gasoline when I looked down there.
And can you tell the jury, like when you say no doubt in your mind, have you had the unfortunate occasion to experience the smell of decomposing bodies?
Yes, ma'am. I've just since I've been in homicide, I think I've been involved in probably 150 homicide cases. 28 years on the street. Unfortunately, patrol officers are always the first ones at any crime scene, almost 99% of the time. So even if it's not a crime scene, even if it's grandpa or grandma dying at home, the police officers have to go there and investigate that. Patrol officers are always the first one there. I've smelled, unfortunately, hundreds, if not thousands, of bodies. Also, just being any human being, we've all smelled gasoline. I knew exactly what gasoline. It wasn't decomp body. It was gasoline. I actually worked. I used to climb into gas tanks and clean them out for almost a year in between the Army and becoming a cop. I'd crawl into the big 300-foot gasoline tanks and wash them out with a power washer. So I have intimate knowledge of gasoline, and unfortunately I have intimate knowledge of what a body smells like. Okay. So I smelled gasoline when I opened up.
Okay. And have you reviewed the photos of the inside of Mr. Hildabrand's vehicle?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. And was there a gas can in the back of his vehicle?
Yes, ma'am, there was. Also in the bottom, I noticed some pillows, the same color, navy blue color. The pillowcase on it was the same navy blue color that I saw on the bed when he lifted up that corner of the mattress.
Did you ultimately get...
All right. 3 hours and 9 minutes, coming up on 3 hours and 10 minutes. Over 3 hours. I'm glad that they're taking their time. I'm not saying, don't take your time. I'm just comparing it to the last trial we watched, which was Zachariah Rosh. Pretty much, very similar circumstances. He and his ex-wife, because they had gotten divorced, Crystal, were driving home after going to a city where there's a lot of things to do in Wisconsin and the Dells. And he says, Zach claimed that Crystal picked up his, I think it was a 9mm, and pulled the trigger and took her life. And then he, of course, panicked, freaked out, gets back to his parents' house where he was living, and he ends up trying to burn her body. So very similar situation, and he took the stand as well. Very similar situation here, where they had gone out the night to celebrate his Zarrius's 21st birthday. They get home, he passes out, wakes up, finds his wife with a wound in her head. Panics, freaks out, dumps her body down a 15-foot drain, storm drain. So, and he takes the stand as well. So very similar situations. Rosh's jury took 2 hours and 8 minutes. So that's why I thought I was going with 1 to 2 hours. I'm slightly shocked, just slightly shocked. Well, maybe not shocked. Shocked is too harsh of a word. Slightly, what's the word I'm looking for? Not shocked, but confused. Is confused the right word? I don't even know if confused is the right word. Let's see. Sinbad, you guessed 3 to 4 plus hours. You win. You're getting anxious now. Surprised, maybe? Yeah, slightly surprised. Maybe that's the word. Slightly surprised. Yeah. Surprised might be the better word, yeah. Concerned? Yeah, maybe concerned. Definitely concerned. I mean, I think it's pretty obvious Saria did not do this. I think it's pretty obvious that she did not do this. So I am bemused. I'm not gobsmacked yet. I am bemused. Yeah. Maybe surprised. Yeah, maybe surprised. Yeah, maybe surprised might be the best word. Ruth Ann is shocked for taking this long. No way someone could believe this story. Well, all you need is one. Kathy, not back with a verdict just yet. Still. Molly, well, if they don't find him guilty, I am going to be gobsmacked. Yes, my gob will be smacked. Befuddled? That's a good one. Yeah, Kent, that's a good one. I am befuddled. Befuddled, surprised. Flabbergasted would be more gobsmacked, right? Flabbergasted and shocked. But surprised. I'm slightly surprised. I guess we'll go with slightly surprised. Heidi, it's hardly possible they doubt his guilt. Sally, I'm confused. I thought it was going to be a quick verdict. Yeah. Was the last one found guilty, and how long was his verdict? Stand for the truth. I was literally just talking about that. Zachariah Rosh, 2 hours and 8 minutes. Same situation, or not same, sorry. Very similar situation where he sees his wife take her life. He goes and burns her body. He takes the stand. They found him guilty in 2 hours and 8 minutes. Here we've got, they go out the night to celebrate. He falls asleep, passes out, wakes up, sees his wife with a wound in her head, dumps her body down a storm drain, lies about everything, takes the stand. So, Christopher Hill, and still no verdict. Still no verdict. They want dinner, so they're taking their time. I know we say that often. We say that often, but I don't know how true that is. I don't know. Not sure how true that is. So, I guess surprised is probably befuddled. Surprised, yeah. Befuddled and surprised are pretty good ones. I honestly thought that they would be back sooner, so then that would mean that I am surprised so far. I am befuddled. Not shocked yet. Not gobsmacked. Not yet. Maybe it's because the defendant is so young. Maybe there's a holdout. According to Newton, we got the inside scoop on that. It was 7 females, 5 males. So that's your jury of 12. 10 of them are Caucasian. We've got 1 African American and 1 mixed Asian. So 7 females, 5 males. You're worried about soccer. Debbie, they're reading our chat, so taking their time. Aussie votes befuddled. Flummoxed. Yeah. Green-eyed cat flummoxed. Laura says, if I ever get on a jury, I'm going to drag it out knowing you'll all be waiting. Nice. Marco Polo says, maybe they didn't start deliberating till after they ate lunch. That's true. Let's see. They broke. When did they break? They broke at 3:30 our time, which would have been 11:30 their time. The judge said, don't start deliberating until after the alternates leave and you get all the evidence. So did they wait until after lunch, which probably would have gotten there? Was lunch there already? I mean, they could have. I mean, yeah, I mean, anything's possible. Anything is possible. Did he say that they had lunch there? I forget. Or they were going to order lunch. I'm not sure if he said lunch was there or not. Yeah, I don't have anything that lunch was actually there. Anything's possible. I mean, anything is possible. They could have only been deliberating for an hour, for all we know. I mean, they could have. I mean, I don't know. Virginia, they can take as long as they need, as long as he's found guilty. Great Gams, I just said it. Did you? Okay, you heard it. Okay, good. Yes, you did hear that. Christopher, could they just be going through all the charges? There's only 4. There's only 4 charges. It's not like there's a lot of charges. There's 4 charges. 1 is first degree, 1 is indifference, and then 2 are tampering with evidence. So there's really not a lot. They're watching World Cup soccer. Do Alaskans care about soccer? I'm not sure. Barry, might have taken a good amount of time for the exhibits to get back. Every court does that part differently. That is true. Aussie Gardner thanking Newton again. I9, please. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Don't put me on a jury. This is not a difficult case for me, especially after that testimony. Laura says, where I live, we have jury duty for 1 year. In 10 years, I've had 2 years of jury duty. Wow. Interesting. All right. What if there's a hardcore drinker on the jury? Murgatroyd says. They also had to decide on the 4-person. That's true. That's true. Yeah, no, I mean, there's a lot. There's a lot. Yeah, no, there's a lot that goes on. There's a lot that goes on for sure. They sunk out the back door. All right. What were the poll choices? 0 to 1 hour, 1 to 2, 2 to 3, and 3 to 4. So 3 to 4 now is in the running. 3 to 4 is in the running. So Laura's in very rural Kentucky. All right, let's get to this testimony. This is only 8 minutes, so hopefully, well, let's see what happens.
I want to talk to you a little bit about some of your testimony. You were asked probably no fewer than 15 times.
Oh, this is cross. I had no idea this is actually cross. I didn't think we got to cross. So this is cross-examination. So if you missed yesterday, if you missed his cross, this is cross.
The emotions you were feeling. So I want to talk to you a little bit about
some of your testimony, you were asked probably no fewer than 15 times the emotions you were feeling after you found your wife dead and dumped her body. You described deception, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You described guilt.
Yes, ma'am.
You described disgust.
Yes, ma'am.
You described shame.
Yes, ma'am.
You described anger at yourself.
Yes, ma'am.
You described betrayal.
Yes, ma'am.
You described fear.
Yes, ma'am.
Substantial fear.
Yes, ma'am.
You described stress.
Yes, ma'am.
You described exhaustion.
Yes, ma'am.
In all of the times you were asked, you never once said grief, did you?
I did not, but I did say loss.
Okay. You never said sadness, did you?
I said emptiness.
Okay. You testified that you went through this elaborate lie of your wife being missing and telling everybody that she was missing because otherwise people would assume the worst.
Yes, ma'am.
What's the worst?
The situation I'm in now.
What is the worst?
Going to jail.
They would assume that you murdered your wife.
Yes.
Okay. And you have testified that after you were at Willowa, essentially, you have no memory of the evening.
Yes.
Okay. That gun's a loud gun to shoot?
Say again?
That gun is a loud gun to shoot?
I mean, relatively to a normal person, yes.
Okay. What do you mean to a normal person?
To someone who didn't shoot artillery, say the sound of a 9mm is loud, but...
And you went to bed next to your wife?
I can't tell you for sure because I don't remember.
Okay. And you have no idea what happened until the next morning?
Yes, ma'am.
Despite the neighbor more than, 80 feet away hearing that weapon?
Objection, argumentative.
Overruled.
Okay. How do you know, sir, that she didn't confront you with those Instagram and Snapchat messages, and you didn't put the gun to her head and tell her you were going to kill her? How do you know that you didn't pull the trigger?
I don't.
Okay. You don't know.
No, ma'am.
You want the jury to believe that she did this to herself?
Objection.
Overruled. It's not up to me what the jury believes.
Okay. Despite the fact that she was otherwise happy in your marriage, yes?
Yes.
And planning for her future.
Yes.
And your future.
Yeah.
And tried to have a good evening with you on your birthday.
Mm-hmm.
And had forgiven you for text message infidelity in the past. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. So you don't know that you didn't kill her.
So, can you restate that question?
You don't know that you didn't kill her.
I'm not sure I answered that. There's a lot of do's and don'ts. It's just too complicated.
Do you know if you pulled the trigger, sir?
I do not.
Okay. That night, Saria wasn't drunk?
I don't remember much from that night.
Okay. Would you agree that up until the part you can remember, she was the least drunk of your group?
Her or someone else that was with us, yeah.
Who's someone else? Let's be specific.
One of my friends, Zach.
Okay. So her, Zach, were the most sober?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And was Saria taking care of you?
From what I've been told, yeah.
Okay. Do you recall her helping you to the gaslight?
I do not.
Do you recall her helping you into the Uber?
I do not.
And into the house?
I do not.
Okay. You kept that gun loaded?
Yes, ma'am.
With a bullet in the chamber?
I did.
Okay. What do you have to do to fire it?
Take the safety off and pull the trigger.
How do you take the safety off?
The thumb switch.
And pull the trigger?
Yes, ma'am.
Once. So I want to get to, because you don't remember anything about her death, I want to get to the morning when you wake up.
Okay.
You were soaked in blood?
I was not.
Okay. You've seen the photographs of the mattress?
I have.
And you were laying in bed with her?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You didn't call 911?
Correct.
You didn't take life-saving measures?
No, I did not.
Okay. You didn't run outside and ask for help?
No.
You didn't call her mom?
I did not.
You didn't call her best friend?
No.
You didn't call her command?
No.
You started planning how to protect yourself?
I wouldn't phrase it that way, but
Okay. You started planning how to dispose of her body?
I started planning on what I was going to do next.
Okay. And the first thing you did is you went to the Alaska Bush Company homepage, right?
I don't remember doing that, but
Were you looking for a potential other alibi or excuse? Some other thing you could blame her death on?
I can't tell you what was going through my mind because I don't really remember looking that up.
You mapped to the Castle Mega Store
Mm-hmm.
before you texted her into work?
Yes, ma'am.
Why'd you do that?
I can't really tell you because I don't remember.
Okay. Again, were you planning some other potential excuse for what had happened for her?
At that point, I hadn't had a plan together.
Okay. But you started getting the plan together when you texted her work.
Yes, ma'am.
And you texted Nadia Jones, her immediate manager.
Yes, ma'am.
And you told her that she had food poisoning. You texted her as Saria.
Yes, ma'am.
And you told her that she had food poisoning.
I did.
And that she wouldn't be into work today.
Yes, ma'am.
And she told you to call Craig? Or message Craig?
Believe so.
Okay. And you didn't know that Saria had Craig's number saved in her phone under a different name?
Did not.
Okay, so you didn't call or text Craig? Right? Okay. What was the first thing you did to clean up her body?
Clean the surrounding areas.
Does that mean the floor?
Clean the surrounding areas in the bedroom, the floor.
When did you discover the gun?
That would have been after I saw that my wife was dead with a gunshot wound.
You didn't say on direct examination, where was it? Do you remember?
I do not.
Okay, so you can't even tell the jury that it was near her?
Cannot.
Was it in the bathroom?
I don't know.
Was it on the floor?
I don't know.
Was it on the dining room table?
I don't know.
You remember finding her deceased, but don't remember where you found the gun?
Yes.
Okay. Did you clean the gun?
I don't know.
Lots of I don't knows. I wish we had gotten more of Cross. All right, I think this is the last of his testimony that has been uploaded that I've not
Wake up on the morning of...
have not played yet. All right, 3 minutes and 28 seconds. Listen to me. 3 minutes, 3 hours, 3 hours and 28 minutes. Almost 3.5 hours they've been deliberating. Almost 3 hours they've been deliberating. So, Mofo ho no mo. You're from Alaska. Cool. So yeah, I mean, this is the land of the midnight sun, right? This is the summer solstice. This is when you have pretty much daylight the entire time. Right, a lot of daylight left in Anchorage. Yeah, this is the time of year. It was part of his Cross Lazy Boys. There was more. They just didn't they haven't uploaded all of it. They have not, Kathy, because Newton is there. The camera operator. This angle that we're watching is from Newton Ward, and then they upload it. So as long as Newton is still not either texting us or in our chat saying they went home, we're here. And it is, what's it, 3 o'clock? 3 o'clock local time. They can go past 4:30. The judge said they can go past 4:30. Yes, Mofo says 3 o'clock right now. Wait a minute, Newton, what did Newton do that he got timed out? Oh, yeah. Newton, you can't say that. I mean, just add, you got to misspell certain words because YouTube gets us. They're 4 hours. They're 4 hours behind us. Anchorage is 4 hours behind the East Coast, 1 hour behind the West Coast. Yeah, just put, instead of spelling out, just put an asterisk in there. You got to misspell certain words. You got to misspell because YouTube gets us. Let's see here. BB Card King says they must have snuck a plan on the jury. I don't know. I hope not. All right. Yeah, just misspell. You got to misspell certain words because YouTube, YouTube gets us. All right. Barry says, I'd go during midnight sun just to be there and visit because day drinking isn't taboo if the clock says 5 p.m. or a.m., but the sun isn't setting. Right. All right, horse welfare is going to lurk for a little bit. All right, I'm going to play one final clip from his direct. And then we'll have to... then I have his mom. I want to play his mom.
Zarrius, where did you wake up on the morning of August 6th, 2023?
I woke up in my bed.
And the bed in your apartment?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you recall where your phone was?
No.
Do you recall where Saria was?
She was lying next to me.
Do you recall what you were wearing?
I knew I was wearing boxers, but no.
Did you look for your phone when you woke up?
I did. That was kind of the first thing I did.
How did you feel in the morning?
Hungover times 100. Still a little drunk from the night before.
How'd your head feel?
Felt like it was getting split in two.
Where did you look for your phone?
Yes, ma'am.
And it wasn't where you normally have it.
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do next?
I began looking for my phone by calling myself off of my wife's phone.
Okay. I'm gonna show you State's Exhibit 292.
Yes, ma'am.
So I can approach.
Yes.
Do you recognize State's Exhibit 292?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
What is that a screenshot of?
That's a screenshot of the 2 calls I placed to my phone off of Saria's phone.
And where did you go? Did you hear your phone?
I heard it buzzing, but the ringer wasn't on.
Okay, so it was on vibrate?
Yes, ma'am.
And could you hear where it was coming from?
Vaguely.
Did you start looking around the apartment for it?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall where you found it?
Not really. It was either in the little hallway that led into our bathroom or on our kitchen table. I don't remember which one exactly.
Do you recall what you did? Did you find it?
Yes, ma'am. I eventually found the phone.
About what time was that? How long had it been from the time that you woke up and couldn't find your phone to the time that you found your phone?
5-10 minutes. It wasn't long.
Did you remember what had happened the night before?
No. Like I said, the last memory I have was around this picture.
What did you start doing?
Typically after I go out and either pass out or forget what happens, I go through social medias to try to like re-jog my memory. I check my bank account to see how much damage was done the night before. Just stuff like that I did because it usually helped me remember what had happened the night before.
Did you look at your phone after you found it?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you look at?
I remember checking Instagram, Snapchat, and my bank account, stuff like that.
What did you find on Snapchat?
On Snapchat, I found on Snapchat it tells you when you screenshot a chat and then when someone else screenshots a chat. And I saw that I had screenshotted chats with Cheyenne off my phone, and that's when I checked my phone and saw that the screenshots were there, and then saw that they were sent to my wife's phone and saw that they were on her phone as well.
How many phones did you have in your hand at that time?
I had one in each hand.
And I'm going to approach with what's been marked as States Exhibit 301 through States Exhibit 310. Mr. Hildabrand, do you recognize 301 through 310?
Yes, ma'am. I recognize all these.
What are those?
Pictures of me cheating with Cheyenne.
About what time of year are those?
April, end of May.
Of what year?
2023.
Is that what you saw when you looked at your phone?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you see those also on Saria's phone?
Yes, ma'am.
What'd you think when you saw those photos on Saria's phone?
Thought in, oh crap, but in a much more vulgar way.
Okay. What was going through your head?
Oh crap, how am I gonna fix this?
So what did you do?
I went back into the bedroom and I was gonna ask my wife about it, and that's when I realized that she was no longer alive.
Were both of your phones in your hand?
I had two phones in one hand, and she was like partially covered. I went to uncover her, and essentially the first thing I saw was the gunshot wound to the to my wife's head.
Did you do CPR?
I did not, just because I checked for a pulse once I saw the gunshot wound and didn't feel a pulse.
What's going on in your head at that time?
A lot. I just was confused. This is where the fear started to set in. I was hurt, and I basically didn't know what I didn't know what I was going to do.
Use the word fear.
Yes, ma'am.
And hurt.
Yes, ma'am.
Why were you hurt?
I had just discovered the body of my wife, who I loved, and that's gonna hurt anyone, regardless of. It's just something that hurts.
Were you shocked?
I was confused.
And you said you felt fear.
Yes.
Had you ever felt a fear like that before?
No, never once.
What were you afraid of?
The first thing I was afraid of is having no recollection of the night before and just not knowing what happened. And then after that is when the fear of just letting everyone that I love down.
Who were you afraid of letting down?
Specifically my little brother MJ.
Why?
So I'm very proud of being adopted, and I'm very proud that I essentially got out of a life that wasn't good, and I took a lot of pride in that, and I wanted the people that I was just really proud of being adopted, and I was proud of my family. And MJ was probably the most who I was proudest of out of my family was my little brother. And I just didn't want to let him down.
How did you let him down?
I felt like I was his role model, like he wanted to be like me, and I feel like I immediately assumed the worst in this situation, as in what was going to happen next. And I just saw someone that, my little brother, someone that I relied on and he relied on me, just never talking to me again. And just that, the breakage of that such strong connection I had with him.
What would you found your wife deceased and you're afraid. Why are you afraid, Zarrius?
I was afraid. Why?
Yes.
Because of what was going to happen.
What were you afraid was going to happen?
I was afraid I was going to lose my family. I was afraid that I was going to go to jail for something that I had no recollection of. There's so many unknowns, and I immediately assumed the worst and thought that I just assumed the worst.
And so you were afraid that your brother would disown you because you went to jail?
Yeah.
Were you afraid of what he would think?
What I would think?
What MJ would think?
Yeah.
Were you afraid of what the police would think?
Yes.
Were you afraid of what your mom would think?
Yeah.
Were you afraid of what Meredith would think?
Yeah.
Were you afraid that people would presume the worst?
Yeah.
What do you do in that fear?
I panic.
How long do you stand by the bed?
I don't remember.
Did you leave the bedroom at any point?
Yeah.
Did you go to the living room?
Yes, ma'am. I after I left the bedroom, I ended up sitting on the living room couch.
And did you have the phones with you?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you still panicked?
Yes.
Afraid?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you do with the phones?
At that point, I'm not sure which happened first. I deleted the screenshots off both phones, and then I texted her boss from her phone.
Why did you delete the pictures?
They're just shameful and embarrassing, and it just seemed like the appropriate thing to do. It just.
Were you afraid of what people would see if they saw them? Think if they saw them?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to approach with what's been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 18. Zarrius, do you recall what is marked Plaintiff's Exhibit 18?
Yes, ma'am.
What time, what do you recall about that?
Sending essentially a call-out text.
Did you send the last message in State's Exhibit?
Yes, ma'am. I sent the message timestamped at 10:44.
And what does it say?
It says, "Hey, this is Saria. I can't make it into work today. I went to Jimmy's last night and pretty sure I got food poisoning from it, so I'm sorry. I would have called Craig, but I do not have his number saved. Sorry."
When you sent that?
Yes, ma'am.
Where were you sitting when you sent that?
I was sitting on the couch.
What are you thinking when you sent that?
Shame, dishonesty, guilt.
What are you guilty of when you're sending that?
Guilty of lying to her boss.
Did you have any idea what to do in that moment besides stall?
No, at this point I was just stalling was the only thing I could think to do.
And you said that at 10:44?
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you been awake at this point?
2 hours.
And how many of those of those 2 hours, how long had you known that your wife was deceased?
An hour and a half.
And you didn't call the police?
No.
You didn't call medics?
No.
Why don't you do those things?
Goes back to the initial fear of the fear of what was going to happen.
Were you afraid of being accused?
Yes.
I intend to go a little longer. I don't know if we need a break. This could be a good breaking point.
Hey, we're coming up on 4 hours, you guys. 4 hours. Wow. All right. 7:30 here on the East Coast. That puts us at 3:30 in Alaska. 3:30. So they can go past 4:30. The judge said that they can go past 4:30. I have in my notes, if you come to a verdict after 4:30, it will be sealed and the foreperson will hold on to it until the next day. That just blows my mind. Right there, that just blows my mind. But before that, I think it was yesterday. So yesterday after the defense rests, this was yesterday, judge said you can deliberate as long as you want, even past 4:30. Lunch will be provided. Yeah, so they can go past 4:30. It's 3:30 there now. Well, coming up on 3:30 local time. They can deliberate past 4:30, and he said if you come to a verdict after 4:30, it will be sealed, and the foreperson will hold on to it until the next day. That's crazy. Why wouldn't they give it to the bailiff, or why wouldn't they give it? I don't understand that, but that's what I have in my notes. That's what I heard. So. Coming up on almost 4 hours. I'll stay on until I'll end our poll. Oh, who's just sent a gift? Who is that? What is that? Fashion? Wait, hold on. Fashion Blair, thank you for the flow state. Very cool. Thank you. No OT allowed per the judge. No, he said you can go past 4:30. He said you can go past 4:30. See, if I were the foreperson, I would be trying to wrap it up. Who wants to take that home, right? Laura says, if I was the defense and it was guilty, I'd object to the foreman taking the envelope home. That's such an odd thing. Excuse me. That's such an odd thing. Horse welfare thanking Fashion Blair for the flow state. Absolutely. Let's see. Janet says, defense was leading the whole time. It was driving me crazy. Prosecutor objected once and it was sustained. Usually the staff, they need to consider for extra hours. 100%. Yeah, no, they absolutely. You need security, you need bailiffs, you need sheriffs, deputies, whatever they're called. All of the above. They need they need to have people there. They need to have staff there. I'm surprised that the judge didn't say, "Hey, at 4:30, let's do a check-in." That surprised me. I would have, because we've seen that before, and I actually like that. I like that judge would say at the time that we normally.
Morning, ma'am. Before you have a seat.
At the time when we normally close our business day, we're going to check in on you and see where you stand. I like when judges do that, because then the jury can say, yeah, we need to go, we want to keep going, or no, we need to, we need to sit on it, we want to go home. We've been deliberating for 4 hours and they still have another hour. Yeah, do a check-in. I like that when they do that. I like when they do that. Just say, hey, where's my jury at? How are you guys doing? Are you close? Well, actually, don't tell me if you're close or not. Do you want to go home? Do you want to stay? Just give me an indication, because I'm going to need to I'm going to need to see what staff I'm getting tired. Lori, yeah, no verdict yet. We haven't heard anything from Newton. Not in a little while. We have not heard from anything. We've not heard from Newton for a little while. Camilla, why put it in an envelope, come back the next day so people can't change their minds? I don't know. I'm not, maybe, I guess, maybe. Kathy, judge wasn't thrilled about having to stay there because defense wanted to. Only for playback. Yeah, only for playback. The judge says he had never heard of that before. And he's like, I don't want to be here for playbacks. He says, I've never had anyone ask for that. And then he's like, well, he said, playback is a waste of time. So he said, well, if you're going to make me stay here for playback, or no, if you insist on listening to playback, potentially you're going to have to stay here. You're going to have to stay in the courthouse. Because at first he said 15 minutes. Yeah, be within 15 minutes if you want to be here for playbacks. Debbie, maybe there's a holdout. You never know. Just never know. They're all in the courtroom playing Call of Duty. Who knows? Julia, haven't been here in a week or so. How is your cat that got bit by the snake? She's fine. She's right here. Polly's chilling. Polly's right here. There she is right there. Boop. Boop. There she is right there. Yeah, she's fine. She's got a little scar where she got tagged. She got tagged right here. She got tagged right above her left paw, front left paw. And yeah, she's doing fine. I'm going to take her into the Eastern medicine vet on Saturday. But yeah, she's doing okay. Yeah, thanks for asking. Appreciate that, Julia. Julia Rock. Nanny, okay, this is starting to be concerning. What if they find this guy not guilty or hung jury? Did they watch what we watched? No squirrel yet. Yeah, we asked Newton to give us the high sign is going to be squirrel. High sign is going to be squirrel. No squirrel yet. Squirrel. Yes. Thank you. It's amazing. She's eating, she's playing, she's going to the bathroom. She's keeping herself clean. She plays a lot, actually. Yeah, she snuggles with us. Yep, everything's cool. Here, I'll show you a quick. This is funny. In all her glory. Body. Yeah, it's a good girl. Yeah, it's a good girl. Yang, 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 yang. Good girl. Polly. So there's Polly in all of her glory. It's a good girl. All right. What else? All right, that's it. It is officially 4 hours. So I can end this poll because I'm going to end the poll. I'm going to end the poll. I should have said today. I usually do that. I'll say how long will they deliberate today, because we've done that before. But I honestly thought that they'd have a verdict well before now. I honestly did not think we'd still be in verdict watch. All right, how long will the jury take to deliberate? 40% of you said 1 to 2 hours. That was me. 28% said 2 to 3 hours. 19% said 3 to 4 hours, and 13% said 0 to 1 hour. All right, yeah, time for a new poll. I agree, Laura. Time for a new poll. All right, are they coming back today? Is that what we do? Are they coming back today, or what should be the new poll? What should it be? Hello, kiddo. What should the poll be? Are they going to have a verdict today? Will they come back with a verdict? Will they have a verdict today? What will it be? Guilty, not guilty, hung? What should our next poll be? Which do you want it? Guilty, not guilty, hung, or will they come back with one today? Rich Auntie, yes, she is a pretty girl. She's a beautiful girl. Janet, I can't see what they could be debating on other than first or second degree. Germany took the jury 3 days to find you guilty. Yikes. How could he be found? How could he not be found guilty? I don't know. Today, tomorrow before lunch, tomorrow after lunch, Friday. Guilty, not guilty, hung. You do that. First degree or second degree. Jury's watching soccer. Jury's debating. Jury forgot the trial. Let's see. Barry said, I heard the judge give the instructions for lesser includeds. Do they always include these in Alaska? Don't know. This is our first one. Do they need to be requested, or who asked? I think the defense asked. That I do know. I heard that. The defense asked for lesser includeds. That I did hear. If I need a break, we will behave and sit quietly. Now that I don't believe. We need another poll today or tomorrow. The last two charges are definitely no-brainer. Today, tomorrow, yeah. All right, we'll go with that. Well, let's see. All right. Let's see. What time will what day will the jury come back? What day will the jury... Well, now we're assuming they're going to have a verdict. We're assuming... Hold on. What will the jury do? How about this? I'll do what will the jury do? What will the jury do? What will the jury do? Guilty today. Let me see if I can get this all in. Guilty tomorrow. Not guilty anytime. And then we'll do a hung jury. All right, guilty today, guilty tomorrow, not guilty anytime. That means today, tomorrow, whenever, or a hung jury. All right, let's try that. Got a new poll for you guys. New poll for you, chat. New poll for you, chat. All right, what will the jury do? Guilty today, guilty tomorrow. So that means they're going to find him guilty either today or tomorrow. Not guilty either today, tomorrow, or Friday, or next week. And then a hung jury. So what say you? What say you? What do you guys think? Oh, hey Debbie, I'm sorry. We're gonna have to delete that. Just say don't. You got to misspell. You got to misspell words. Sorry. Didn't the medical examiner say it couldn't have been? Yes, the medical examiner did say that. Misspell those words. That's definitely, YouTube does not like that word, unfortunately for us. So sorry, we'll have to delete that, Debbie, but I will read your message saying, didn't the medical examiner say it couldn't have been self-deletion? Yes. The medical examiner said that. Cause was it cause or manner? Was homicide. The manner was homicide. Well, let's watch. Well, you know what? I want to watch his mom first. Let's watch his mom first, then we'll get to the medical examiner. Let's do mom first, and then we'll get to the medical examiner. All right. Oh, I already have it. Okay. All right. So this is his mother. What was her name? I'm sorry. I forgot her name. Paula. This is his adoptive mother. Is it adopted or adoptive? This is the woman who adopted him.
Please raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony given in this case now before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated, and please state your name and spell it for the record.
Paula Hildabrand, PaulaHildabrand.
Good morning, Mrs. Hildabrand.
Good morning.
Mrs. Hildabrand, do you know Zarrius Hildabrand?
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you know Zarrius?
I am his mother.
And when you say you're his mother, can you tell us when you met Zarrius?
I met Zarrius when he was 6 years old.
How did you come to meet him?
He came to our home as a foster placement, and we ultimately adopted.
And how old was Zarrius when you adopted him?
8.
Did you raise Zarrius?
Yes.
Did he live with you when he went to high school?
Yes.
Do you recall where he went to high school?
Yes, Central Hardin High School.
How old was he when he graduated from high school?
17.
Did he live with you after he graduated?
He did.
And did he ever move out?
He moved out for a brief time, roughly about 3 months.
When he was out, how old?
It would have been I believe that summer after graduation, maybe the next summer. He was 18, so it was the next summer.
And so it sounds like he moved out and then came back.
He did.
Did he move out? How long did he live with you when he came back?
When he came back, it was probably 3 or 4 months before he entered the military.
Okay. And during that time, what part of the country were you living in?
We live in Kentucky.
Okay. And how old was Zarrius when he joined the military?
He would have been 21.
And
20?
Fair to say he didn't live with you once he joined the military?
He was 19, sorry. It was in 2021 when he joined the military.
Thank you. And when he joined the military, did he live with you during that time?
No, well, until he left to go to basic training in September.
September of what year?
2021.
Did you stay in contact with Zarrius?
Yes.
After he joined the military?
Yes, as much as we could. He couldn't call as often in basic or AIT, but when he could call, he would call.
Do you recall where Zarrius was living in, for example, November of 2021?
He was still at Fort Sill, Oklahoma, because he graduated basic right before Thanksgiving of that year.
And did you speak to him, how often did you speak to him between the time period of, say, November 2021 up to his 21st birthday?
After he got out of AIT, I can easily say at least weekly.
And do you recall if he moved to Alaska at some point?
He did. I don't remember the exact time. It was after he got out of AIT. That's where his orders were.
And did you stay in touch with him when he lived in Alaska?
Yes, ma'am.
From the time that you met Zarrius when he was 6 years old to his 21st birthday, and when is Zarrius' 21st birthday?
August 5th, 2023.
From the time you met him in foster care to his 21st birthday, have you ever known him to be a violent person?
No.
I want to talk a little more about Zarrius's, well, when you met Zarrius, did he have any siblings?
He did. He had 3.
Was he the oldest, middle, younger?
Of that group, he was the middle.
And did he know who are his younger siblings?
His younger siblings are Olivia and Michael, who we call MJ.
How old was MJ when you met him?
22 months.
And how old was Zarrius again?
He was 6.
What can you tell me about the relationship between MJ and Zarrius as they grew up?
Of course, at the beginning, MJ followed him around everywhere, and he didn't like it. In middle school, you don't like your little brother tagging along all the time, so, it wasn't as close. But as they got older, they became closer. They were both athletes. The other kids in our home didn't do sports as much. They were the athletes, and MJ idolized his brother, and Zarrius grew to be a role model for him.
Can you tell me what role model meant from what you observed?
MJ wanted to live his life like Zarrius.
Was Zarrius, as a matter of habit, emotionally protective of MJ?
Yes, as they got older, of course, he was. He was emotionally protective of all of us.
Thank you, ma'am. I don't have any further questions.
Okay.
Good morning, Mrs. Hildabrand.
Good morning.
So the defendant is your son, correct?
Correct.
And you met Saria Hildabrand.
I did.
What did you think of her?
Oh, I loved her. She was a beautiful person, inside and out.
And did you meet her in person?
I did. When they got married, he brought her to our house before they went to Utah to be married, and she spent about 4 to 5 days with us.
Did she seem happy?
Yes.
She seemed like a sweet girl.
Oh yes, absolutely. She was a dog person, and we're dog people, so we immediately hit it right off.
And then you weren't in Alaska in August of 2023, correct?
I was not.
You've never been to Alaska before this?
Oh no, I did visit.
Okay.
I visited Zarrius and Saria in June of 2023.
How was Saria then?
Wonderful. She cooked dinner for us, they did, and she hung out with us when she wasn't at work.
They had both dogs, right? They had the puppy?
Lily and Cope.
How was she with the dogs then?
Oh, she loved those dogs.
And you didn't personally witness anything relevant to this case right around that time? You weren't here?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. And you've been emotionally supporting your son, the defendant, since his arrest, correct?
Yes.
You've been calling him?
I can't call him. He calls me.
He's been calling you, and you've been aware that those calls have been recorded?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, may we approach?
Yes.
So you were aware that those calls were recorded?
Yes.
Zarrius repeatedly asked you not to visit him or come to Alaska, right?
Yes.
And he repeatedly asked you not to come to this trial?
He did.
And when were you told that they wanted you here?
Last Monday evening.
And has it been difficult for you to come here and testify?
Yes.
And then since his arrest and all those calls that you've had with him, he never once talked to you about missing or loving Saria Hildabrand, did he?
No.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your time.
Maybe you drop.
No, Judge, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
It'll be approached.
Yes.
All right, 4 hours and 16 minutes. Sorry, 4 hours and 16 minutes. Our new poll is, what will the jury do? Guilty today, 42%. Guilty tomorrow, 46%. Not guilty anytime, 5%. Hung jury, 7%. So 7% of you think it'll be a hung jury. Well, I don't see how they can be hung on the counts 3 and 4. He has openly admitted that he tampered with evidence, destroyed evidence at the apartment by moving her body. He admitted moving her body twice. He admitted to taking her outside to the storm drain and dumping her body into the storm drain. So he's guilty on those two. I mean, that's just, you can't argue that. He admitted, he literally admitted that he was guilty on those two. So I guess the only debate is who pulled the trigger. Who pulled the trigger? I think that's the only. All right, this is the big one. This is the medical examiner. So they have they can go past 4:30 their time, and it's almost 4 o'clock. It's like 10 to 4 local time. So I'm going to play the medical examiner. Maybe they'll come in. Maybe they'll come in. I don't know. I don't know anymore. I really don't know. I have no more words for this jury. I am surprised that it's taken. Do we have a squirrel? No. We don't have a squirrel. Squirrel is going to be our code word for Newton is going to give us squirrel. That'll be our code word that a verdict is in. All right. So this is the medical examiner. This is Dr. Gallagher, I believe his last name was. Yes, Dr. Kenneth Gallagher, forensic pathologist, medical examiner. He was day 5. So let's check this out.
And if you can please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Yeah, Kenneth, Kenneth Gallagher, Gallager.
Doctor, I'm going to have you introduce yourself to the jury and tell them what you do for a living.
Hi, I'm Dr. Gallagher. I'm from the Alaska State Medical Examiner's Office. So become a forensic pathologist. I completed medical school at The Ohio State University after undergraduate school at Eastern Washington University. Following medical school, I did residency and fellowship in forensic pathology and general pathology. After residency at Ball Memorial Hospital, I did my fellowship at the Hennepin County Medical Examiner's Office in Minneapolis, Minnesota. I also did a fellowship in cytopathology at the University of Mississippi in Jackson, Mississippi. Following residency and fellowship, we complete our board certification through the American Board of Pathology in anatomic pathology, which is the study of tissues, the clinical pathology, which is the study of blood work, forensic pathology, which is the study ultimately of determining the cause and manner of death in cases of unattended death. And by that I mean death that's not otherwise expected or followed by a physician that falls under our jurisdiction for review. Following the board certification process, we do a continual maintenance of board certification through quarterly questions with the American Board of Pathology, as well as yearly continuing medical education requirements that are performed throughout the year. Yeah.
And how long have you been board certified in forensic pathology?
Since I started here in 2013, but board certification was in 2008.
Okay. And where did you work before you worked at the Alaska State Medical Examiner's Office?
I was, I did general pathology for 4 years there at Grant County Hospital in Grant County, Indiana, followed by 3 years of forensic pathology as a medical examiner at the King County Medical Examiner's Office in Seattle, Washington. And then I've been here since 2013, December. Yeah.
Okay, so total years conducting autopsies, how long would you say?
20.
Okay. And in that time, have you been qualified as...
All right, sorry to interrupt. All right, misconduct involving a corpse. So under Alaska statute Title 11, Criminal Law 11.61.130, a person commits this crime if they intentionally disinter, remove, conceal, or mutilate a corpse outside of legal authorization or an emergency. It's a Class A misdemeanor. Maximum penalty is up to 1 year in prison and a fine of up to $10,000. So he's only facing a year if they go that route. Person may not dispose of human. Hold on a sec. Right here, let me see this. This is the stateofalaska.gov. Laws and protocols pertaining to the discovery of human remains. Okay, that's discovering them. That's discovery of human remains. Well, how about concealing? So what's this? Disposition of human remains. A person may provide directions for disposition by placing... All right, it doesn't seem like it's a big deal, unfortunately. It seems like it's only a year. And this is under, here, let me look up this statute. A person commits the crime of misdemeanor involving a corpse if, 1, except as authorized by law or in an emergency, the person intentionally disinters, removes, conceals, or mutilates a corpse. It's Class A misdemeanor. This is Alaska Statute Title 11, Criminal Law 11.61.130, misconduct involving a corpse. So, hey, DC, is this, we're trying to figure out what his maximum, if is this true that it's only up to a year and $10,000 fine? We're trying to figure this out. Alaska Statute Title 11, apparently. That's cruelty to animals. We certainly don't need to worry about that. What is he facing? It seems like from what I could find, he's only facing up to a year in prison if he if they find him tampering with evidence. Let me look up tampering with evidence. Alaska penalty for tampering with evidence. All right, maximum penalty is a Class C felony. That's tampering with physical evidence. That's up to 5 years and fines up to $50,000. First-time offenders typically face sentencings of up to 2 years. So 2 years plus 1 year. So he's only looking at like 3 years. My goodness. Tampering with physical evidence. Seems like it's up to 5 years, but for first-time offenders, it could be only up to 2 years. So right now, those two cases are like 3 years. Let me see. Hold on. Let me look up this. Hold on a sec. Let me try this. Let's see if this gets us anywhere. All right. First degree is up to 99 years. All right. That's an intentional. So first degree is up to 99 years. Second degree would also be up to 99 years. So that's the alternate theory. Remember, it was first degree and second degree. Those were second degree was the lesser, one of the lessers. Tampering with evidence. It's not 2 counts. It's not saying. This is Anchorage Police. Oh, this is actually, 21-year-old Zarrius Hildabrand arrested. All right. So the indictment charges are first degree, second degree, and 2 counts of tampering. His bail is set at $250,000 cash performance, $250,000 cash appearance. He faces up to 99 years each for the murder charges. Doesn't say what the tampering. It doesn't say what the tampering, what he would face with tampering. So. All right. Wait, DC, it's kind of interesting to think that the law changed this morning on tampering with physical evidence. No, he's not out. He's not out. Oh, wait. Oop. Oh, wait. Wait, hold on. We got Newton. Oh. So Newton's sending me stuff from Pablo Escobar. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. All right. No, he's sending me. No, he's not out on bail. He's not out on bail. He had to come up with $250,000 cash performance and $250,000 cash appearance. So, nothing's going on. Janet, we're just waiting. We got another. It's 4:00 in Alaska right now. It's 4:00 in Alaska. So, all right, let's continue on with medical examiner.
An expert in the field of forensic pathology.
Yes.
In what states?
Indiana, and Washington State, and Alaska.
Okay. More times than you can count?
Yes.
Okay. At this point, Judge, I would offer Dr. Gallagher as an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
Any objection?
No, Judge.
He's so qualified.
Can I have you start by explaining to the jury, I guess, the role of the forensic pathologist or the medical examiner in a death investigation?
Yes. So when we get notified that there's a death, information's passed along to us to determine whether it's going to be a jurisdiction that a case that we take jurisdiction on. So the information goes to our medical legal death investigators at the office. Following a case being accepted as our jurisdiction, we have different levels of exams. Sometimes we'll not need to bring the person in, and we'll be able to review their medical history records and certify the cause and manner of death on the death certificate. Other cases where we want to do a limited exam, we'll bring them in. We'll do a full head-to-toe examination of the person, just noting any normal natural disease processes and/or injuries, and then we'll take body fluids, blood, vitreous from the eye, urine. We'll send those out for toxicology studies. And then we'll review their medical history and determine their cause and manner of death. And then in other cases where we need to do a full internal autopsy examination, we'll bring them in and we will, again, do a head-to-toe examination. The first thing we do when we bring them in is we take a photograph of how they arrived in the office, the body bag that is closed, and then we'll take additional photographs, and then we'll...
All right, so Kathy Russin just posted on Twitter that they're going home. So, yep, done for the day. All right, they're done for the day. All right, they're done for the day. I'm going to stop our clock now. So they are done for the day. We're going to put a pause in there. I'm going to say they stopped at. We'll say they stopped at 8 o'clock our time. So they're done for the day. So we'll go with 4.5 hours for today. All right, they are done for the day. We'll pick back up on medical examiner tomorrow. We'll pick back up on the ME tomorrow. So, bless you. So, bless you. All right, so they are done for the day. We didn't squirrel. Nope, no squirrel. I'm going to back that up to 4:30. 4 hours and 30 minutes. So, let's see. So they started at 3:30 Eastern. We're going to say they ended at 8 o'clock our time. I'm going to end the poll. I'm going to end our poll here. So what will the jury do? 50%. You know, they could have, you know, this happens a lot where they come to a decision and then they go home and they sit on it. We've seen that a lot too. Where they'll come in tomorrow and within like 10, 15 minutes they'll have their verdict. All right, so started at 3:30, ending at my official time, which is unofficial, is 8 o'clock. So we're going to go with 4.5 hours. 4.5 hours for day one. All right. So 4.5 hours for day one. All right, that's it, you guys. It's gonna be a wrap here. I guess we'll go on tomorrow at 12:30. It's 8:30 their time. Judge said they will come in at 8:30 and continue on, so we'll come on at 8:30. And so that's a wrap. Thank you for joining us. Really appreciate you guys being with us today. There's Super Ball. You're a good girl. Yeah. Oh, it's a good girl. Join us tomorrow at 12:30. That's Eastern time, 8:30 local time. And we'll pick back up with the medical examiner, and hopefully we'll have a verdict one way or the other. So again, thank you guys all for joining us. Really appreciate you spending your day with us. Thank you for all the new folks that came in today. Thank you for the people that have been with us for a long time. Sinbad, it was great seeing you. There's Super Ball for you. Super Ball. No, over here. Yeah. What do you think about this? Do you think there'll be a verdict tomorrow? Meow. Think they'll have a verdict tomorrow? Think there'll be a verdict tomorrow? What do you think? Will there be a verdict tomorrow? Think there'll be a verdict tomorrow? Do you think they'll have a verdict tomorrow? All right, you guys. Thank you again for joining us. Really appreciate it. Thank you to our mods. Thank you to Super Ball, putting her butt in my microphone. Thank you to Aaron. And thank you, loyal pit bulls. Appreciate that. Appreciate you, and thank you for that. Thank you guys for the gifted memberships. Thank you for the super chats. Thank you for the jewels. I'm not even sure what those are called, but appreciate it. And we will see you guys tomorrow at noon. Until then, have a great night and take care of yourselves. All right, bye.